გლოსადმი სიყვარული აერთიანებთ. თქვენი ერის ელჩია და თქვენი სახელი და წარმატება თითოეულ ჩვენგანზე აისახება. ჩემი პრეზიდენტობის პერიოდიდან ჩემს ერთ-ერთ მთავარ პრიორიტეტად ჩვენს დიასპორასთან ურთიერთობების შენარჩუნება და გაძლიერება დავისახებ. თითოეულ ქვეყანაში, რომელსაც ვესტუმრე, შევხვდი ჩვენი დიასპორის წარმომადგენლებს და საზღვარგარეთ მყოფ ქართველ სტუდენტებს, იმისათვის, რომ დაგვენახა ემიგრაციისა და სამშობლოს შორის არსებული კავშირების გამყარების გზები. პოლიტიკურ ძალებს მოუწოდე, რომ იმუშაონ საპარლამენტო წარმომადგენლობაში დიასპორის ჩართულობის საკითხზე. სულ რაღაც 2 დღის წინ საქართველოს პარლამენტმა საქართველოს მოქალაქეობის აღდგენის ან შენარჩუნების უფლებით სარგებლობისათვის ვადა 2
increased the time frame for 2 years for applying for Georgian citizenship or restoring citizenship, or we were working on the dual citizenship issues together with the government, which was initiated when I was the member of the parliament. Today, being the president of Georgia together with other government agencies, I'm continuing working on this issue. It's very important if we simplify the citizenship adoption procedures. The pandemic of COVID-19 affected the whole world. And today, as never before, in order to overcome this plight, we need to show solidarity. Pandemic showed and shifted priorities, at least for a time. And nevertheless, we have to learn how to make the crisis and turn it into opportunities where, if we are together, the post-pandemic Georgia can enjoy the benefits of the globalization. The free trade agreements which we have with the largest markets of the world, EU, starting from EU to China. And these, we are working on one such agreement with India, USA, South Korea, and other countries. Our region is on the crossroad of East and West, and it's a certain hub for communication and trade. Stability and democracy and economic development, Georgia is an island of all this. And despite all this, the Georgian people is firm, and despite the backdrop of the world economy, we have thousands of creative startups and many young people, entrepreneurs and businessmen will recover with your support. Increasing the investment from the side of diaspora for economic growth and development of the country is a sign of solidarity. Investing into Georgian economy is a sign of patriotism, which also facilitates the development of the versatile and strong, robust economy. After we overcome the pandemic and the world gets back to normal, I will resume my meetings with the diaspora and potential investors. Diaspora from the communities like you to facilitate making investment into Georgian development and regional development. The Cooperation Facilitation Agency will present a strategy for attracting investment. My administration is already working with them in order to establish direct links, to create a pipeline for from investor to our economy, to link the investor to the startups. Once again, I want to welcome this very important forum, which, under the patronage of the Georgian President of Georgia, Georgian government, and private sector, together with the uh, International Organization for Migration, is being held the first time. But we are looking forward for more events, and not only in online format. Hopefully, after the world opens up again, we will host such for not only in Tbilisi but different parts of Georgia, which will help you to rediscover Georgia and its huge potential. Thank you for participation in the conference and wish you the great success on your way. Thank you.
Very much, Madam President, for co-hosting this event and for giving these very inspirational opening remarks. Many thanks for that. I understand that our next speaker, Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia, Mr. Zalkalyani, has some technical issues. Or Minister Zalkalyani, you are here, so we can proceed as planned. Thank you very much. Welcome to this event. Thank you for co-hosting, for cooperation, and the floor is yours.
დიდი მადლობა, ჩემთვის დიდი პატივია მივიღო.
Thank you. It's a great honor for me to take part in the Diaspora Economic Forum. As all of us might be aware, today it's a very hard situation worldwide, which is triggered by the global developments as well as the regional plights, which is aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic, new circumstances emerging to this pandemic. And to overcome these serious challenges, we have to be united, I mean the whole nation. These unprecedented challenges, as never before, makes it valuable to strengthen our ties with the Georgian diaspora to overcome these challenges together, which happened, for instance, in 2020. We have quite a few number of such examples. This forum serves the same purpose, which is an important message both to the Georgian community and also communities of Georgians living in other countries, as well as the friends of Georgia. This event is also emphasizing the huge potential of the Georgian diaspora for the economic development of our country and our rapprochement with the international community. And on the other hand, it's a good opportunity to enhance our dialogue with our compatriots and share all innovations which the Georgian government is offering for investing people who want to invest into Georgia or make business. As far as I know, we will be discussing on this forum the entrepreneurial business environment, projects in agriculture, mining, technologies, access to funding and finances, and other important initiatives which are facilitated by the government or the international organizations. Our openness and readiness to stimulate the Georgian diaspora is prompted by our achievements in the free, fair, and sustainable development economic development. Also, the legal and institutional changes. These reforms provided for the stable, corruption-free business environment and allowed us to demonstrate to our compatriots and foreign friends the investment proposals in production, manufacturing, and trade. As far as you know, the association agreement between Georgia and the EU, which is also including DCRTF and agreement on the free trade, is providing for the mutual benefit trade relations with the European countries and Georgia. It's lowering the barriers for exportation of Georgian products almost zero, and there is about the 10,000 items which fall under this list. And on the other hand, it diversifies the foreign trade and offers new opportunities in this respect. The targeted liberalization of trade allowed Georgia to have free trade agreements with EU and also European Free Trade Association, CIS, UK, which is still not has not entered the force, China, including Hong Kong, Turkey, which is almost over 2 billion. So it constitutes almost over 2 billion consumer market. We have the preference system with US, Japan, Canada, which also implies about 450 million consumers market. The business environment in the country uh, is demonstrated by the economic indicators and also ratings in the World Bank, the Fitch Index, the Heritage Foundation of Freedom of Business, which makes Georgia an attractive country, and also low tariffs on importation, the small number of licenses, and the absence of the quantitative restrictions on imports. I think the representatives of the agency will describe it. Georgia, I believe, is a leader among the Eastern Partnership countries, and this is confirmed not only by us, but also the assessments from our partners. During 2020, in the course of implementation and the report on the implementation of the association agreement, it is noted that the country is successfully continuing it despite the global pandemic. So Georgia is firmly standing on its European path. Joining Europe is our declared purpose, and we need to use new instruments and get involved in the European project, accelerate the rate of the pace of economic development and make it irreversible. So we have to achieve both domestically, consolidate the government, legislative or executive, and also overseas. The role of diaspora is immense. So I call on you, use your contacts, activities, and you can contribute, make a great contribution to the Georgian development and help us to achieve our goal, which is applying for EU membership in 2024. It's very strategically important to have direct relationship with the communities, and without your participation we can't achieve our ambitious goals. Given all this, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with its partners, is making an important effort for deepening the relationship with the Georgian diaspora, especially in the context of the economic development. Last year, the Government Commission on Migration Issues, we held a regional large-scale conference named the involvement of diaspora in Georgian development. It was the first time when the regional countries of the Black Sea region, together with other European countries, discussed the opportunities for the involvement of diaspora in economic development and demonstrated the interest for the future cooperation. The host of this regional event was Georgia. And of course, with the support of our international partners, we have even more ambitious plans for future by regional and scale. We are constantly involved in diaspora issues. Even today, we are planning for more active steps. We are ready and open to get this relationship to higher level. And I want to thank EU, our international partners. We appreciate your support and attitude, which our European partners are demonstrating. The democratic and sustainable development of Georgia, all achievements are related to our partnership. So I want to express my gratitude to IOM, which for many years after Georgia got independent is supporting and facilitating our government institutions on this way. I hope that with the support of the international organization, this process will be further enhanced. Let me also emphasize the special role played by President of Georgia, Madame Salome Zurabishvili. We know about her contribution in this field. Our president is a great supporter of the diaspora, and today's forum, like many other events related to our compatriots living abroad, are always held under patronage of Madam President, and she initiated many traditions and initiatives in relation to Georgian diaspora. So the close relationship among us will make our joint effort more successful and efficient and increase the scope for enhancing our efforts to achieve better results. Thank you once again to let me speaking to you, and I wish success to today's forum and confirm our readiness that we are ready to get involved, the whole system, in this process to the all officers working in my ministry. Thank you.
Zalkaliani for these opening remarks. I would now like to announce our next speaker. We are having some technical issues and last minute changes, so I would like to invite Mr. Beka Odisharia, the chair of the Diaspora and Caucasus Issues Committees of the Parliament of Georgia, to take the floor now. So, Mr. Odisharia, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I presume you can hear me. Good afternoon. I want to welcome Madam President. It's a great honor for me, together with the Vice Prime Minister and my other colleagues, to take part in this important. I want to thank personally you, Madam Sanya, for being a host. Today, every country and every government in the world has to turn this challenge into an opportunity. And the members of our diaspora, the people who our chairman of the parliament and the members of the parliament, we see a great potential in them. And not only the challenge, but the best intellectual and other opportunities. And I am encouraged today by the fact that we are trying to establish this platform. I have been always feeling, and at least in the last parliament of ninth call, it was written in our legislative innovations that our president, Madame Salome Zurabišvili, was the biggest support of this. I could manage, even being in my position, to explain to all members of the diaspora that the fact that we abolished the Ministry of Diaspora, this didn't diminish but increased the jurisdiction and activities of the Agency for Diaspora. I have emphasized the achievement and contribution of Foreign Minister Zalkalyani and the involvement which was necessary for, especially in such hard times when the whole world suffered together with our compatriots. I have said it many times in the recent time because we had to uh, announce votum of confidence to our new government, and now we rely much on our Prime Minister Garibashvili. We know his background, which is related together with the political activities to the economic, and also his managerial skills make us think that it's very important to realize the potential which we have. Some say that we have about 1 million Georgians living overseas. I believe it's 2 million. And we have a lot of patriots living abroad who accumulated knowledge, relations. I love to refer to Israel whenever I touch upon a sensitive, it's both business and patriotism, a mixture of all this. Every Israeli believes that they have to have a business in their homeland. It's not only about the economic profit, but it's their attitude to the country. I've said this many times to different prime ministers. While we expect the drop in our investments, direct foreign investment, the bravest people who will never give up and take part or make contribution in rebuilding the country is our compatriots living overseas with their intellect, economic means. But of course, I can't see, due to this format, I can't see everybody. I know that Natia Turnava, our minister, should be here. We've discussed this with her, and I'm happy that our leader, our president, Vice Prime Minister Zalkalyani, Madam Turnava, we are continuously, permanently thinking about this, and together with the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, we are thinking how to tailor this to our compatriots living abroad. Georgia is a unique platform. Very gifted, skillful people work in the ministry, and if we manage to come up with the packages, I'm not meaning now the Ministry of Economy, which will get the people interested who are contributing to the Georgian economy. If we offer them the packages which will allow them not only make transactions to support their compatriots, which is very important.
That generates the economy, and obviously participation in the economy That will be something very important. And once again, I would like to welcome everyone and extend my best regards. And with the leadership of Archil Talakwadze, Chair of the Parliament, Speaker of the Parliament, we created an online platform. And I was given an assignment. So whenever we have the committee sessions and whenever we do that for the diaspora issues and to have the online transmission so that the online facilities will be used to ensure that the parliament knows everything, what is going on in regards to the interest group, diaspora, and so on. So I would like to make my humble suggestion or proposal, and if our today's host finds time, here I mean IOM, because they are very important, not only as a donor, but also as a consultant, as an advisor. And if they let us participate constantly, then if 15 members of the parliament, the committee members, including the speaker of the parliament, because he has been involved, also Mr. David Zalkaliani and Bacha Konstantinis and other, and we have a very committed staff in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we will be more than happy if we have this opportunity, because the more we share our opinions and suggestions, the more we discuss things, the more benefit we will bring to our country. Thank you very much indeed. Let me tell you that now I am in Bakuriani, so I just want to clarify why am I dressed up like that, because it is very important to say that even in this period, our country is now hosting the freestyle tournament. This is a championship in Bakuriani, and we have delegations that we're now hosting. And the Highland Development Agency asked me to get involved and to support that initiative. And I guess that you would agree with me if I say that it is really very important to be the host of such an important event. And I hope that the compatriots who live abroad, those Georgians, will be involved in the democratic and economic development of the country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks. Thanks, Mr. Odisharia, for these opening remarks and great information that you have shared with us. I would now like to invite Mrs. Ekaterina Mikabadze, Deputy Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia, to provide her opening remarks on behalf of the ministry. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, Madam Mikabadze.
Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone. Thank you so much. It's a great honor and privilege indeed for me to participate in this event. And obviously, I would like to start with the words of gratitude. I would like to thank the organizers of this forum, the EU, also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, IOM, and of course, the President of Georgia. It is very important to hold like the economic forum like this, because it is an opportunity for us to discuss with our diaspora representatives and to discuss about the important issues for our country's development and to support them to get engaged in the economic activities and to encourage them to do so. Representatives of Georgian diaspora, our compatriots, those who are successfully engaged in many different activities abroad, they make the contribution in the national product of the country, but also they represent the main source, significant source of economic development, as far as they can make a bigger contribution for the inclusive development of Georgia, and it supports emergence of new opportunities and transfer of knowledge into our country. Consequently, it is so good that we have this meeting with our diaspora. This forum is taking place to communicate a comprehensive information to them about the trends and tendencies taking place in the country, and also the reforms taking place, also the competitiveness of the businesses, and also the programs supported by the government. As Mr. Becker said, there are numerous programs supported by the Ministry of Economic Development and Infrastructure, and the government significantly supports business activities in the country. Amid the global pandemic, the year of 2020 was really challenging for the entire world and for our country. Our economy went downwards and the decline was 6.1% based on preliminary estimates, and of course on this background the unemployment rate also increased. However, there are some positive trends that have been observed. Despite the containment measures to stop the spread of the virus, larger companies did not stop their operations. In fact, and although the total export decreased by 12%, the locally produced goods were exported more by 6.5, and also we maintained the transportation corridor, and cumulatively the growth was observed. I think you would agree with me if I said that, well, to have these positive trends and to outline these positive trends in this challenging period, this is very important because it significantly increases the potential to rebuild as fast as possible in our country. What I would like to mention also, the positive forecast of international finance institutions for Georgia. Let's say IMF forecast that in the medium term Georgia will have the highest economic growth, and in 2021 and 2022, our country will be the fastest growing economies in the region. And this is thanks to the anti-crisis and post-crisis measures and also the irreversible agenda of reforms. Along with these anti-crisis programs, we also continue the economic reforms, and these reforms will contribute to the structural improvement of the economy and also ensuring equal access to economic opportunities, and most importantly, it will contribute to the reduction of poverty in our country. Regarding the foreign direct investments and also new framework for solvency and access to financial instruments and new mechanisms for that, local capital market development, also the large-scale reform or mining sector, also the reforms focused on energy independence and also privatization of state-owned property and their involvement in economic activities. All these reforms taken all together, this is very important for the economic diversification, for the further development of the business environment, for supporting entrepreneurship, and consequently for ensuring the sustainable economic growth and for creating the solid foundation for the economic growth. Government of Georgia continues taking these measures in regards to the growth and the diversification. In the welcoming words, it was mentioned that we have covered the huge markets with the free trade agreements. However, we still work to expand this area in the future, and also for the entrepreneurs, we facilitate their access to international markets, and the entrepreneurs we help them to, or we will be able to offer the new instruments to them to ensure that they can export to the competitive markets. In regards to the improvement of the access to finances, here the important thing is the state support programs. Let me highlight that in recent years, the number of these programs increased, and so did the coverage. And now the entrepreneurs are offered with many different types of support in many areas: agriculture, food industry, also industry in general, hotels, and also financial and technical instruments for promoting innovations. Today, we will speak about the programs that we offer, the opportunities they provide, but I would like to underline that last year there were challenges, we know, and this is why we have revised our programs and we significantly expanded their coverage, also funding, and we introduced the new programs. And I have to highlight the credit guarantee mechanism that enables the business, if they do not have the sufficient collateral, to take loans. Besides, we continue working for attracting investments, and we have taken steps for raising awareness on the investment potential. And here we really had much support from our colleagues, and most importantly, we have introduced and implemented many new programs. I would like to highlight some of them. FDI grant program, and this enables the foreign investors to train the labor force, and partially there will be the compensation or reimbursement for the expenses they incur for the development, and also for the international companies. We have imposed or instituted some tax breaks. All this means that there is an unprecedented support by the state for encouraging the business activities, for promoting the businesses, and to enabling the entrepreneurs to develop their activities. As a result of the reforms and the state programs, we will be able to restore the positive dynamics in all the areas, and also to reinforce them and to reach the same benchmark as we had before the pandemic, because there was a solid the solid macroeconomic foundation is very important for us, and we'll also count on the support of the international colleagues and donors, and also this will be the good foundation for involving our diaspora representatives in all these activities. Thank you very much for enabling me to make this welcoming speech, and thanks for letting me enjoy this opportunity. That's an important event, and I would like to wish you have an successful forum, successful dialogue, discussion, and most importantly, and we are ready for joint activities for the development of our country. I mean, the government and the diaspora representatives, we are ready for our joint activities, because there is a government that provides and implements and is going to implement many support activities. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mrs. Mikabadze, for these very informative deliberations. I would also like to thank all the opening speakers, and in particular, I would like to thank Madam President Zurabishvili and Vice Prime Minister, Mr. Zalkaliani, for co-hosting this event. And I would like to announce now that we will go for a very, very short technical break. Stay tuned, don't leave. We are going to reconnect within a couple of minutes, and we will proceed then with the second set of opening speeches. Thank you very much. Hello, Gamarjoba again, and again, good afternoon from Tbilisi. I would like to suggest that we move on with the second group of opening remarks. And I would like to invite Mrs. Renate Held, the Regional Director of the International Organization for Migration's office in Vienna, the Office for Southeast, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia. Mrs. Held, are you with us? Do we have Mrs. Tina Held with us online? I think that we are having some issues. I think that we are having some issues with connection with Mrs. Renate Held in Vienna. Until we resolve it quickly, hopefully, I would suggest that we proceed with the next opening speaker, Mrs. Sabine Mal, the UN Resident Coordinator for Georgia. Mrs. Mal, I would like to pass the floor to you. Thank you very much for being with us today. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sanya, and dear Excellencies, esteemed forum participants who are joining us from Tbilisi, Bakoriani, as we just heard, and all over the world from different parts. It is really a pleasure to welcome you also on behalf of the United Nations country team in Georgia. I would like to welcome you to this first Georgian Diaspora Economic Forum, as we have already heard in the opening speeches, and really express also the appreciation to the organizers of the networking initiative for the diaspora. This really sets a new milestone in enhancing the communication and also the cooperation between the Georgian diaspora professionals and their homeland. There is definitely no doubt today about the significant contribution that the diaspora makes to the development of the country of their origin. Transnational communities bring with them a wealth of resources and knowledge. And this is coupled with networks that they share across the borders. Diaspora members can contribute to the countries with which they share a common sense of identity and a belonging in different ways. And this can be through trade, investment, entrepreneurship, remittances, through knowledge and skills. So this forum today is taking place when, due to the COVID-19 crisis, many Georgians living either here in Georgia or abroad struggle with a number of issues, as we all do: unemployment, economic uncertainty, poor health, social isolation, providing our children with adequate care and education, and the list goes on and on and on. Some of the major structural shifts and behavioral changes will remain with us also as we exit of this pandemic, and this will continue as we move out and move forward and try to build forward better. This time of the great challenges is also a time of tremendous opportunities. We can transform, we can change, we can promote a recovery towards a better, a more inclusive, and also a fairer and greener society and economy. We know that the Georgian diaspora has the abilities to foster this change, and we hope that you will have many opportunities to do so. We have just adopted in the United Nations a new Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework for Georgia for the next 5 years. It started basically on the 1st of January this year and is now our guiding goalpost for the next 5 years. It enshrines the United Nations vision for building forward better. And we are really looking forward to working with all of our partners towards the joint goals. We have chosen this time to focus on one overarching strategic priority, which is human well-being and capabilities and social equality. So this is, I think, that we all strive towards and that we try to contribute to. Our event today attests that the important role of the diaspora in the development is recognized and also valued by the government of Georgia. It is valued by us in the United Nations and by all the development partners. The United Nations will continue to support the government in the efforts to implement the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. The commitments that are enshrined in this compact include creating conditions for migrant and diasporas to fully contribute to the Sustainable Development Agenda. In order to ensure effective joint UN support to all the partners, the UN Migration Network was established just last year here in Georgia, and we will carry out the first activities in the course of this year. We are also very grateful for the generous financial support of the European Union that enabled the organization of this forum today, and more broadly, also it supports the joint program that promotes diaspora contribution to enhancing private sector competitiveness here in Georgia. I wish you all an engaging and productive discussion and hope that it will serve as a first step towards many new concrete opportunities for the Georgian diaspora to invest and to do business in Georgia. Didi Madloba, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mal, the resident coordinator. Thank you, Sabine, for this good opening remarks and also for all your support to this cause and to the IOM and the Georgian government partnership. Thank you very much. So we want to move now to the opening remarks of Mrs. Tina Hell, but we seem to still have some issue with connecting. Mrs. Renate Held, are you with us? I don't think so. I think that we are facing some issues with connecting with Mrs. Tina Held. So bear with us, please. Give us just a couple of additional seconds until we resolve this technical issue and we reconnect with Mrs. Held. I think that we have, okay. Few more seconds, please. Apologies for these technical hiccups. I hope that we have all get already used to these unforeseens in this virtual environment. So bear with us, please. We are going to reconnect very, very soon.
Just to confirm, please could Ms. Renata Held request to speak, please? Great, thank you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, now at long last.
At last, thank you, Tina. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, dear guests, on behalf of the Regional Office for Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia, I welcome you to the Diaspora Economic Forum. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the President and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia for hosting the forum. A special thank you also goes to the Secretariat of the State Commission on Migration Issues for their active engagement in the organization of this important networking event. We are grateful to the delegation of the European Union to Georgia for the financial support. They are enabling this joint effort, contributing to the diaspora's engagement in Georgia's social and economic development. We would also like to express our gratitude to the resident coordinator for integrating the United Nations migration agenda in the work of the United Nations country team strategy in the coming years. Today, the world is more globalized, interconnected, and interdependent than ever before. Like many countries, the size of Georgia's population cannot be calculated simply by how many people live within its borders. Rather, it must be viewed through the global lens of migration and include its global diaspora. The active engagement of the Georgian government and this high-level participation underlines the acknowledgement of Georgian diaspora as an integral part of the Georgian population. The 2030 Agenda and the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration both recognize the key role of the diaspora. They call for us to create conditions that enable diasporas to fully contribute to sustainable development within their home and origin countries. IOM is fully committed to assisting countries and diaspora groups in achieving this goal. The 2030 Agenda, both as an underlying principle and as stated in Goal 17, calls for expanding partnerships for development. Diaspora and partnerships for development are a cross-cutting issue directly linked to many SDG targets, which can be addressed through various types of diaspora contributions, ranging from transfer of skills, financial contributions through diaspora trade, entrepreneurship and investment, or even philanthropic responses to crisis or community development needs. There are plenty of examples of humanitarian actions initiated and carried out by diaspora. The government plays an important role in creating appropriate conducive conditions for engaging diaspora and enabling partnerships for development, be it for investment, entrepreneurship, or business development purposes. There are various ways to stimulate the diaspora to invest their skills and resources in Georgia. It may include the creation of attractive investment, climate, increased transparency of regulatory frameworks, as well as support mechanisms for the creation of small and medium-sized enterprises. It is particularly important to address the institutional barriers to diaspora engagement, such as complex regulations on the establishment of new businesses, infrastructural issues, and lack of reliable and accessible information on investment opportunities. Diaspora investment, philanthropy, and other types of financing can be leveraged for development across sectors, improving health, education, job creation, industry growth, infrastructure, and more. However, all of these opportunities are only made possible through networking with and among the diaspora. Networking is the glue, building relations, putting in place strategies for networking, making sure that there are effective mechanisms for consultation and engagement with diaspora groups in place that allow for them to voice their needs and interests, as well as to link with public and private partners in Georgia. Today's event gathers diaspora professionals and business persons in order to provide comprehensive information on the development processes in the country, but most importantly, for focused discussions around the economic issues and opportunities of mutual interest. Follow-up work after the event should ensure regular information exchange and continued assistance to those interested in pursuing the conversation further and cooperating on business development opportunities. IOM's office in Tbilisi has supported the government of Georgia in its efforts to establish a strong relationship with the diaspora. Through policy development, diaspora mapping, and strategic communications, this strong partnership has gotten us to where we are today. IOM is committed to continuing our partnership and building our relationship with the Georgian diaspora and developing programs of benefit to both the diaspora and the society of Georgia. I would like to wish everyone a fruitful day today and express my sincere hope that this virtual networking opportunity will translate into long-term cooperation and opportunities. I hope in this post-COVID world, this will lead to in-person networking events in the beautiful country of Georgia in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Held, dear Renate. Thank you for this global and regional perspective of this important issue of work with the diaspora. Thank you very much for that. I would now like to introduce our next and latest opening speaker. This is a representative of the European Union delegation to Georgia. As already mentioned, European Union delegation is a strong contributor to this process and supporter of this process. And we will have them greeting the participants today through Mr. Katalin German, the Deputy Head of Cooperation of the Delegation of the European Union to Georgia, through a recorded statement. So may I please ask the Secretariat to play the video statement. Thank you very much.
Dear President Zurabishvili, Vice Prime Minister Zalkalyani, Minister Turnava, Chair Odisharia, UN colleagues, dear Georgians living abroad, and dear participants. It is a pleasure for me to provide a few welcoming remarks at this Diaspora Economic Forum on behalf of the EU Ambassador Karl Hartson. The need to have such event, the first one as far as I know, became gradually evident even before COVID hit us all, but then clearly an urge given the impact of the pandemic. I understand that the vast majority of you participating in today's forum actually reside in Europe and have done so for many years. Therefore, I'm happy that this initiative to harness the development potential of migration and better connect Georgian diaspora communities with the latest developments in the country is funded by the EU. At the same time, I would like to express my appreciation to our implementing partner, the International Organization for Migration, which together with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and other partners has worked determinedly to get to this point, starting with finding and establishing contacts with over 200 diaspora members, surveying the different interests, establishing the diaspora website, and organizing this forum. That was quite an effort, and all our EU appreciation for it. From the survey, we gathered that many of those in Georgian diaspora have indicated an interest in economic opportunities. For example, establishing new businesses in Georgia. The forum will address this during the different panels, but I want to tell you already now that the EU, together with our partners, is keenly involved in supporting many relevant areas of economic development in Georgia through different ongoing initiatives under our flagship EU for Business umbrella. You will have the opportunity to learn about numerous business support programs for non-agricultural, agricultural, and rural development businesses. And our close partners from the European Investment Bank will also update you on the support available under the EU, under the Access to Finance program. But today is not only about information on funding and investment opportunities. I hope it is also the beginning of a new, more structured relationship between Georgia and its citizens living abroad. And maybe that's even more important. There are good examples in other countries, including in the region, that have done well in developing these relationships into sources of concrete economic development to the benefit of all sides involved. Given the interest displayed by the Georgian diaspora and the positive response from the government, there is a reason to believe that Georgia can also increase the contribution of the diaspora to the country's development and make this another success story. The role of an active diaspora can take many different forms. Some of you may look to make concrete investments in business opportunities, but there are other ways to engage too. You may be professionals with knowledge and expertise in concrete fields that could be valuable for Georgian partners. Or you may be able to open doors for such knowledge, for export, for investments through your professional network abroad. The potential is great. This is why I hope that despite COVID and the travel restrictions, today's forum will be the start of a useful journey where you will see new and mutually benefiting partnerships emerge. This will not be a one-off event. There will be follow-up to value shared perspectives, ideas, suggestions. For example, a next event could be oriented on developing and expanding the business-to-business contacts and networking. To help unleash that potential, however, we need your combined individual strengths and interest in Georgia, and we need to know more about your perspectives. So please do engage today and provide your feedback and thoughts during the panels. I wish you an excellent exchange of ideas. Didi Madlova.
I want to thank to the European Union delegation once again for all the support, and to Mr. Katalin German for these encouraging and supportive words. And with this statement, we have come to the end of this first session, the opening session of the Diaspora Economic Forum. I want to thank all the participants, all the speakers for their really very inspirative, rich, and encouraging remarks, which set the great ground for bringing this discussion further. We are going to now close this session, and we are going to move on with the working part of the conference. I'm going to actually pass the floor very soon to Mr. Georgi Meskeli, the Deputy Head of the International Economic Relations Department from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who is going to take over the chairmanship and moderation of the first panel discussion on business support programs for non-agricultural businesses. But before that, I would like to invite our colleague Ben from the KUDO Secretariat for few technical remarks and announcements. On my behalf and on behalf of the IOM mission to Georgia, I thank you very much, and I wish you a great rest of the day, great discussions, and look very much forward to being part of this partnership in the coming years. Thank you very much, Didi Madlova. And Ben, over to you.
So good afternoon. Apologies for the slight delay there. So this is a quick demonstration of the key controls for KUDO. So let me just share my screen. Thank you very much. Great. So my name's Ben. I'm an operator from KUDO, and together with Axel, we're supporting in the messaging, which is second button down on the right-hand side. So please feel free to send us a message if we can assist. So just to confirm, when you join KUDO, ideally everyone's using Google Chrome as their latest, the latest browser, latest version of Google Chrome as their browser. As a good backup option, you could be using the KUDO app. If you search for KUDO Live at the App Store or the Google Play Store, that makes a great backup device on a tablet, for example. Ideally, everyone's connecting using headsets, so you get a nice enclosed sound with the microphone. So we tend to recommend headsets if possible. So just to confirm, KUDO is based on a traditional Congress system that you may see in venues around the world, traditional venues, and the key controls are the language selector and the request to speak. So with the language selector, you'll see today we have English and Georgian available. And the idea is you select your desired language via this language selector and you stay on that setting, the interpreters will switch in and out when necessary. That's how simultaneous interpreters work. When you first join the meeting, you'll join the audience, so your camera and mic are not accessible. So please don't worry if they're not accessible. And only the presenters will be taking to the floor today. So if you're viewing the meeting from the audience, please feel free to send comments and requests via the messaging. If you will be presenting and need to take to the floor, please request to speak, and you will then appear in the request list. And everyone can see who's in the request list to confirm your request being taken. And if you are a presenter today, you will be accepted to the floor, and then your camera and mic will then become accessible via these central buttons. And once you've made your intervention or presentation, ideally you return to the audience via the release mic button. So it's the same blue button. But once again, this is just for the presenters for today. If you're mainly in the audience, please feel free to communicate via messaging. In settings, just quickly, you can check you have the correct camera, mic and speaker selected and see a quick preview in this window here, should you wish to. And in the documents folder, you'll see we have some useful documents today where you can download via the arrows to the right. And just to confirm, these are documents to take away from the meeting, to keep after the meeting. So please feel free to download these. Messaging, as mentioned before, here you have 3 tabs or channels, if you like. The main participants channel. So please feel free to send messages there. Questions, we can take questions through this section in the participants tab. The operators tab, so that's myself and Axel. We can assist there. Any technical questions, please feel free to ask. We're very happy to help. And the private tab, this is a useful one. Here you can see everyone that's in the meeting and send a direct message to an individual should you wish to. And just to confirm, these buttons at the top, you can choose to view the meeting as full screen or speaker view. So this is the current speaker in large, like a spotlight. And this button here, if you had a presentation on the screen for a long time, you could switch back to the gallery view of the delegates. So you can switch between the presentation and the delegates. And just to confirm, as with any online browser-based connection, sometimes you need to refresh. So if the browser is acting unpredictably, please feel free to refresh via the circular arrow here or here. They're both the same. And you'll leave the meeting for a few seconds, and then you'll be straight back with your browser resynchronized with the meeting and everything working. So that's the key controls. I'll stop speaking now, and I wish you a successful meeting. And of course, please feel free to contact us in the messaging if we can help. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Mogესალმებით. Good afternoon. My name is Georgi Mescheli. I've been introduced by Sanya. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the International Economic Relations Department Deputy Head. In the first place, let me express my happiness that for this opportunity to work with you today. I will moderate the first panel of this important forum, which is the business support programs of non-agricultural sector. As you might be aware, today's meeting is including 4 panels. I hope that we will have a productive meeting and we will have more regular productive meetings in future, which will offer nice opportunities to both to us and the members of Diaspora for sharing ideas about the support of Georgian economy. I won't take much time now, but let me repeat that the first panel consists of 2 parts. We have 3 speakers in the first and 4 speakers in the second. After each part, we will have questions answers session for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. To save time, could you please send your questions ahead into the chat box, which will allow us to answer all your questions. If we fail to answer any question, we will address it later. And all questions to the questions you are interested. So all questions will be answered. Let me now switch and give the floor to Mr. Tornike Zirakishvili, who is from Enterprise Georgia, the legal entity under public law of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development. He will discuss the opportunities and programs which the ministry supports for business support developments. Thank you, Georgi. Good afternoon. It's a great honor to talk to you about the activities of our agency. Specifically, we have 3 directions: access to finances, export fertilization, and foreign direct investments attraction. I will follow them one by one. Hopefully you can see my screen. So let me start. Once again, we want to share the main advantages which Georgia has in doing business and export or trade facilitation. We are a hub between Europe and Asia for investment attraction and trade turnover. Also, easiness of doing business. We share the 7th place in the world global rating. This year we expect the same. It's important to mention that Georgia is a country with one of the most lowest taxes for businesses. We are on the 3rd place of the lowest taxes countries. So operating business is very cheap. And also free trade agreement, which we have with about a market of about 2,300,000,000, also gives an ample opportunity. And we are increasing this, negotiating with India and US, which gives more opportunities. Of course, a new rating which has been published about Georgia is OECD investment, less restricted countries for investments, the 8th place. So this also confirms that the country has a huge potential, and we welcome the foreign investments into Georgia. The space matrix also is an important rating, and no government interference into the business operation, which is very important, is also contributing to the easy to do business. What do these ratings mean and where do they come from? We use a simple comparison. We took the leading countries of the world and compared their different indices with Georgia. So to demonstrate how easy it is to do certain action in Georgia. In developed countries, it takes 9 days to start business. In Georgia, 1 day. The property registration, 1 day in Georgia, 23.6 in other countries in average. This gives more time to businesses and more opportunities to achieve their goals. What are we doing, we as an agency, and what leverage do we have to support the business? Today, there are 3 leverages, and I will discuss them in loan co-funding, loan co-collateral, co-support, and micro. And so, if a business is starting to operate manufacturing, there are different sectors. Hospitality sector, we can subsidize for a certain time the loans taken from the bank. So the scheme is as follows. The business active in the sectors which we cover, and if they take a loan from 50,000 lari to 10 million from the bank for manufacturing or hospitality, from 4 million is for Georgian brands, or if it is international brand, 10 million. If they take a loan, we, Enterprise Georgia, are co-funding for 3 years and cover the interest, 11% of the interest. So in reality, a businessman taking 12% a loan on a interest rate of 12%, actually the effective payment is 1% only, because we co-fund 11%. So it gives a lot of funds, free funds for turnover, for operation. Another mechanism is collateral or support. In order to, of course, it would depend on the demand from the banks. And so the government is a guarantor for the loans. And then in manufacturing and in other sectors, we start from 50,000 lari to 5 million. So we have about over 170 beneficiaries which are enjoying this benefit. I want to show you how easy the process is. Actually, a business doesn't need to have interaction with the agency. The business goes to bank and asks them to get a loan for a certain activity, and ask them to help to negotiate with the Enterprise Georgia. If they meet the criteria, the bank automatically sends us their data, and after validating this, we automatically start co-funding. It takes about 4 or 5 days from our end, so it's very streamlined. The second direction interesting for us is micro grants, which has a broader coverage than our large-scale programs. Over 300 different activities and small services, imaginable services, open the hairdressing salons, food production, wine, and also in regions. We issue a grant up to 30,000 laris, and the business co-funding is only 10%. So after the businessman comes with a business idea, independent experts assess it, and then the applicant goes through the training.
That will be really accessible, and this is the largest program, and we have more than 9,000 beneficiaries as a result of this program. And the second area that is covered by the agency, this is the export promotion mechanism and what we are going to do. So we provide consultations to businesses about how they should export from Georgia. This can be the telephone conversation, also arranging a meeting to explain some principles. And we also have the free online training courses, and this is possible to access our website, Trade with Georgia, and there are 11 modules, and you will get familiar with the entire export cycle. And also, we can also offer the advanced courses for businesses, and we finance the participation in this course for the businesses. And the most active and widely used program is this is the co-funding program for going to exhibitions and other trips. And I wanted to highlight the biggest achievement in 2020. We were named as one of the best agencies for the promotion of the international trade, and this is really very important for us. Now, as for the co-financing mechanisms for the exporters. As I have mentioned, there is a co-funding to participate in exhibitions, and the funding is within the range of 60 to 90%. So the entire expense would be financed by 90% by the agency, and the same goes for the showrooms. When this is the case, then we may allocate the matching funds for 50% for the businesses. We have had a quite good achievement in regard to export, and we have attended about 65 different exhibitions during 5 years and 5 periods, and then there were many events postponed because of a pandemic, and we shifted many things online because the fashion industry, for example, could adapt to that quite fast. There are many new interesting sectors for export that we have identified, and this is, for example, food additives or food supplements. This is for children's clothes and also many other sectors as well, food additives for animals and poultry. And then I wanted to speak about the priority sectors for attracting the investments. You know that attracting investments, this is an unconditional priority for our country, but it is very important to speak about the following thing. This is the quality investment. What it means, the quality investment. This is the type of an investment that brings not only their capital into the country, but also employment, and that is focused on export. There are relatively new sectors, but we know that we have good potential also proven by the studies or researches. For example, production of spare parts for vehicles and also clothes and also shoes. That remains to be one of the priority sectors, and last year and this year this will be outsourcing of business processes. This is what can be offered by Georgia, and there are investors, they employ 2,000 people in Georgia, and they provide global services, ASUS and others, and this is happening in connection to Georgia, and this is a very good area. Of course, pandemic caused minor or slight changes. There are new sectors that have become even more active. This is pharmaceuticals and also logistics and warehousing as well. And here we see more interest as a result of the pandemic. One of the tangible or interesting program, this is focused on promoting these new sectors. We call them FDI grant program. FDI grant means what? Let's say if there is a significant international investor coming into Georgia, this can be in partnership with a Georgian company, and there are no limitations because the Georgian company may have a 50% share in this new company, and we can give them the cash back, and we can give the part of the money back to them. This will be the money that the investor will be spending in the country. Let's say manufacturing. If they produce electric appliances or machinery or spare parts of the vehicles or some devices, if they employ 150 or create the jobs, 150 new jobs, then 1 million lari will be given back. Or let's say in regards to the IT and BPO, if there is 5 million or 200 new jobs, then 750,000 lari will be given back to the investor. Then the investor may use this money for training or for infrastructure. It is up to them. This is their discretion. This is what I wanted to say in a few words. Of course, we are ready to get your questions. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much for your interest, and let me wish you success. Thank you very much, Mr. Tornike. And we have already received questions and comments, and we will take them and we will address them after the first session is over. And now I would like to give the floor to Tinatin Chachanidze. Welcome everyone on behalf of the National Agency of State Property, and I would like to thank the organizers of this economic forum. That's an interesting opportunity for us because we want to reach out to our diaspora representatives and to inform them about the activities of the National Agency of State Property. You know that the privatization of state property for some years, it was not quite well known to the people, and there was kind of obscurity about this issue, and we need to assure everyone that yes, the state property is really accessible for everyone. I would like to provide an overview of our activities, and of course, I will speak about the state property, and we dispose of them for the privatization or giving for enjoyment, and also we manage the state entities that could be also interesting. And in the nearest future, we plan to have the massive privatization of the entities that are still owned by the state. But here we need to have the strict registration documents, and we are the agency that does that, registers them, utilizes them, and the last but not least, for our diaspora representatives, they may know that we manage the state property, but also we provide services to the interested individuals. This can be the natural persons or legal entities. We provide these services, and there is a mechanism and there is an auction that we offer through our website eauction.ge. So not only we dispose of the state property, but also we help other individuals to do the same, to manage their property. Next slide, please. As you know, immovable property, that is the thing that is most associated with our agency, and usually there is the biggest interest in regards to the immovable property, especially for non-agricultural land plots. And real estate is the biggest concern for us. That is the easy procedure, and if anybody is interested, they just have to apply to us. They need to tell us that they are interested in purchasing some property, state property, and they can go to our website, which is one of the sources of information to know which state property is now available for private or natural persons or some individuals, but the list that is there is not so exhaustive. But when we analyze the demand, we only uploaded a certain category of properties on our website. Then when we get the application, we will also revise the application, which is not about the state property, but let's say Sometimes, well, it may be known through the National Agency for Public Registry that some property is owned by the state, and they may send us an application, and then we will process that. And then there can be a direct sale or the auction, but of course, there should be the investment terms and conditions in place. Then, the property is sold usually by EU auction, and of course we encourage the participation of many individuals, many bidders, so not to have any questions about the bias. The same procedure can be highlighted regarding the shares, but as for the movable property, automatically it is always uploaded on our online portal, and it is also possible to purchase them through our stores or shops, or any kind of household appliances, anything that is sold through the website of the National Agency of State Property, eauction.ge, and this is the property that can be interesting for the investment projects. Next slide, please. By the way, the pandemic clearly showed us that from our side, the contact with individuals through the front offices was not really very effective, and very soon and very smoothly we shifted to the online world, as others did, because of pandemic. And then we found out that our customers, consumers, they actually find it easier to communicate with us, the users, I mean, and of course, that is easy for us as well. We get applications online, and if anybody is willing to get some consultation, we can do that. We can provide online consultation, we can get their applications online, and also there is a hotline, and it is available as well all the time. However, on the other hand, we can also provide in-person communication as well. And of course, there are our front offices that are always ready for this, not only in the capital, but also in the regions. Let me say that the public service halls, they provide much support because they usually offer many services to our citizens. Next slide, please. Procedure for submitting the application. I mentioned that, and application forms can be filed online, and the contents can be free in any format, and although, well, there are also templates available that can be found on our website. For example, how to request the privatization of real estate, or in handing it over for the enjoyment, and also other terms and conditions related to the sale of state property, and if they want to buy things with the market price, or with some discounts, or something that could be compensated through other procedures. So anything related to the handover of the state property or any applications can be found there. And also these applications sometimes are ready, and it is available to the interested individuals, and these application forms can be filled out and sent to the agency, and we will review them, of course, online. Next slide, please. An interesting offer that was initiated already by the government of Georgia, and we can say that this is an ongoing project. This is 100 investment offers. What it means. 100 investment offers when this process was launched in various regions of Georgia. We selected attractive real estates, attractive for the businesses. And of course, we took into consideration the trends of economic development that we observe in Georgia currently, and the property can be used for different purposes. For example, this can be the like property that could be used for hotels, for enterprises, for food processing plants, and so on. There are many different types of properties, and as for real estate, non-agricultural real estate, here the government made this 100 investment offers, and the property is available through our website. But those who are interested in purchasing that, they can go through the e-auction process, and of course they can buy that through competitive procedures. So it is also important that this offer helps the business to select interesting real estate in the locations they are interested in, and also it is a tool for creating additional jobs in the regions and to attract foreign investments, and this is a certain support to the economic development of the country. And in fact, not only the government which offers the property to the businesses, but also then there should be the cooperation by the businesses as well, because there should be some investment projects implemented in this respect. Next slide, please. Here, for just illustration, we have two examples of this kind of property. It is in Cajeti. This is the location that is increasingly demanded. So this is just an example of what kind of real estate is offered by the state. In fact, this is just for an illustration, and any person can access our website to find more information. By the way, it is very easy to find it because there is a map, and the sites, the locations are mapped there with the special color code, and also there is details also provided about that. The next slide, please. The next slide is here. Yes. A very important governmental program that helps the business. And here one of the component is the real estate component, and we call that Enterprise Georgia. This is the governmental program. So the National Agency of State Property is involved in the implementation of this program, and correspondingly, through this program, the beneficiaries can get the real estate in order to establish the enterprise, an entity, and after meeting certain liabilities, the government will gives them the real estate with a considerably lower amount of money. Actually, it can be considered as a gift, as a donation, in order to support the local production. This is focused on attracting foreign investments as well. And one of the goals of the program is to produce the output for export, and the state actively supports the implementation of this program. And let me say that since 2014, many beneficiaries used this program, and we have had many success stories already. One of them, one of the most successful cases, the building that's actually everybody can see. This is the coffee factory. It has a very interesting architecture, but they are also our beneficiary, and with this government program, a very successful business project was created. Also, like any other program, this one this is also based on the mutual cooperation, and I will touch upon this issue a bit later. But first, go to the next slide, please. But skip one and go to the next one. Skip this one, please. Could you please go backwards? But here we can see the details. Well, a business entity which is interested in a program, they can obtain one gel property, and this is a symbolic price, one Georgian lari, and the properties that can be accessed. This is also available at the website of the agency, but this is not the closed list. And from time to time, based on the application of the interested parties, this can also be get larger, and with this symbolic price in exchange of that, the investor is expected to make 6 times more investment in Tbilisi. But as for other parts of Georgia, then the investment amount would be 4 times the price of this value of this property, or the price of the property. This is for promoting the investment projects in the regions, and also for creating the jobs locally. And to next slide, please. Next slide, please. The investment obligations should be focused on the type of the entity, on the profile of the activities that the interested party is committed to pursue, and what we will get as a result. Actually, this is the property handed over with no price, symbolic price, and for the sake of developing their businesses, whatever they incur, whatever expenses they have. So there is the entity that produces the local output, and also that promotes the attraction of a foreign investment. It also enhances or improves the quality of life in the region. And in a nutshell, this is one of the instruments for promoting the economic growth. Well, there can be a question about in what case an interested individual may meet this criteria. So how it is possible to be eligible to participate in the program. The program is based on the principle whoever makes the first application or expresses the interest first, if they are ready to commit to the investment obligations, then they will be prioritized. So the first come, first in, they will be prioritized. And if there is an interest for them to get benefit from the state program, and if it is mutually beneficial for state and for the businesses, of course, it is very important to have it done in a short period of time, because, well, other options can be better. Then we have had the case, well, sometimes there can be a second applicant, but the first one was prioritized because the property and the project was attractive. But the program really proved that Georgia has a potential to develop the business and also to expand the export potential, and to have it done also through the privatization of state property, among other tools. We are ready to answer to your questions during this forum, but also there is the contact information in our presentation, and those whoever is interested in the property related issues, or if you have questions, and so usually the questions are about specific pieces of property, then I'll be ready and my team will be ready to address your inquiries. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Tina. Indeed, you provided important information. Yes, usually we get many questions from our missions abroad about the issues like that. And I guess that you provided exhaustive information about all these things. The next one is Salome Hachiauri. She is the head of the Department of Innovation and Commercialization, Georgia's Innovation and Technology Agency, GITA. Salome, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me. It's a great honor and privilege to participate in this forum on behalf of Georgia Innovation and Technology Agency, GITA. I will inform you about our activities that can be quite interesting for the diaspora representatives. And could you please go to the next slide? Here, let me say that our agency is a legal entity of public law, LEPL, under the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia, and the main mandate of JICA is to act as a coordinator and a mediator in the process of implementing the National Innovation Policy. We call it JITA. This is the short name of our agency, and JITA's mandate is to create entrepreneurial ecosystem and coordinate its development process, also to coordinate the entire processes, also stimulate innovation and modern technologies and R&D and especially the research and development, and to facilitate commercialization, also to support innovative startups and their competitiveness, and also this is for the local markets and the global markets, and also to facilitate the cooperation between the representatives of scientists and businesses, promote digital literacy all over the country. That was very briefly about the mandate of the agency, and please go to the next slide. Here I would like to speak about our important programs, that is about access to funds. The agency has important grant programs that supports the implementation of innovative ideas and to transform these ideas into the private businesses. Let me say that there are 15,000 small grants program, and the main goal is to create the prototype of the innovative idea, and through this prototype the idea will be validated, will be tested, and then it will be taken to the market to meet the needs of the consumers. Also, we had the travel grants, but because of the pandemic, this grant program has been suspended for some time, and the purpose of the travel grant was to enable the Georgian startups to go abroad and also to attend conferences, to participate in competitions in other countries abroad. Hopefully, when the situation is over, our startups will be able again to participate in these events in other countries. After this 15,000 small grants program, then we had further funding stage. This is matching grants. This is 100,000 matching grants program. Why we call it the matching grants? This is co-financing actually, and there is 90% is financed by JITA, and 10% should be contributed by the individuals. This can be savings or this can be the bank loan, but it should not be coming from the public institutions. It should not be other grant of public institutions. This matching grant enables the startups or the new businesses to ensure and to make their innovative ideas into a product and then to test it on the market, and then these startups will be able to become more growth oriented and to reach out to the local markets and the global markets as well. Then after this we have the third one. This is again matching grant program, 650,000 innovation matching grant program, and this is for stimulating the growth and expansion of the companies and to reaching out to the global market. And here the startups are quite active here in the beginners. Let's say as for the 100,000 grant program, last year we had a record high number of applications. We had 303 applications and 40 were shortlisted. And at the final stage, they attended the 6-day coaching mentorship with the help of our foreign experts. These were the mentors from Silicon Valley. That was very important for Georgian startups because they learn how to do the business the way it is done at a global level according to the international standards. And correspondingly, after this process, we actually have the group of investors. They are coming from the Silicon Valley, from the venture investors. They decided to select 12 out of 40 finalists and to provide grants, and they will get 100,000, up to 100,000 Georgian lari as the grants. And of course, in this process, there is a matching component, 10%, 10. Then let me also say that is for 650,000 innovation matching grant program. For this, there is a big demand. However, it is very difficult to become the finalist. Last year we had 13 projects that got the funding, and this competition, this matching grants program that also envisages the co-financing. This is 50-50 co-financing, where the share of the agency is 50% and the share of the business is 50. And of course, it is more difficult to attract investments.
Please switch to the next slide. Shortly, who is eligible for the participation in the first place? They are open for the Georgian citizens or legal entities incorporated in Georgia. The procedure is simple. Our agency has a portal, grant.g dash gov.g, and all the information is available there. You can apply for 15,000 grant around the year. It's an open call, but the applications are accepted only in Georgian. With the larger grants, they are bilingual, Georgian and English, because we have international subject matter experts. That's why we require bilingual Georgian English. The startup applications are accepted twice a year. Anyone can apply on our site, and also we are using social network Facebook for advertising. I want to emphasize an important program which promoted the Georgian ecosystem of innovations. It's an international accelerator program which was introduced to Georgia. About 500 startups entered Georgia. This is one of the most famous accelerators. We managed to bring them to Georgia. It's a great achievement for our country. In total, within this program, 8.1 million laris has been spent, and our partnership with the Bank of Georgia, who is quite active in this program, and they will mobilize 1 million laris as their co-funding share. This was our biggest achievement last year. I mean the agency. We have also another important program, skills development and innovation infrastructure. We have a program for retraining, training 3,000 IT specialists. I will discuss it in the next slide. Our agency also is actively developing the infrastructure necessary for this service. It implies also in Georgian regions, we will be equipping different innovation centers and hubs. We opened a technopark in Batumi, innovation center in Kaspi, Gurjani, and we are quite aggressive in the regions to allow the regions to develop and catch up with the capital city. Generally, we often have info days and consulting days. They are mostly also on Facebook. We publish the information about grants, and we have outreach sessions in the regions. I mentioned 3,000 IT specialist training programs. which is supported by WB. The purpose of this program is to raise the awareness of the IT in the digital economy and get them on board. We piloted it with the 5,000 IT specialists in program management. Then we will increase the scale, and hopefully by 2023 we will have additional 2,500 IT specialists trained. Let me also focus on free online services for entrepreneurs. They can create online platforms for their business support, and also they learn about the main functional of their management. And together with the Business Technology University, we have a remote online business technology and innovation video blogs, avatar lectures, electronic readers, and podcasts. Let me once again emphasize why Georgia. First, we have very good, innovative, and startup-friendly environment here. One of the fastest growing economies in the region, which is confirmed by many rankings worldwide. We have very lenient tax legislation, cheap labor, 160 people from 160 countries are eligible to live and work in Georgia. And our banking is quite simple, which speaks for itself. Why diaspora and why it is important for developing in ecosystems in infrastructure. We're proud to have a very good experience with working with Diaspora. And one of the good example is that during one of the formal visits to US, as a result of meeting our agency people with this diaspora, Zaza Pachuli and George Harrison in one of the states in the Silicon Valley who are working on artificial intelligence, they invested $1.2 million in Georgian startup Pulsar. The people in innovation and technologies, our target groups, potential investors, students studying abroad related to innovation, and successful scientists. Briefly, what our agency can offer to diaspora. We can offer the grant program or getting involved in the evaluation, startup evaluation commission, inviting successful scientists or people in the field and technology as startup mentors, and also inviting scientists, involving scientists in technology transfer pilot programs and which pursues commercializing of the technologies created by Georgian universities through licensing in other countries and foreign partners, and also transforming remittances into investments. That's in a nutshell about our agency. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer your question and wish you a successful day. Thank you. Thank you, Salome. Our first part of the first panel is over, and now we have Q&A session. Before we start this, I want to make a comment This is a question which we are frequently asked by our foreign partners or our compatriots living abroad who are interested in starting business. Purchasing land or leasing a land. Can you cover this? This might be interesting for Georgians living abroad. I will share what I know, but please correct me if I'm wrong. I asked Tinatin. If it is a non-agricultural land and the business rents this land, there is no restriction on this for either for foreign citizens or Georgian citizens. But if it is a purchase takeover of the title, land title, then if the land is taken over by a legal entity registered in Georgia, and if this company has an investment project and the majority stakeholder shall be a foreign individual or a foreign company. So if it is a legal entity registered in Georgia, but the majority stakeholder is a Georgian, also there is no restriction. Did I put it right? Yeah, it was right, but partially. During buying land, foreign citizens, it applies only with the agricultural land. If the majority stakeholder is in the company is a foreigner, they can't buy land, agricultural land. But if it is non-agricultural land, there is no restriction, either for foreigners or Georgian residents. So the law gives the full discretion. Thank you. Now let me read the questions. Some of them are comments. We had very many comments to Tornike's presentation about parameters. There is a comment that it would be great if you communicate with investors in order to improve the parameters. I assume that the international organizations who are working on establishing these parameters, they have liaison with the investors. I can answer. There are two directions. Is how we work with the international organization, feed them the information. And the second is the Department of Strategic Communications and Relations, which is in the ministry. So they, based on the feedback, they modify or improve the programs. Last year, so we increased from 7% last year to 11%, and it increased to the 3 years co-funding because we had interaction and feedback from our international or local partners. The next question, I think it needs some clarification. So collateral guarantee up to 90%. It's a question asked by Theory Antadze. If we take an example, we take a loan 100,000 and we don't have a collateral. The government appears as a guarantor up to 90,000 laris. So the bank, actually the applicant, the loan taker will have to pay 10%. But this is true only for manufacturing and hospitality sector. The next question is also to Tornike. Zal Sarajishvili asked few questions, but I don't see the priority. A Georgian living abroad can take a bank loan because they can't open a bank account remotely. So they have to issue a power of attorney, which is not always good. So is there any innovation on anything planned for opening a bank account remotely? There are some discussions for starting business electronically, but in the banking, TBC Bank and others, because they want to open their bank to the international community and make it accessible, so they are working. But the mandatory condition is that it should be a company registered in Georgia if they want to take a bank loan. But there is no restriction for the applicants for our grants. They even can take trainings by electronically online and also apply for a grant and receive a grant online. Another interesting question is about this, and let me ask it. Bank loans in Georgia can be attractive for the people living in Europe because the amount of the loans is 3 times less. Yes, I agree, but that's our reality. When they give you a loan in Europe at 1-2%, in Europe, it's impossible, Georgia, because our banks charge 11-12%. So that's our reality. That's why our country has 550 new companies, and we help to create 50,000 new jobs. So our program has this specific focus to make the access to financing more attractive. Another question. Can you apply for a grant and provide your business plan online? Yes, it's possible. They can do it online. Business plan, training, application, mission, and our expert support program is also online, also while signing an agreement. So if something fails or there is a miscommunication online, I would advise you to call our embassies in your country of residence, and they will support you, assist you. And also a question about employment. Georgian legislation has no restrictions on age or nationality. So there are no restrictions for nationality or age. So how we protect the labor market? There are several steps. With the micro grants, we issue them only to Georgian citizens, and we have over 9,000 beneficiaries. Also, Georgian companies who take part in the bank loan component, mostly they employ Georgians, and we monitor this. And also a new program which we implemented, ATI grant. There is a condition that when a foreign investor comes in, there is a mandatory condition that the investor shall employ 60% of the labor force shall be Georgian. You see, one of the activities of coming to Georgia is the cheap labor. That's why they come to Georgia. The next question from Nino Nasidze to Tornike. Are there financing projects on quality management in order to make Georgian products more competitive at the international market? The quality assurance and control, there are different directions here. One is technical. This is improvement of equipment. We have a leasing program which can help to refresh their technical potential, technical support and expertise. They can use it up to 10,000 lari in management finances, which is a priority for them. This is a net grant which they can take. And also we have expert managers training, which also provide technical expertise to the companies how to plan their exports. So we have also a few large donor organizations who work in different sectors. The Agriculture and Rural Development Agency, who has a program supporting certification, and also we developed a program which will be piloted this year, hopefully. This is facilitation of certification and branding facilitation. And the third, the access to the international markets grant program. It was a bit slowed down due to pandemics, but hopefully it can recover and catch up this year. Another question from our foreign compatriots in France and in Germany, they say there is an intermediate organization which establishes contacts with the businesses of their countries of residence and our agencies. I think Enterprise Georgia, I think, should be the primary stakeholder facilitating the business communication, of course, looking at their interests. I also wrote in the comments that in our embassies we have officers, economic attaches who work on this area, and the primary, so they could bring their primary interests and messages to them, which could be useful. I think some of them know about this channel, but I want to publicize it to make it available to everybody. If this is the organization that I'm thinking about, last year we had a meeting with the representative last October. I personally attended and we discussed and also shared the materials. So they affiliated in Georgia. Another question. So we will have only Tornik answering them, or maybe Tinatin. Can you register a foreign citizen, register a business in Georgia online? As far as I know, they can do it only by proxies, power of attorney. But we're working on this, that it can be fully online in future. Tinatin. The next question is to you because we also shelled bomb Tornike with questions. So can you take part in real property bidding for a Georgian living abroad in auctions? Could you unmute your microphone, please? Sorry. Electronic bidding is done by online. The only technical hindrance is for a foreign participant auctioneer that they have to provide a bank guarantee or other guarantee. And sometimes it so the problem which we discussed with distant communication with the bank also is damaging this. Otherwise, the online biddings are free for the participants, but there are some technical issues, but we're working on this and hopefully we will cope with them. Another, our compatriot is asking to share the link to the website where the electronic auctions are announced. Yes. The property. So the property is also represented, but you can get to the Enterprise Georgia site and choose property. And also, if there are 100 investment proposals, there is a special line for it's nasp.gov.g. So they can download and they will see this page. A question. Is there a designated officer in the embassy? I think I have answered this question. Do your programs comply with the labor safety, labor protection requirements? It's a general is it a general question to any government program, or specifically it's not specified? In the real property part, we don't have any special requirements. So general provisions for labor safety or labor protection apply, which are mandatory for any business. So we don't have specific requirements. Thank you. Renting a public real property, how can it happen and for how long? So using or exploiting the public real property follows the same rules. It should be auctioned, and if the property is so the purpose of using this property fits a profile, certain profile, we can consider this feature as an advantage. But it's a fair competition based and the same procedure as for regular auctions. Thank you. One more question, and this will end our session, question answer. Pridon Subitida from USA. So I'm funding advanced sensors development in Georgia, which are very demanded in Europe. How much do you facilitate export to European market, or are you interested in creating a regional hub in Georgia? I think Salome, this question to Salome. Thank you. Generally, I can't remember anything specifically about sensors because our agency is working generally on innovations and technology, but we have had cases with the foreign companies funding Georgian startups, and we try to facilitate the export of their produce to Europe. I don't have anything specific, but I can share my personal email, and or he can find the information in infog.gov.g, and we can discuss the details. And one question which I can't help sharing is to Tornike. It's about the investments. Eduard Edgaro is asking what's the volume of reinvesting in companies working in Georgia? What's the dynamic? We have a good trend. 25.5% is reinvestment, which is high index. 6 years ago, we introduce a new principle. Reinvestment is tax exempt, the profit tax exempt. This also attracted foreign investments are exempt, and this increases the trust. That's why we increase the number of investments. Thank you. So, if you have any other questions, let me finish now because
we are behind the agenda, and this is why I would like to start the second session. I would like to thank you for finding time and for interesting presentations. And I think it was quite interesting and informative. Maybe not everybody had a chance to have this interaction with you, and that was really very important. Regarding the second session, I would like to give the floor to the next speaker. But, well, I think it will be Marika. She will make the presentation now because the previous one had some technical problems. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Georgi. I would like to welcome our dearest representatives of the Georgian diaspora and the organizations and the EU delegation to Georgia. And I would like to thank you very much for invitation. This initiative is much needed and it is very interesting, and I hope it continues in the future and we will have more cooperation. And now I will turn off my camera. So as for the USAID Economic Security Program, that started in April 2013, and it will continue until it started in 2019 and it will continue until April 2024, and its main goal is to accelerate broad-based growth of sectors with a strong potential to create jobs, to increase incomes, and also to increase micro, small, and medium enterprise MSMEs revenues that are specialized in selected sectors. Of course, it is very important and interesting to see which sectors are these. Again, could you please go to the next slide? Yes, this is tourism. Specifically, here we have a specific value chains under tourism: gastronomic tourism, cultural, historical, mountain adventure, and also we have light manufacturing. That is our target sector, and its value chains are furniture, packaging, construction materials, also solid waste management, PPE as well, personal protection equipment. Then we have creative industries, which is also included in that sector, and its value chains are movie production, also post-production, and also animation as well. And post-production means editing and special effects, and we have the Georgian artisans. This is the support for Georgian artisans. When we talk about these sectors and value chains, I would like to underline that we are here talking about high value products, which also means that the price is higher. That's the same applies to when we speak about, for example, the job creation, which is another focus for us. Here we are talking about the high value or high income jobs and the creation of that kind of jobs, not just jobs. The next one is intellectual services. We call it the shared intellectual services, as we call it. And here we have electronic commerce and logistics. And in a few words, I would like to say how they were selected, these sectors and the value chains. There was a very large-scale study, and together with our partner organization, with local experts as well, we invited international experts, also from our head office as well. And together with them, there were very intensive consultations with the private sectors, government agencies, the ministries, also with the agency representatives. So, for example, Enterprise Georgia, GTAM, and our partners are these agencies. And let me also say that the business support organizations and associations as well. As a result of these intensive consultations, we selected these three sectors and value chains. And this study is also available. And if you are willing or interested, then of course we can share it with you through IOM. Next slide, please. As you may know, with the purpose of enhancing the competitiveness, we need to address and cover all the ecosystems implied therein. In our case, this is, and we can clearly see here, it is given here, and I will not list, let's access to finance, for example, or workforce development is one of the subcomponents. And there is also market linkages and innovation investment enablers. And we also support the innovation indeed, and this is actually done through GTAM. And let me tell you, if we go to the next slide, please, I will tell you what mechanisms or what facilities we have in our program to ensure that we cover all the components in this ecosystem and to have the approaches from every side, comprehensive approaches. Here we have three mechanisms, three instruments. This is grants, Partnership Development Fund, PDF, and also we have technical assistance. Namely, I would like to delve into these three facilities. Next slide, please. Next one, and then we'll get back to the differences. I think it will be more logical. So our grant program, that is for the private sector, also for non-governmental organization, educational organizations, business service organizations, and so on. And those depending on what kind of co-financing or matching funding mechanism they have, we also discuss it. And our budgets, the total budgets, the grant budget I mean here, this is 4.6 million USD equivalent in Georgian lari. This year we have planned 1.2 million US dollars, and the equivalent in lari will be disbursed for grant programs. And also we want to finance 35 grants during this year. Let me also say that our fiscal year and the project year start in October and it will be over at the end of September. And this is why these planned budgets and amounts, this also coincides with the same period. As for our grant amounts, this also coincides with the same period. As for our grant amount, the maximum amount is 100,000 USD, equivalent in Georgian lari per each beneficiary, per every recipient. And in Georgian lari, yes, I already mentioned that it will be dispersed in the Georgian lari. And could you please go to the next slide, and we will see who the eligible organizations are to participate in our grant program. These are registered organizations that are legally registered and recognized in Georgia. This can be an NGO, educational institutions. It is also possible to have the private entities or micro or small businesses MSMEs, also business support organizations, business servicing organizations, and also associations of various sectors. They are also eligible to apply and to submit their grant proposal and to request funding from us. And next slide, please. This is, I think, interesting to see what kind of a co-financing is available and what kind of shares we request from what kind of organization. If we are talking about the private sector, then here the program envisaged 60% co-funding, but because of the pandemic and the subsequent hindering problems, that was a big problem for private sector. We have lowered this percentage, this share of co-financing, but please keep in mind that it will not continue for a long time, and it will be only until the end of 2021. And I hope that, well, hopefully there will be no more pandemic and we will get back to 60% co-financing request requirements. But as for non-commercial entities, we call them NGOs or non-governmental organizations, associations or cooperatives. From them, 30% contribution will be requested, and it can be in kind, and it may not be only financial or monetary participation, because, well, this is what we have. And the grants we have for educational organizations and training centers. This can be an accredited training organizations or colleges or universities or unofficial informal ones. They can apply and their co-participation will be like 30%, and it is possible to have the in-kind contribution. Next slide, please. Here we have listed some topics that right now, as I'm speaking, they are now announced on the jobs.ge. This is either currently announced or planned for this year, and the list is about the issues or sectors for which our RFA, request for application, is announced or will be announced soon. Please look at this link below, and you know that, well, of course you will get these materials. It will be all communicated, and please check it out and periodically visit this website, not to miss any call for proposals. Now let's talk about, next slide, please. Next slide. The second mechanism, which is also interesting, that our program has, this is a Partnership Development Fund. That is intended for larger partnerships, and strategically it's larger scale, and we are seeking for the broader partnerships. And I think here it is possible for the diaspora to play a good role, and I hope there will be an interest, and maybe you could approach for the cooperation with this fund. It is interesting that it is a more flexible mechanism. There are no deadlines. It is open. It is still available on jobs.ge. The call is available there. It is focused on strategic or large-scale partnership, as I have already mentioned. It has two types of partnership. Public-private partnership, PPP, and global development alliances, GDAs. Good thing here is that we work on the concept with the involvement of this program, and then the concept is transformed into the program, and of course we are involved. And let me repeat that here we're looking for the initiatives where the investments will be attracted. High paid jobs will be created, and it will be possible to actually have more and expanding investments. Can we get back to the slide? Two slides before, that was the comparison between the partnership funds and the grants. I think that was that PDF and grants. In this slide, we have just to make a difference. What's the difference between the PDF and the grants? As you can see, co-financing is also different. If we are asking for, in case of GDA, Global Development Alliance, so this is a 50%. As for PPP, there's no such requirements, and there is no requirement of the minimum contribution. However, it is necessary for the government of Georgia to participate in that. So those parties, if we work with the beneficiaries still, we call them the partner. In case of the grants, if it implies some kind of assistance, in case of PDF, well, it is a partnership, and this is actually being a partner to create programs like that. Then please go to the next slide. The second to last, the next one. One more. And here we have the technical assistance. Let me explain what we have. So usually it is understood as it is related to the technical issues, or I mean technical equipment maybe, but it means there is a consultation assistance or as intellectual support with experts or with our capacities, or it can be research or training or anything. Intellectual consultation support or assistance that the businesses may need for implementing this particular initiative and for increasing its revenues. So I talked about the PDF. Next slide, please. And then we have this one. If you have additional questions, I'll be happy to address them. But as for the application, whether it's a grant or a PDF, they have time for questions and a platform as well. So anybody, any interested person, they can send electronically their inquiries when they read the application or announcements or the call for proposal. They can read it, and there are also some templates or the forms attached to them, and both of them or both mechanisms, they have their own templates which is filled out, and then we can receive them before the deadline, and the committee will review them, and then we will get back to you with the respective decision. That was all I have finished, and if you have questions, well, I can answer to them now. Well, thank you very much, but I think questions will be in the end of this session because we are very pressed in time. I think we are behind by 40 or more minutes, and I would like to ask Mr. David Okropiridze. He was supposed to be the first speaker before you, but maybe he can take the floor now. David? Mr. David? Yes. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you well. Hello. I have it in English and If I may, I will speak English. Okay, there is translation and we can do it in English, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Okropidze. I represent the EU for Business Facility, the project which is tasked with studying and analyzing the results of the impact of the EU for Business projects in the Eastern Partnership countries. I'm grateful to the organizers of this event for giving me this nice opportunity to talk to you about the background and context of the EU support programs and to present to you an overview of the selected EU for Business projects implemented in Georgia. So let's start with some background information. Please, next slide, please. So it was in 2004 when the EU initiated the European neighborhood policy to have closer connections with its new neighbors in its east and southern borders. Soon after, Georgia became a member of the European neighborhood policy as one of the eastern neighboring countries. In 2009, the EU and eastern neighboring countries launched the Eastern Partnership Initiative. So this is a policy initiative to promote better political association and economic integration between the EU and the Eastern Partnership countries. This group includes the following countries: this is Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Belarus, Moldova, and Ukraine. The Eastern Partnership Initiative is backed by a number of the EU support programs, which with the overall goal of increasing stability, prosperity, and resilience of the EU Eastern neighbors. Next slide, please. Შემდეგი slide შეიძლება. So,
please, next slide, please.
Support programs. It is an umbrella initiative which encompasses all EU support dedicated to small and medium-sized enterprises in the Eastern Partnership countries. SMEs are the backbone of the region's economy. In Georgia's case, they comprise 99.7% of enterprises, sustain about 2/3 of jobs, and produce over 60% of gross value added. Overall, EU for Business projects support SME growth by promoting business enabling environment, providing business development services, and improving access to finance. I will talk about each of these EU for Business pillars and give you examples of respective projects. Let us start with the EU for Business pillar, business enabling environment. Please, next slide. შემდეგი სლაიდით შეიძლება. These projects depicted on the slide are about strengthening the capacity of staff of various government ministries and agencies to improve legal frameworks and administrative procedures to ensure inclusive and targeted policy making through effective consultation and collaboration between the government and the private sector. Also about communicating with and raising awareness of SMEs about the reforms affecting them, implications of these reforms, and steps to ensure compliance. შემდეგი slide შეიძლება. So on this slide, we see examples of business enabling environment projects which help national authorities in strengthening their capacities to effectively implement regulatory reforms prescribed by Chapter 4 of the Association Agreement, also referred to as DCFTA, Deep and Comprehensive Free Trade Area. So the first project engages with the National Food Agency to further improve its role in food safety, veterinary and phytosanitary policy implementation in line with the EU acquis. The other project helps Georgian Accreditation Center in adopting best EU practices to perform accreditation in the field of the EU technical regulations approximated by Georgia. Next slide, please. So as it is presented on this slide, the group of EU for Business projects may be concerned with developing wider policy frameworks and implementing structural reforms in the financial sector, as in case of the project led by the World Bank Group, or may aim at the improvement of the investment climate in the country, as in case of the EBRD-led project. Now let's turn to projects under the pillar Business Development Services. Next slide, please. So, so-called BDS projects, these provide non-financial business services to SMEs, for example, supporting startup registration, accounting, marketing, technology transfer, product development, skills training, etc. It also offers capacity development to business membership organizations and business support organizations like chambers of commerce, business associations, professional bodies, training institutions, consulting companies, freelance consultants. It does through mentoring, coaching, training of trainers, study tours, and direct advisory support with the view to enhance existing services, build new ones, or improve organizational standing, structures, and processes of these organizations. These projects also promote and support the development of business clusters consisting of entities involved in the same field of activity but on different positions in the value chains or of those pursuing common interests. These projects are also supporting the establishment and development of business accelerators and incubators. They also support business-to-business linkages and facilitate international trade. BDS projects may also provide small grants to SMEs and work with government ministries and agencies to develop supportive policy frameworks and national or sectoral development strategies. Next slide, please. So projects described on this slide aim at export and trade facilitation. One of them works with the business and associations in economic sectors showing high export growth potential, like organic food, creative industries, textiles, tourism, and winemaking, to enhance SME internationalization, export capacities, and access to new markets. The other project supports the generation and dissemination of quality information on market trends and applicable regulations by countries and product categories. Next slide, please. So next couple of projects are introducing and rolling out a cluster-based approach to business development. Both of them put lots of effort to work at the grassroots level to raise awareness and promote cooperative interactions among private entities, to recruit them as potential cluster members, to build trust among them, and then to walk them through the phases of joint cluster development, namely initiating, nurturing, bringing to maturity, opening up, and internationalizing. These projects also work with government ministries and implementing agencies to scale up and ensure the sustainability of the project's results. Clusters for Development project works in apparel, construction materials, and tourism industries. As for EU Innovative Action for Private Sector Competitiveness in Georgia project, it focuses on packaging and seedling sectors. The project engages Georgian diaspora to open up to new avenues for cooperation, to draw on the relevant expertise of Georgians living abroad, to foster the establishment of joint ventures, to promote B2B linkages, and to facilitate international trade. Thanks to this project, we are all gathered here and have this nice opportunity to see each other, and I hope to engage in lively discussions. Next slide, please. So, this slide provides information on another two very successful BDS projects. One of them, IICI project, focuses on innovation, technology transfer, and commercialization of innovative products. And the other one aspires for promoting green growth and income generation in the remote regions of Georgia by supporting business in organic agriculture and mountain tourism sectors. We have already learned about activities and results achieved so far by Georgia's Innovation Technology Agency, which is supported by the IICI project, and we will also learn more about the implementation and first results of the Greta project during the next session. So with this, I continue with presenting to you projects under the EU for Business pillar, Access to Finance. Next slide, please. So EU for Business pillar, Access to Finance. EU for Business pillar, Access to Finance. Design elements of various access to finance projects include interest subsidies, guarantees, currency hedging, incentive grants to SMEs which are linked to loans, financing through structured funds, equity financing. They also provide technical assistance to develop capacities of partner financial institutions and engage in financial literacy trainings of SMEs as well. Next slide, please. So access to finance measures listed on this slide transfer resources to the Green Growth Fund. This is the European Structured Fund, which provides refinancing of investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency through the partner financial institutions. Beneficiaries include SMEs, households, and municipalities. Local currency loans are available through these measures. These measures also provide for capacity building, training, and consultancies to develop lending operations and to increase the awareness. Next slide, please. So the next group of access to finance projects support SMEs in those Eastern Partnership countries which signed deep and comprehensive free trade agreements with the EU. The first one, DCFTA initiative, is implemented by European Investment Bank, provides for capped guarantees to financial intermediaries for loans to be extended to SMEs. It also offers capacity building to partner financial institutions, including microfinance organizations. As for the DCFTA SME Direct Finance Program, it combines loans with grants to support direct SME finance. It provides for loan guarantees schemes and offers technical assistance to SMEs to increase the success rate of their investment projects. As for the third one, EBRD credit lines, there are two phases simultaneously active as of now. These provide credit lines accompanied by technical assistance to the partner financial institutions for on-lending to SMEs, as well as for incentive grants up to 10 to 15% of the loan amounts to SMEs, which fulfill their obligations successfully. They also provide trade finance to facilitate cross-border trade and domestic distribution operations. Next slide, please. So the last group of A to F projects are implemented in all Eastern Partnership countries. The first one listed here is SME Competitiveness Program. It aims at providing long-term loan financing to SMEs for investments which improve on products, technologies, or processes such that they meet EU standards on environmental protection, occupational safety and health, product quality and safety, and facilitate green growth. The second project listed here is EU Local Currency Partnership Initiative, and it makes medium-term loans in local currency available to underserved SMEs and low-income households without exposing them to the foreign currency exchange risk. And the last project listed here, EBRD's Women in Business program, offers women-led SMEs with tailor-made loan products, access to advice and know-how, awareness raising, and networking opportunities. It also works with partner financial institutions to increase their capacities in serving women-led SMEs. Next slide, please. So this slide and the next one provide information on potential beneficiaries, the maximum amount of loans, and partner financial institutions from which these loans are available by the source of funding. As you see from this table, maximum amount of DCFTA-related loan financing can be as much as 586,000 euro. Next slide, please. Partner financial institutions from which loans are available include TBC Bank, Bank of Georgia, Basis Bank, ProCredit Bank, Credo Bank, and microfinance organization Crystal. Loans are available in Georgian lari. To get the loan financing and associated technical assistance, potential beneficiaries should apply to the partner financial institutions directly. Next slide, please. So I would like to conclude the overview of EU for Business portfolio of projects by presenting to you the aggregate results of their implementation in Georgia as of 2019. So more than 36,000 SMEs were reached by these projects, 25% of which are women-led or owned enterprises. About 117,000 jobs were sustained and over 31,000 jobs were created with the help of these projects. Average turnover in the supported enterprises increased by 14%, and the total value of exports of these enterprises increased by 3%. With this, I would like to close this presentation. I will stay tuned for the rest of the presentations and be available for your questions as well. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
დიდი მადლობა ბატონო დავით. გადავდივარ.
Thank you very much, Mr. David. And now the next speaker, Mr. Georgi Rogava. Hello. Is Kutaisi Hualing a free trade zone? I think I will be able to share the screen. In a nutshell, let me tell you about the Hualing Group, which is an investment group in Georgia, represented. It's entered the country back in 2007. They implemented over $600 million investment in different sectors. I will highlight the major business directions. Hualing Free Trade Zone in Kutaisi, Hualing Tbilisi Sea New City on 420 hectares in the vicinity on Tbilisi, a residential complex with about 50 homes, Hualing Tbilisi Sea Plaza, which is a commercial space and the largest commercial hub in Caucasia. Hualing is also taking part in hospitality sector, hotels. The most famous is five-star hotel, Hotel Preference Hualing, and the oldest Georgian bank is Basis Bank, BB Leasing, etc. Let me focus now on the free trade zone in Kutaisi, which is operating from 2011. It is located in Kutaisi, which is this top second by size. The area is 36 hectares. It's noteworthy that the management of this zone also applied to the Ministry of Economy for extension. Very soon it will grow up to 55 hectares. The proposals of the free trade zones, what we can offer to Georgian or international investors who want to do business in the free trade zone. A ready infrastructure, especially I want to focus on the constructions. Free zone, the former car plant, which was the largest plant on 100 hectares, employing over 16,000 people, which was abandoned and taken over by Hualing, where they started building the free trade zone. So we took over many redundant constructions which were obsolete and dilapidated. Hualink invested in rebuilding these construction. Many of them have been condemned and deconstructed. As a result, we received an industrial space which is very diverse. The total space, the smallest is 120 square meters and the biggest is 15,000 square meters. In South Caucasus, Kutaisi Free Trade Zone is one of the locations where you can enjoy such level of infrastructure. The constructions are different with their height and area and business specificity because some production lines need a higher construction, some of them lower. So we allow the investor to customer tailored to choose customer tailored constructions. We also offer land plots for the investment projects who are interested in building their own constructions. Some of them do it for because of their business profile. They have to meet certain standards. We have such we already have such experience in the free trade zone. One of the companies built their own construction because they wanted to meet the international standard. Also, we have a broad choice of offices. We have an office business center where a company wants to open an office, manufacturing or trade. The main attractivity and advantage of this zone is the tax exemptions which we offer. Georgia is positioning itself in the global map as the one of the lowest tax tax countries. But we have other incentives, free zones where an investor can enjoy a zero rate tax. You can see the main taxes on the table: VAT, which is 18% in Georgia, and in our zone is zero. Corporate profit 15%, zero in Hualink. Dividend 5%, zero. Property tax up to 1%, and it is still zero in Hualink. Imports taxes 12%, 15 or zero, while it's always zero in the free trade zone. And following the global practice in the free trade zone, the sales taxes, the taxes on sales from the free trade zone is only 4%, and the income tax is 20%, but only for employees, with only difference that employees are liable for their own taxes, while in the rest of Georgia, this is an employer's liability. So if the investor is not selling their produce on the domestic market and is working only for exports, or operational part is tax exempt and the whole profit which they earn they can repatriate anytime for reinvestment at zero rate. Also, for the industrial companies, the certificate of origin also gives preference to the investor. In Kutaisi Free Trade Zone, any manufactured goods can be exported to EU markets and EU countries free of customs tax. Also import to CIS also with zero customs tax, and also enjoy the same with Ukraine, Turkey, China. Also, Georgia has simplified customs procedure agreement with FTAP countries. The goods manufactured in free trade zone get the same certificate or origin as other Georgian goods, which allows them to export to those countries free of customs fees, which makes them more competitive on the global market. It's very easy to start a business in a free zone. You can register a company in one day, and it's noteworthy that non-residents are given 100% property title in the free trade zone, unlike the practices in other free trade zones. They require a local partner. It's not the case in Hualink, and it's easier to start business. No minimum chartered capital is required, so it's free from liabilities, irrespective was the volume amount of their investments. The bank account can be opened in Georgia or any bank worldwide for the company. The operation process. The Free Trade Zone Administration is offering the full utility provision, electric power, water, natural gas. They can easily connect to the infrastructure and pay the lowest rate in Georgia because in free trade zone those services are tax exempt and therefore they cost cheaper than in the rest of Georgia. At the free trade zone we have a customs checkpoint with simplified declaration procedure. In 1 hour the goods can be declared and imported into the free trade zone. Companies interested in developing their own infrastructure and constructions, the free zone is issuing the construction permits, and the investor doesn't have to deal with the local authorities and municipalities. Extra services. General consulting service, shipments processing, loading, uploading, downloading, facilitation of certificate of origin issuance. We help them when dealing with the commercial chamber. And we also help the investors, those who need some environmental permits for their industrial projects. Mostly it's true for the industry and manufacturing who has some impact on the environment like the waste. Also customs brokering service. Also we have a special residential complex which investors are using for their own people or their employees. So it's can be used by the. Also we help them with employment. In Kutaisi we have HR offices which provide the investors with the human resources. Also, we help them with the residential permit if there is a need. In our free zone, an investor has an obligation that at least 75% of the labor force should be 75 local Georgians and only 25% international. So all investors who come to us are oriented on employing the local labor force. The infrastructure projects which we have and which we present are destined to make all steps for the investors easier in Georgia or in the free zone. Our infrastructure minimizes the capital costs for an investor to start a business. So all they can get this infrastructure from the free zone administrator, and they just have to buy the machinery, the production lines, and start the production as soon as possible. And we even can help them with this, with Basis Bank and the affiliate BB Leasing. We can provide them with a leasing credit. An investor can get a leasing on machinery and equipment, which also is partnering with the government grant program, so they get the assistance of about 20%. Also, if an investor needs a financial resource, they can apply to Basis Bank or other banks, and there is a co-funding of the interest. Basis Bank, as our partner, offers to the residents of the zone the exclusive services like opening an account, transfer, insurance, etc. Today, we have 150 legal entities, companies in free zone. The total sum of the amount of the investment is 60 million US dollars, and we employ over 1,000 people. This is an achievement, our achievement as of today. Unfortunately, the pandemic prevented us from more growth because we have to work online. The next slide. The existing industries based in our zone. Especially I want to focus on solar panel module production, AE Solar, which one of the leaders in this sector worldwide. And we have one of the most advanced production lines in this area, which sells its produce in the region, also in Europe and US, and they have their goods are very much demanded. Also, we have a lumber processing and the wood furniture production, textile, pharmaceuticals, and many others. Currently, those are the pending project. This is the furniture and doors production. It works at 50%, and by the end of the year, it will work at 100%. They will employ 1,000 people. Their produce goes to US and Canada. Also, ferrous alloys plant, which is almost fully operational. It just needs to be connected to the electric power source. And also plastic recycling production. This ends my presentation. Thank you for your attention. You can find the contact information here, and I'm open to your questions. Thank you. Thank you, Georgi. And the last speaker of this panel is Madam Tamar Sakhishvili. Good afternoon. It's very encouraging that I can greet our diaspora and businessmen and manufacturers. I will be talking about the Poti-free industrial zone. I will try to be concise, so I will focus on those projects of ours which seem to me the most interesting for our diaspora. They can use it as a platform or leverage, or for starting their own businesses or developing them, or for offering those to their partners who in business, so they can suggest a new platform for business development. And one of the options there is the Poti Free Zone. Georgi already talked about the tax exemptions, the priorities and preferences, which are the same for all free zones, and this is governed by Georgian legislation. All free industrial zones enjoy the same tax exemptions in Georgia, and the businessman investor has to pay only 20% of the income and 4% if the company sells into Georgia. The Poti-free industrial zone is also an investor in Georgia. They started formal operation at 2010, and today they have 300 hectares adjacent to Poti Seaport. We're the only free industrial zone in Georgia where the government owns a nominal share. Our infrastructure, since we are located in Poti, and I guess our diaspora members also are aware of this. So the logistical infrastructure, which is a legacy infrastructure for 150 years, we are proud that Poti is our gateway to the world and one of the most important hubs in the chain of supplies, where you can promptly provide supply from sea and also using the railroad to the neighboring countries and then worldwide. Let me tell you about the city of Poti. There might be the people, Georgians, who are native to this beautiful city. Poti is an important industrial and logistical center. Its unique geographic location also was translated into the importance of the free industrial zone. This is a logistics center, a crossroad, which allows any company to start business easily and enjoy very favorable geopolitical and logistical conditions. I can speak long about Poti Seaport. They celebrated 162 anniversary after Poti Port accepted the first boat and processed its cargo. So it plays an important role not only for Georgia but in the whole South Caucasus. Poti, besides being unique with its industrial potential and geographic location, it's very safe, very safe and calm city, which also has a recreational function. The coastline is Black Sea. It's a Black Sea coastline and it has a tourism potential. This picture shows you the Georgian Amazonia, which is in the vicinity of the city. And is enjoyed by many Georgians. On the next slide, you can see the blueprints of the infrastructure. A satellite picture.
And this is the direct railway linkages to the free trade zone. It is about 2 kilometers from Poti port, and correspondingly it is actually very fast and very simple to reroute the shipments and to accept them in Poti also through this railway route. And also the free trade area, it has internal railway access, and that means that automatically it is possible to receive and process the cargoes that we have received through the railway. Let me also speak about the construction of the new port, which has already started. That will be the deep sea port. And of course, that will be directly linked to the attraction of new cargoes, new shipments, and automatically it will result in the construction of new terminals, new logistics and business services, and it will be directly linked to the development of the Poti free industrial zone, because there will be new opportunities for many companies to enjoy the tax breaks and to find the territory where they will be able to warehouse their shipments and cargo without customs clearance for the upcoming years. In the next slide, you will be able to see the tax breaks available for this free industrial zone. And the next slide. Then in this zone, actually my colleague already talked about this slide, so could you kindly go to the next one? But I would like to speak about the company registration process. That is really very fast, and I'm really very proud to say that Georgia gives a fantastic opportunity to any investor, any non-resident person, to do all the registration within 1 day and to create a company and to incorporate in 1 day. There's a very simple scheme. They just need to contact us, and then for identifying your activities, our assistants will help you, and you will have to fill in the application form, and after that you will pay the payment, and then we will start the registration process. Another important, unlike other countries, is that in these companies, and you don't really have to have the minimum capital in this case, and unlike other countries in this zone, you don't really have to have that local partner. The next slide, please. As for the free industrial zones, the administrator, like our companies or other administrators, they issue the permit for activity through licenses. This is linked to the field of activities and the field of business operations, and for us the priority is manufacturing, also trade, warehousing, development, also counseling or consultation, also registration of service companies. And for each company like that, there is the department for issuing licenses, and within just 1 hour they will issue the license that will be valid for 1 year and renewed every year. The next slide, please. Now, as for free trade zone and what facilities are available. Land plots, land lease. This is possible near the Poti port, also near to these. As for the free industrial zone, they can get the income and they can get them as dividends without any taxes. Our team, in the next slide, our team always identifies the important sectors where the free industrial zone is very important to function. For example, textile. This is one of the priority for the service, for the sector development for the state. Also, furniture production, pharmaceutical production and sales as well. Let me say that in Poti Free Industrial Zone, this is actually the zone as the hub of pharmaceutical companies where very many companies are already operating, and that was very important, especially during pandemic, because with this, their products were sold in the territory of Georgia through these channels, and it was possible to get diverse types of medications, and the Georgian population had an opportunity to get these products from this free industrial zone. Electrical and electronic products, that's another area, and for any devices they can be assembled or produced in the free industrial zone. Well, trade companies are also developed, and they are more than the manufacturing companies. And we have statistics, and we have data about in which fields these trade companies are represented, and mostly it is pharmaceutical, industrial devices, chemical products, also food products, construction materials, textile, ethyl, spirit, alcohol, and also tires and spare parts of vehicles. Now, I would like to draw your attention to the statements and or not the statement, but proposals. As you, the ambassadors of Georgia, or those who want to promote Georgia, if you have some business ideas, then these proposals can be really very interesting and convenient. What I want to say in the beginning is that in order to support the production of Georgian products in Poti-Free Industrial Zone, we have developed a business proposal. This means in the construction process, we all know that, by the way, there are some issues, so let's say a construction permit that needs to be acquired, also electricity supply of the connection, also the water connection as well, also utility fees. In regards to all these issues, the free industrial zone and until the fourth grade, which means that for all the projects, they issue the building permit, construction permit for $1. This is within 30 days, and we also give a possibility for a 6-month moratorium. This is a moratorium period on land lease payment during the construction, and only after 6 months they will have to pay the lease. Also, electricity connection fee from 100 to 200 kilowatts. Here is the co-financing by FIZ fees, and 50% of charge will be paid by the Poti-Free Industrial Zone. And also, water connection fee here, 50% of charge will be paid by the Free Industrial Zone, and the communal, which means the utilities, for 6 months. Then Free Industrial Zone will exempt you from the payment of these fees. Now, as for all the issues that you will need for improving or refining your businesses, starting from registration, also launching the process, you will have a personal assistant for free, and this person will assist you remotely or in a person, and personal assistant will always be assigned to your project from the very first moment when the project was launched, during its functioning, its implementation, or whenever you need the services. The next slide, please. Besides, other than that, so we support manufacturing production, but also we support the trade companies. The trade business, trading business, this is one of the cornerstones for a fast and effective regional center creation. This is included in the priority sector for development, and here we issue the construction permit. Well, it depends whether the company wants to construct something as a personal property or as a warehouse where it will store its commodities. And other than this, other than offering warehouse lease. Okay, they can lease the warehouse, but also they can have the personal warehouse space as well. And even for this, we give the 6-month moratorium period, and they will not have to pay any land lease payments during the construction. And so the construction permit will be given for $1, and there will be electricity connection fee from 100 to 200 kilowatt. 50% will be co-financed, which is quite a solid amount, and also water connection, communal utility services will be co-financed, and there will be the personal assistant for them as well. And if there are some additional legal services, auditor, or they will not have to contract any other companies. Could I ask you, please? We really have very little time, and maybe we can finish. We were also thinking about the female entrepreneurs, and the company registration fee is only for $1, and they will only have to pay the fee for the license and legal address. And the next slide, for all of you, whoever has good contacts, good network, and for those you have the consultation companies, and I have seen in the chat that there are 2 organizations. I mean, the founders of these organizations, they were giving us their contact details. And next slide, please. This is the commercial packages. This is cashback. This means if you refer to us any interested investor who is interested in having the registration in the free industrial zone, this can be whether company registration or anything else, you will get the commission fee, which is quite significant, and we will have the agent agreement, and we can cooperate for a long term. Let's assume that this is the easy money, because all the documents or information will be given to your investor by our consultant, and from your side, we will only need advice. You need to advise your partners, and if they get registered, then automatically, then we will transfer you the commission fee. And here in the slide, you can see the values. This is from 500 USD until 2000 USD. And well, that was license and legal address fees, and as for warehouse and land leasing, then 7% from the total leased amount will be paid to you. We will transfer this amount to your account. And then the next slide, and a very important suggestion or offer, actually. This is the proposal, investment proposal. Without investment obligation, but this is for high budget, high budget companies. If the company plans to invest 5 million USD, in this case, we will make him pay just the lend lease for 1 year, and for the 5 years, the company will be released from lend lease. They will not have to pay for that. Just to provide numbers, if you lease 10 hectares of land, the investor will save 3 million lari, and consequently, this is an interesting proposal, and we would be happy to discuss that. And if any company is interested, and please maybe you can communicate with them. I will not stop about the projects that are already implemented in the free industrial zone, but let me say that there is a very broad spectrum. Well, this is the producing of aroma fragrances and also Georgian spirits and BGN, so and hazelnuts, textile manufacturing, also regional distribution of FMCG products and textile sorting, packaging, and training. And the number and the amounts are increasing all the time. So thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for speaking too long. And I would be happy to get questions from you, and I will address every inquiry you may have. Thank you very much. And we are lagging behind the agenda, so I will select just one question to Marika. One to free industrial zone. I think it's quite a relevant issue, and our competitors are now interested how they can start cooperation, business in free industrial zone. How can they do it remotely, and what procedures are applicable? I will answer that, and Georgi will add. I think remotely it is possible to implement that, and I have communicated and sent the contacts, and you can also send your inquiry to info FISG, and the company assistant will contact you. And also, you will need a power of attorney, and our assistants will give you all the documents, all the information, the text of power of attorney that will simplify the processes for you. And we also help them if apostille is needed. Then we help them to communicate with the embassies to handle all these procedures and to register the company as fast as possible. As I said, it is important to identify the spectrum or area of activities in which field you will be doing your business, and then respectively we can get back to you with a relevant package or relevant proposal. Thank you. Georgi, unmute yourself, please. The lady had a question about buildings. In the free industrial zone, how the buildings can be received in the zone or acquired maybe. It is not possible to buy them, no. You can only lease, have it leased to you, and you can have an agreement with an administrator. This will be the lease agreement for specific terms and conditions, and there can be a long-term lease that is possible for the investors for long-term operations. Marika, we have a question to you. Nicholas Schreitze is asking, are there any grants for the development of diaspora media, internet, radio, social networks, or also some health funding as well? For the diaspora media, could you be please more specific? I think what they mean is the media virtual space where everybody will be able to participate, to communicate. I think it is better to see the proposals, those interested ones, they can see that, because whenever we have grants, then there is information about the concept of the grants and detailed information is provided. The main thing is here to consider three indicators. It should be for profit, it should raise revenues, it should be the high paid jobs, and to bring investments. If you meet these three criteria, then we will be more than happy to read your proposal and we will be working with you. Also, there was a question about the NGO, if I remember. Yes, indeed. The NGOs may apply for the grants, and the co-funding will be 30%. Thank you very much, and if they have any questions, your emails are here, and then they can directly contact you. So I would like to finish that first session. I would like to thank you so much for your participation, and let me wish you success. And I would wish success to our compatriots and also productive day for other sessions. After that, we had half an hour technical break, but actually maybe we can do it for 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, then we will continue. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the organizers, IOM, UN agencies in Georgia. I'm happy to have an opportunity to work with you today, and I hope the session was quite exhaustive and interesting. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Thank you. Dear friends, 5 or 7 minutes will be the break. Please don't switch off, and we will be back in 7 minutes, maybe maximum.
You take. This journey will lead you to the crossroad of mesmerizing, calming, delicious, and very precious. Pure, daring, loud, healing, enchanting, and proud. This is it. This is life. And we wait for you to live it this summer in Georgia. When you come to Georgia, you take a fresh start. It's like being born all over again. Remember how it was to be yourself, to be doing nothing. And now your memories are frozen frames that last nothing but a split second. When you travel in Georgia, every moment counts. Every night is a ride. Every road is a journey, with answers and questions lying ahead. You're exposed and changed. And with each step you start to wonder if it will ever be the same. It starts here, to a different heartbeat, to an unfamiliar tune, when you can finally say, I know it. This is life.
Georgia. I love this country. I love the tunes and all its depths and heights. For a warm welcome on a cold day. I love it for eloquent silence. The music in its soul. For youthful spirit and inspiring stories. For proud look and honest smile. Winter in Georgia.
I want to tell you about Georgian greeting. Gamarjoba is hello, and Genatspale means literally my life for yours. It says a lot about Georgia, doesn't it?
Gather your gear, put on your backpack, walk into the wilderness.
This feels like a painting. Or are we trimming?
Georgian hospitality is famous, and it starts when you just walk in any place.
On the one hand, you have snowy mountains and modern skyscrapers, and on the other side, a man looking for you.
Over 8,000 years of cultivating wine? Yeah, I'd say they know what they're doing.
Tell me, is there anything more you need?
Here, even rivers are falling in love.
We'll stop video.
Each corner.
Okay, okay, we'll stop video. მოგესალმებით.
Hello, if all the participants are here for the second session, Mr. Alexander Melkadze, are you here? Sandro? Is Nudar here? Kereselidze? Yes. Then we can start the second session. So without any further ado, because we know that we are behind the agenda, let me say that this second session, this is about the programs in rural development and agriculture, as well supported by the government of Georgia, also the international and donor organizations. But let me first of all, I would like to greet our compatriots living abroad, those who have an opportunity to talk to us directly, also our guests attending from abroad, and I would like to thank you for your participation. So now I would like to give the floor directly to Mr. Alexander Melkadze, and he represents the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture, Rural Development Agency, Chief Officer of Grant and Investment Assessments. And he will talk to us briefly about rural and agricultural development programs supported by the government and other donor organizations. Sandro, now the floor is yours, please. Hello. It's a great honor to participate in this economic forum. And very briefly, I will speak about the programs of the Rural Development Agency. Could you please go to the next slide? The project preferential agro credits, and here we have the beneficiaries, and the beneficiaries can be the legal entity or an individual, a natural person, and the banks. And in the slide, you can see the list of the banks. There are 16 banks. And the project is about the following. Based on the relationship between the bank and the beneficiary, the credit is approved, and then depending on the purpose, this can be for fixed assets, also the turnover assets, and the subsidies are implemented from 8 to 11%. This is subsidized by the government, and if the interest rate is 12%, the beneficiary will pay only 1%. If the interest rate is 11%, then they will have to pay nothing. And the limit is from 20,000 to 1.5 million lari. Next slide, please. Dairy modernization and market access program, we call it DIMA. This is implemented with the initiative of IFAD, and there are several initiatives, primary dairy production, and setting up the farms and their rehabilitation, and the milk collection points, also milk processing points, to set up these points and to rehabilitate this small scale, smaller, and also with a capacity of 1 ton, or with a capacity of from 1 to 10 tons. Also producing the primary food feed for a product, and also co-financing for veterinary and artificial insemination. And we have the following limits. In case of farm, 60% and 80% for the farms, but no more than to 26,000 lari. As for the collection points, 137,000 is for the feed, animal feed, 195,000, and also veterinary, then no, 52,000, and from 1 to ton capacity, 130,000 lari. Next slide, please. The state program Plant the Future. This is about planting perennial crops. The project consists of two components. One is a perennial orchards, and the second is the young trees and nurseries. And first I will talk about the orchards components, where we finance the following areas. 70% of the young trees, are also 50% of drip irrigation system, and the areas can be, for example, 0.5 to 50 hectares. For one beneficiary, it is possible to issue 250,000 Georgian lari. That was the orchards component. But the second, next slide, please. As for the nurseries, in case of setting up the nurseries, for one beneficiary, it is possible to have 500,000 lari, and the total amount of project, it will be 70% of the total value of the project. And the purpose can be the setting up the lab, also setting up a nurseries, drip irrigation system, also the hotbeds, and that creates the value of the project, and 70% will be financed by the government, but like in any other projects, then There can be the preferential agro credit or any kind of commercial loan, or the beneficiary's own participation is also possible here. Next slide, please. As for the co-financing of processing and warehousing, this is these are the startups that could be created, and here we don't intend to refurbish the existing one. No, a completely new enterprise should be set up, and there are following fundings, 50-50, but as for the grant amount, there is a limited amount, no more than 600,000 Georgian lari. The maximum is 600,000, and here, like in other projects, it is possible to have the preferential agro credit or the own participation of the beneficiary for the remaining component. As for the regions that have the status of highlands or high mountainous areas, there is the possibility to have 10% increase as compared to non-highland regions. Next slide, please. Mechanization support program. This is intended for co-financing the equipment and machinery, and here it implies only those machinery and equipment that is for harvesting. In case of crop harvesting, well, funding will no more than 150,000 lari, 30% co-funding. As for the other types of harvesting materials, 50%, no more than 150,000 lari. The next slide, please.
ჩაის პლანტაციის რეაბილიტაციის პროგრამა მოიცავს არსებული ჩაის პლანტაციების რეაბილიტაციას, ფინანსდება
And there is the rehabilitation fund, and also 60% is financed, and in case of the state lease, 70% will be financed. And as for the cooperatives, 80%, and in case of the lease, 90% will be financed. However, here's a limitation per hectare, funding per hectare. In first case, 2,500 lari for 1 hectare, but as for cooperatives, this will be 3,000. Next slide, please.
ამ პროექტზე მოკლედ მოგახსენებთ, რადგან
Let me briefly tell you about this project, because after me, Nodar will tell you more. The rural development program is for non-agriculture directions, from 20 to 170,000 laris of co-funding, co-financing. And Nodar will tell you more, as I said. That was all. All current project which the agencies implemented. So we're free and open to all your questions. Thank you. Thank you, Sandro. Presentation. And there are no questions so far. Hopefully they will appear before the end of the panel. Or we can share them later after the forum. The next panelist, but Kat Jumberidze is the next, who will talk about the USAID project growth. It will tell us about the agriculture, tourism, grant opportunities in this sectors. Katy, please. And I apologize to you, Nodar. Katy, as far as I remember, you have a short presentation, please. Can you hear me? Yes. I welcome all of you. I'm happy that I can take part in this conference online. And my personal thanks to Nodar, because I try to squeeze everything I want to tell you. You can visit our project Zardaji and send your questions or comments there if some of your questions will be left unanswered. This is funded by USAID and is for 5 years, starting in 2015. We are working in the border or dividing line adjacent zone in Samachabalo and rooms. The rural communities are the main beneficiaries, which are located in this zone. So we are focusing on these two regions, South Ossetia and Abkhazia, and ethnic minorities. This is our mission. In the regions I mentioned, we are helping the small and medium-sized enterprises, providing training, grants, or other programs for SMEs. Also in agriculture, we are facilitating increase of income, boosting the income of the farmers to provide them with the advanced technologies which will allow them to improve their quality. Also, creating links and bridging producers and buyers. And tourism, facilitating tourism, agriculture, and service development. The next slide gives you a geographic idea. So let's skip it. Those are the regions where we are working. Kwemokatli, Samskajwaheti, Shidakatli, Samegrelo Kaheti, and Shetatianeti. 6 regions and 81 communities. Each community is including 5 to 10 villages. The next slide gives you an idea of our main goals according to the sector. Innovations and new technologies, introduction, quantitative and qualitative growth of the production, and access to new markets for the farmers. To allow them to enter the market relations with the large chains or networks to sell at a market price, and we also help them with the sales and marketing. We have a certain mandate in the agriculture. The hot houses, also berries, which are popular, and the ministry has good programs in this part. Also frozen goods and refrigerating, and COVID also showed the need for this because farmers couldn't sell their products because of the restrictions. So this refrigeration was a solution for storing and selling them at a better price. Training and sharing the best experience from overseas. We're bringing international experts to help the local farmers. Information and consulting centers improvement, the public ones, and the private consultation centers improvement. Providing the equipment, stationery, or training the staff. We have implemented quite a few grant programs for hot houses, greenhouses, berries, and open or open air hothouses construction. The agency is under the agency of the subsistence, which is under the Ministry of Health. They are helping the the boundaries farmers to with the startup businesses. The next direction is tourism. Unfortunately, tourism was affected by the pandemic, and it was the total disaster this last year, and we assume that the next year also is not assumption for this year also not good. So we try to identify the new tourist destinations and increase awareness about them. Last year, after the pandemic started, we try to popularize the agri-tourism because, as you might be aware, the government announced the funding of the agri-tourism to develop the domestic tourism, internal tourism, because of the pandemic. And to incentive people to start traveling in the country, within the country. We facilitated this process by disseminating the information about the small agri-tourism businesses in the regions where we are, to help them generating the income in the hard times. New tourist products have been created with different ministries. We listen to the port terminals, and they mentioned the Kolkheti recreation zone, and this is one of our plans to develop it as a recreation zone. But unfortunately, I don't have much to say about tourism because it will take at least 18 months to recover. And in reality, reach the level where we were in 2019. But we will continue the financial support, and USAID is also planning other projects which will help them. So I am sure that those who are interested in tourism, they will find a new potential or invest there, because when it starts opening and rewinding, they will be ready. So youth and female or women activities. Our project has its own profile, and of course we're funding startups for young entrepreneurs, and we have a large-scale partnership project with our affiliation Startup Georgia. Together with Startup Georgia, we're building 6 productions, industrial sites in boundary zones to increase wealth there. Because our project may expire in 1 year and there will be other projects, but Enterprise Georgia and Startup Georgia continue their activities, and Startup Georgia has good proposals, which for business people having business ideas, they even help them to write the project and then implement it. I think it's a good starting point for the people who are looking for funding initiatives in Georgia. So keeping in mind that it's Saturday and everybody is rushing, so you can visit us on this website. Here is the link, or write to the Facebook. We are eager to answer all your questions about our activities. Thank you once again. Thank you for your attention. Katie, thank you for your participation. There are no questions specifically about your presentation, but there will be an opportunity to reach out after the forum. So if people may have any questions or comments after this, we will send it to you. Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Nodar Kereselidze, who is UNDP project manager working on EU-funded large-scale project and part 3, European Neighborhood Policy. Hello, I'm happy to have this opportunity to take part in this forum, and I'll try to be concise but exhaustive, which I guess will be interesting for the participants. Can you see my screen? I'm trying to share it. Not yet. No, no. Can we share the screen for you? Yes, please. There is some glitch. Can you share it for me? Thank you. We can't hear you, Nodar. We can't hear you.
Thank you.
And then to request to speak again, please.
ბატონო ნოდარ, გესმით ჩვენი ხმა რომ თავიდან?
Nodar, can you hear us? We have some instruction for you. Nodar, I can see you. What's the matter with your voice? With your sound?
Saved yet, so maybe a refresh would be useful, and then to request to speak again, please.
ორი წამი დავიცადოთ და თუ ბატონი ნოდარი ვერ მოახ
So, if we can wait for a couple of seconds, and if Nodar still fails to rejoin, then we will switch to Sandro Sakantelidze.
ანუ ახლა მე ვიწყებ თუ ველოდებით ბატონ ნოდარს.
Are we still Sandro? Yes, Sandro, you can start because I can't see Nodar, but just a minute, please. Sandra, please, you can start. And I will share your screen. I can do it. Hopefully, I will be more successful. Thank you very much. It's very important to be here. It's a very important forum. But I'm trying to share now. Oh yeah. Can you see it? Hello. Can you see it? Yes. My presentation is not about funding, but it's another important component and one of the conduits of the chain. Uh, so there is a sapling and seeds project which is very successful, but our project is a continuation of that project. So in the agriculture, the success and quality comes from seeds and saplings, and they should meet the criteria as this pests being pest free and be authentic species. So in the private sector, the market is 1 million vines, grapevines, and this trend, and also the market for the wheat, which is growing. And the demand for different fruit saplings is increasing annually, and we assume it will reach 1 million trees. But the main issue is meeting the criteria. So I will skip now talking about this because my predecessor mentioned it well, but I will focus on the challenges. What prevents us from having the quality sapling? The lack of information, the absence of the certification system, the appellation or the purity of the seed, varietal identification. This is still an issue, and lack of laboratory testing and analysis. So we have a set of virus and nematodes which potentially can affect the plant. And traceability, lack of activity records, which affects the quality. And there is a problem for systematization. Certification, what does it mean? In Europe, there are 4 categories. The highest is pre-basic, which is created in sterile laboratory conditions, in vitro. Such materials, seeds and sapling materials, are then replanted in the open air but protected. And this is an important component for the seedlings farmers. And also grafting. But certification is important, as I said. These materials, planting materials, are then handed over to farmers, seedling farmers, for grafting, who purchase these certified seedlings from certified producers. mother blocks, so-called mother poles. CAC is the lowest category, but still traceable, and farmers can use it for plantations. They meet the criteria, the variety identification and pest-free. Another important direction is the National Catalog for Varieties. The varietal identification happens by its unique features. So this also confirms the authenticity of the variety. The DCFT with EU and financial support from EU allows us to work on codifying or making it a legal requirement to have this process to meet the minimum requirements to be met by the seedlings and saplings farmers, which is the varietal identification and pest-free. We're working in our association that our members should practice certification and use the higher quality materials, planting materials, and pursue higher quality. I already covered CAC category Conformitas Agraria Communitatis. Another direction which I want to touch upon is the nursery operations and their registration. Or nurseries have to register all works done in their nursery, like field activities, minimum infrastructure, plant movement, and disinfection. As I said, the EU-funded project allows the Ministry of Agriculture to work on the legal frame, which will allow us to have the higher quality vegetative material and increase our competitiveness. The certification system, once it is implemented, implies new standards and requirements to be met by the nurseries. In this sector, to increase competitiveness, we need better coordination. These two factors created a need of the association, which was established by 10 nurseries and support of FAO. The association is already involved in regulatory frame development and, most importantly, they are working on creation of database, local and international. Of course, the local database of the practitioners and the produce is more important. The association helps the nurseries by their technical expertise to overcome the barriers, and also is involved in seed seedling and plant quality improvement. This is done to get on board in this process the association. This is the distribution of the nurseries which are a part of the association in Georgia. Some of them are already certified, some of them are pending the certification. In order to protect the process and have the timely decision of the phytosanitary testing of like soil sampling, pest sampling, and the laboratory conditions allows us to use molecular analysis and microbiology to have the lab results. So micro uh, micro uh, micro testing also allows us trace the um, trace the records keeping of the farmers of the plant, all part which they covered before appearing to the nursery. And recording sales also is important, and patents, new selective varieties and varieties maintaining. We're helping them to get the intellectual property title or protection for their varieties. If Georgian selectioners will work on developing new varieties, it will be protected by the patent or copyright. They can work on developing the local varieties. So this patent system will help them. So given all this, it's very important their geographic concentration, not to have everything in one place. So association is working on clusterization and supports cooperation and networking. So this will facilitate aggregation of the small.
And here we have the procurement and marketing and equipment, and then we will have more efficient spending and reduce the costs and also ensure access to the planting materials. And at the same time, we will have the joint marketing, and in some cases, it can also be the sale of all the planting materials under one umbrella. That will simplify the identification of the brands at the market. We're also working on the project that I have already mentioned, and this is just general. And who can be, for example, in the cluster, there will be the clusters, and then there will be the individuals related to the sector. And as you know, so far, this is still a working process, and structurally, it is not represented here. The only thing we can say that identification of the individuals to be in the sectors. This is what we do. We will identify those ones in the sectors, and also we develop the potential synergies, and also we will have potential joint initiatives, and we think that the association should be a coordinator of these processes. Why this association and well, the planting material, it is important for the diaspora. Those diaspora representatives who decide to make investments in agriculture or to engage in activities in agriculture, and they may become the beneficiaries of the Plant the Future program, and this will be an additional support for them if they participate in these initiatives and cooperate with the association. Then the association will link them to the seed producers and nurseries, and they will have an opportunity to get more information about what they actually need, and origin, for example, and the purity of a species, And if additional consultations are needed regarding the agricultural markets, then of course it is possible to get these additional information, and we can provide additional consultation to the diaspora representatives. From our side, we also identify the needs for the diaspora engagement, for the association development, and in all these development processes. That may imply the activities related to the nurseries, or also computer programs or software development in the Georgian language. This is all about digitalization, because we are now moving to the virtual world, digital world, and this will be very important for this sector. Just to have simple software or applications that will simplify the activities for the nurseries that may not be well aware of all these developments, and they may not be very familiar with technologies. Actually, that was all what I wanted to say, and I think I did not bother you too much with these technical details. However, all of them, well, this is very important, because success of agriculture and rural development, this is from all these technical things, and we cannot do any planning unless you have the planting material that is free from any pests or diseases. Thank you very much, Sandro. That's very extraordinary and very important information for those people who start to engage in activities like that in Georgia, because if there is the quality seeds and seedlings that meet the standards, that will be possible to export those products in the EU, right, in the European market. Thank you very much, and we have questions and we will answer them in the end. And then let me ask Nodar, can we please continue with your presentation, please? Could you get closer to the microphone? We cannot hear you well. Thank you for this, but I will continue my presentation. Can we share the presentation? This is the rural development improvement in Georgia that is implemented by the UNDP. This is the third phase of NPAR that is now taking place in Georgia. This is the largest support program that is implemented in Georgia by the European Union for many years already. And one of the important priorities here in this program is to have the rural development component, because we think that in the rural areas, not only the agricultural development is important for the economy, and this is not the only thing that generates the revenues for the rural population. Well, of course, agriculture is very important, but other than this, in parallel to this, there are alternative economic directions beyond agriculture. And there is potential to develop that in Georgia. And this is why the program is here to support that, and it is implemented with the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture and other ministries, and not only ministries, by the way, but also other implementers are involved as well. Thank you very much, and could you please go to the next slide? Rural development, improving the rural development in Georgia. So here we have 3 priorities. But for today's forum, the second priority is important. So this is the economic diversification, and here, well, within the framework of the support to the Georgian agricultural sector, and well, we provide assistance to the Ministry of Agriculture and other ministries that are involved in the coordination council, interministerial coordination council, because rural development, this is multi-sectoral, because there are many agencies involved, and within this council we try to work with the ministry. As for the policy level, we have developed this strategy, rural development strategy, that is the foundation actually for all the programs and that is implemented by the donors and the ministries. And also another important component is environment protection, sustainable resource management, and climate activities. So the next slide, please. In this respect, economic diversification and employment and services. These are the areas where we have targeted activities in the municipalities. We have 8 municipalities where we have these activities. This is Keda, Hulu, Akhalkalaki, Borjomi, Tetritzgaro, Kazbeki, Lagodehi, and the Duplisgaro. In these municipalities, we carry out the rural development program. This is the grant co-financing for the businesses in rural areas. Here you can see the website address, web address, and previous speaker was from the RDA, Rural Development Agency, and he also mentioned that. And we implement this program in cooperation with this agency. And with this electronic address, it is possible to get the applications on the electronic platform. This grant program aims at extending the startups and existing businesses only for non-agricultural activities, and these non-agricultural activities or areas can be very diverse, starting from agrotourism up to entrepreneurship in the regions or in the municipalities, considering the potential and possibilities. The grant program, this is the grant co-financing, minimum 20,000 and maximum is 170,000 per project, but per beneficiary maximum they can have 340,000 co-financing maximum. So for the beneficiaries, beneficiaries have to provide the 20% co-financing. This is quite not very strict requirement because we have taken into account the restrictions or situation because of pandemic, and we have quite liberal approach. The grant recipient can be the entrepreneur or the natural person, and at the same time we provide business coaching to ensure that we can have the generation of business projects and then effective implementation as well. On the other hand, well, let's go to the next slide. Previous slide, not the next one. Previous slide, please. The second component of the same grant program, this is energy efficient activities for businesses. So within these programs for rural areas, also for agricultural areas as well, it is possible to get the grant financing for renewable energy and energy efficient technologies. So the minimum is 1,500 grant amount, this is Georgian lari, and the maximum is 30,000, and the 20% should be co-financed by the beneficiary. The individuals or entrepreneurs can get the grant, and the business coaching services will be also offered. The geographic area is the same. The next slide. The procedure is quite easy to file an application. It's a two-stage process. One, this is to present the business model, so-called canvas model, and then RDA, the Rural Development Agency, and technical officers from UNDP, they will fill out the proposal, and it is successful, then it will be shortlisted, and then it will be reviewed by the grant committee. Here we see the UNDP, RDA, and observers are EU delegation, also the local authorities and local action groups. Well, the civil sector is also represented in this committee, and then the committee will make the final decision about specific business proposals. That is done completely electronically, and the applications are received electronically on the website that you just see here in the slide. The next one. Ah, yes, that's all. That was the grant program. And any citizen of Georgia can benefit from this program or project. If you have additional questions, please you can use this format or any other format, or you can write us an email and I will be ready to provide an exhaustive answer to you. And then we will have the new call starting from the 1st of March. Deadline will be April the 1st, and it will be possible to get applications and proposals from you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nodar, and you actually communicated very interesting information for our diaspora, and she is muted. Sorry, no sound, no sound. Sorry, I thought my microphone was on. So thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Nodar. And yes, it's very interesting information for the diaspora. Could you please follow the deadlines? And for additional questions, then we can get back to you today or in the future, and then we will kindly ask you to answer them. Now, the next one is Juba Mariashvili and Georgi Andrulad. They will make a presentation. This will be by FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, within the framework of N Part 3, that is support to agriculture. And here the ground resources will be represented. Thank you very much. Thank you, Natia. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you. Perfect. Then I would like to ask Tamar to share the presentation. I will try not to take much of your time. And first of all, greetings on behalf of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. And once again, I would like to join the words of gratitude extended by my colleagues, and I would like to thank the International Organization of Migration to give us the opportunity, also the UN organizations, because this way we can share information with our diaspora representatives about the activities that we are implementing within the framework of NPARD. Nodar spoke about NPARD. That's a very important instrument of cooperation between the EU and Georgia, so I will directly go to the project. And I will speak about the goals and objectives and implementation mechanisms that is envisaged in this project. Obviously, FAO's support to the agriculture that envisages building the capacity and strengthening this sector. And there are three mechanisms. This is policy component, which is technical assistance to the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture, and also technical support regarding the technical issues, and providing technical assistance to farmers, farmer unions, and also simulating mechanism is there. This is the grants mechanism. That is one of the important components. And the next slide, please. Technical assistance. So I'll try to be very brief, and it envisages two activities. Developing and implementing a training program for Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture staff, and also institutional development of the ministry as well, and also to support with the implementation of strategic objectives. Here we have several sub-components, and as for example, that is capacity building of the ministry staff, and another very important component is evaluation of state programs. Their economic impact will be evaluated. And also at the ministry there are different types of digital data collection or different mechanisms are introduced for the data collection, and there's also the policy support in various activities. For example, agricultural extension, and also the value chain development, and also policy support to promote climate smart agriculture, and the activity types of activities that's very diverse. And we can go to the next slide. Now, as for the programs of Rural Development Agency, as you know, our colleague already spoke from the agency about the possibilities and opportunities that are provided for farmers by the state. And therefore, in order to have better improvement possibilities, we look at the impact or economic consequences of the programs, and this is, by the way, a very interesting process. Of course, we have tight cooperation with the ministry and also with the agency administration, and for every component there is an evaluation so that we can have we or the ministry will have an opportunity to see the improvement possibilities in regards to every component, which may create many instruments for supporting the farmers. The next one. Data analysis tools. This is a kind of data warehouse, and we have offered that to the ministry. And in fact, this is the possibility to compile and consolidate all the statistical material and to have it in the same system that supports the decision-making processes to ensure that decisions are made in a more effective way, and also any kind of statistical information that is possible to be linked to the trade or also harvest or any analytical information can be there. And also the second instrument is that, in fact, there is a possibility for the ministry to monitor the prices, and they are collecting food prices and the cents to us so that we can observe the dynamics of the prices. The next slide, please. Policy support. Agricultural extension is very important. This extension, this word, that implies providing knowledge to farmers and improving their awareness, raising their awareness, providing technical support to them through various types of knowledge. This can be the consultation, and correspondingly what we try is that in the regions, in the municipalities, there are extension specialists and we want to build their capacities to provide technical support so that they can provide assistance to the farmers. Also, we have various online mechanisms, such as electronic library of agriculture. And I think this is a very interesting mechanism, e-library, and this e-library will be very interesting for diaspora representatives because they can see any kind of practical information that exists in the library. And also, we focus on the practical methods of knowledge sharing. For example, demonstration plots to improve the coordination between private and state actors. And we have elaborated national network of demonstration plots, and here all the information can be found. Then, now a few words about the value chain. For every sector or for every crop, every species, we conduct the outlook studies, and we also cover the areas such as aquaculture. Another important segment is nuts sector the detailed analysis, and also food loss and waste management, geographic location identification, and so on. Just to summarize, policy and legislative support. With the support of UN Food and Agriculture Organization, important legislative and policy documents were drafted, like agriculture and rural development strategy, also agricultural extension strategy, Georgian law on aquaculture. Recently, we completed the report on the state of Black Sea anchovy resources in Georgia, and then amendments to the law on geographic indications, and legal report on food loss and waste management. And we are now working on the sectorial associations, and this will be the legal review of sectorial associations, and it is in progress. This is an incomplete list of all these activities, and we are working on many other things as well. Extension components. We already spoke about that, but in details, in practice, field activities. That was about thousands of farmers. That was practical activities, like integrated pest management, and also land preparation, and also conservation, agriculture. There are many detailed activities. And we have the local and international experts, and the detailed trainings are provided, and the interest is quite high. And the farmers are very interested. Most importantly, we can see the tangible results, because as a result of the training, some category of farmers, they completely reshaped the traditional agricultural methods that they were using, and they introduced new methods. Next slide. Another important component is internship. We give opportunity to students to participate in our internship program every year, and 4 of them are currently in FAO extension team working as young agronomists. And the next slide, please. Juba, could you please be brief? I already spoke about the demonstration plots, and there are like 56 demonstration plots. Then extension service providers. Here there are interesting activities that is focused on building their capacities. There are technical trainings. Next slide, please. And there's a very tight cooperation with the respective departments of the ministry, and this is the continuity. And our cooperation with the ministry has been consistent, and consequently, we can implement important activities indeed. That's it, and I'm actually done, because then the next slide is about the grant component, so I will finish here myself. And the grant component is implemented by the Food and Agriculture Organization, and Georgi Antoladze will take over. Georgi, could you please be brief, because for the sake of time, we have other speakers, and of course we need to have a question and answer session as well. Yes, hopefully you can hear me well, right? Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you, Juba. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the organizers and the attendees. Thanks for this very interesting meeting, and very briefly I will inform you about our particular component, which is the grant programs and the grants we have issued for agricultural sector. This is very closely linked to the grant program that is implemented by the UNDP, but the difference is that we are specifically focused on the agricultural value chain, and the funding is done through the following ways. FAO offers 40% or 60% maximum grants, ranging from the respective amounts, and here The respective amount is a minimum 1,000, maximum 150,000 US dollars. This is the range. We are focused on 8 municipalities. And they are the leading or main municipalities for our program in part ახალქალაქი, ყაზბეგი ქედა, ხულო, ლაგოდეხი, დედოფლის წყარო, თეთრი წყარო, ბორჯომი. But also, as far as the value chain is something that we are also investing, so it is possible to have adjacent municipalities and to have beneficiaries in other municipalities as well. The next slide. Our beneficiaries can be, and they actually are, the ones representing value chain, also legal entities and individuals, sole traders and cooperatives. Our grant component is focused on not only the farming but also the value chain in general, which means that if the value is added, let's processing or warehousing or wholesale trade, then they can also file an application here. Most important thing, when the applications are filed, so when the proposals are reviewed, one is the economic aspect, but also another important thing is the social aspect, employment, job creation, and environmental elements as well for the projects when we evaluate them. It is also important to envisage that 60% this cost share, this is financed by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. This is for the specific value chains, that is a beef value chain or dairy value chain or vegetables in Lagodechi, wheat in Dedopitsklaro and potato in Akhalkalaki. But as for the value added components, now, if there is an added value, then these projects should bring positive impact on any of these municipalities, at least one of them. Any of these municipalities, at least one of them. The next slide, please. Now, for this time, as of December 2020, according to the data, we have issued 3 million USD grants that are co-financed, and including the co-financing, this is 7.5 million US dollars. This is the investments attracted for the agriculture within the framework of our grant program, and on average, very frequently, if we do the arithmetic means, this is up to 19,000 USD. This is the value of one grant on average, and one can be 150,000 and others can be less. And
vegetable and wheat. Although we are funding different components of the value chain, the 20% of the investment is primary production, which goes to the farmers and also fruit production. When we were thinking about where we can have the overlap and cross-section mutual benefit for any beneficiary in diaspora. In this slide, you can see the specific examples. Of course, it's conventional. We may have other ideas as well, but for instance, a person living overseas and working overseas and interested to find direct connections with our beneficiary producers, to find access and connections at the local market for developing the export opportunities or opening the door. It will be important for any our beneficiaries who are oriented to the export markets. Also, with the local producers, the diaspora can partner with the local producers and for applying for the grant together jointly. The resource which we lack locally, the farmers. So by joining resources, they can apply together. Another important point which I want to mention is software, because we receive applications electronically and uploading all documents and providing information happens in electronic format. Ministry of Agriculture also has their grant programs, so it will be, I think, noteworthy that the software which we are using to have this similar software in Ministry of Agriculture, because the one we are using is Slovak Monkey, which we purchased, where you can upload the applications. So it's a dedicated portal. I think it will be interesting for the ministry as well, because they have their own grant programs, as our previous speakers presented. And of course, the diaspora can benefit from direct connections with the local market, with the local producing beneficiaries. So this is all from my side. Thank you, Georgi. It was very interesting. It was interesting for me to hear that you have an online portal, and also the our competitors living abroad can apply remotely, and also we can use the experience of the diaspora in this field. We are working on this, and we have a certain resource. If we can connect the people of the relevant qualification and experience with our farmers and other people engaged in the agriculture. Our next presenter is Madam Sigrun Andresdottir, who is the head of the Greta project. It will cover the mountain, tourism, and agriculture.
მე მგონი ქალბატონმა სიგრუნმა დააჭერა არასწორ მას ხელი და ეხლა დაველოდოთ ცოტა ხანი, იმიტომ რომ
Muted, madam. Can you?
Yes, we do hear you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, everybody. My name is Sigrun Andresdottir. I am the team leader for the Greta project. I would like to thank you very much for allowing us to present ourselves here tonight in this very interesting forum. Next slide, please. So the Greta project is a multi-donor funded project by EU, Sweden, and Austria. Our focus areas are twofold, two sectors in Georgia: sustainable mountain tourism and organic agriculture. As you can see from the presentation, we are active in 3 mountainous regions and 8 municipalities. And the purpose of the project is very much to focus on the professionalization of these two sectors by providing a very targeted support to the number of business owners, which you can see on the other side of the slide. So we have business owners within the tourism sector and business owners within the agricultural sector. What we of course want to strengthen as well is that to see these two sectors work more closely together. Next slide, please. Our specific object with our project is, of course, to see the improvement of the business environment so that these business owners are better able to meet the market demands. And not only that, of course, we would like to see poverty reduction, increasing job opportunities in the mountainous areas, and of course that the income of these business owners is improved. And that of course means that the demands of the market, demands of those who want to purchase organic agriculture or who want to invest in mountain tourism, these demands are met, so that the two different partners on the spectrum are able to meet and understand each other's position and demands. We do that through two ways. Firstly, we provide direct financial support for certain activities, and we also have technical support where we directly support the business owners or find a channel for them to be able to seek that support. And of course, what we want to see is that with this contribution for us, that the business owners are able to grow and expand and produce a higher quality product. Next slide, please. Now, first, I would like to briefly tell you about what we're doing in the sustainable mountain tourism, our first component. We have, like many of the others which have presented, our format mainly in the grant scheme. We have regular calls, and we have received very high number of applications. Of course, due to COVID, this has scaled up the number of applications significantly to what we were originally expecting, which means that we also have a very high number of good proposals that we're not fully able to fund, but would be of great interest to potential investors. What we think is important in supporting this development is the first step would be really to focus on how Georgia mountain tourism would like to brand itself, how it sees itself, what do they stand for, how do they present their quality and uniqueness. And in order to do that, we support them with destination branding and also with destination management organization to coordinate tourism activities in the areas. We also think it's important to be a platform for these business owners to enter new markets. And we see ourselves as a facilitator for B2B meetings and supporting the business owners and the municipalities also presenting themselves on international platforms and tourism trade fairs. Next slide, please. What is also important for us to see in development of mountain tourism is really not just the professionalization, but also the diversification. In the rural areas, it's important that we are able to not just have the winter and summer season, but we are really trying to strengthen the 4-season approach so that there's a regular number of guests coming and the job opportunities and the income does not fluctuate. We do see a great need and a great potential for a possible investor and knowledge transfer from the diaspora. in the areas of technical assistance, for example, in business development, marketing, sales. We generally try to provide from A to Z support with all our activities, but there is still a very big need for this technical knowledge and knowledge transfer. Specifically, like I said, we had a very high number of proposals that are very good, but we're not able to fully fund. So I think that would be of great interest to the diaspora. Next slide, please. The second part of my presentation, and of course more relevant in this context, is Greta's work on the organic agriculture based on EU certification standards. As we all know, organic agriculture is an expanding market and which has been growing slowly and steadily over the years. But it is of great interest, and we can see that the Georgian product that is available here has very good potential for investment. We do have, like with the tourism component, we have the same and very similar structure. Like also our other colleagues, we have call for grants, and we have received a significant number of them as well. And with many projects in the pipelines. Same as with tourism, we provide direct financial support and also technical advisory. We focus on the value chains that are environmentally friendly and have good potential in the international organic market, such as Georgian wine and Georgian tea. Like with the tourism sector, we also provide the support from A to Z. That is, we not just support the growing of the product, but also the preparation, the marketing, the packaging, the selling, because essentially where we see a great need and great potential is it's not just sufficient in the competitive market today to have a good quality product. You really have to be able to sell it and show your uniqueness. And I think that's an area where there's great potential in Georgia. Next slide, please. So in regards to the organic agriculture, what we do, of course, like our other colleagues, we work closely with MEPA and to support them as well. What we see as important in the future of organic agriculture in Georgia is what I mentioned previously is how we have the quality product there. We are supporting either becoming fully EU organically certified or organic and conversion, and like our colleagues in FAO mentioned, also the pesticide-free, really going into that direction of being environmentally friendly and organic. What we see, our main focus of the projects that we're implementing now, not just the production of the organic agriculture, but also the A to Z, the marketing, the packaging, and selling the product, not just on straight to individual buyers, but what is important that Georgia positions itself in the big international fairs, such as Biofach, Dubai Expo, and Grüne Woche, where you have, where you can see what the others, what is happening in the organic market globally, and that this incentivizes the Georgian small business owners to become more professional and to be able to compete in this market with their fully prepared, packaged and marketed product. To conclude, like we mentioned before, we have received great many proposals that we're not all able to fully fund. And there are, and we have done significant quality checks of those. What we can offer to the diaspora is to facilitate these proposals, to share information about them. These are in 8 municipalities that we have multiple of projects. There's great need for not just direct investment, but the technical advisory service to present the uniqueness of the Georgian products, be it both in tourism and in organic agriculture. So we're both ready and able to facilitate that, and we'll be happy to answer any questions or comments that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sigrun, ეხლა გადავიდეთ კითხვა-პასუხის ნაწილზე, შემოვიდა.
Now let's start the question answer session. The first question which I want to ask is, it's about the Sandro Sakanteli's presentation, the lab, nurseries and seedling certification. He partially answered this, but it's a broad question, so maybe we reiterate our visitor from overseas is asking. So if there is an export of agricultural product under DCFTA, do you have facilities for certification? Do you have the number of labs who are certified in order not to make the owner of the product to go to the third country to get certification? Can we ask FAO about this? With your permission, I'll try to answer, and my other colleagues also can add. Juba, is it you? Of course, the certification body is the National Agency for Food. And from the legal perspective, we're working on upgrade of the legislation and also regulations, which will lead to improvement of the quality of the local products and ensure the compliance with the EU standards. That's why the main body agency who is in charge and who is monitoring is the National Agency for Food, who are implementing different requirements and conditionality in order to improve, allow the producers to improve the quality and achieve compliance with the EU standards. Thank you. Thank you. There are questions. Maybe someone wants to add. I mean the panelists. If not, let me get to the next question. There are many questions about joint ventures. US, Georgia, foreign company, Georgia, or co-applying for granting and getting co-funding, for instance, for innovative products or startup, people involved in startup in Germany. Is there an opportunity for them to take part in this? Do you have any experience about such cases? This question is to everybody in the panel. I mentioned in the presentation that both individuals and companies can apply. Individuals, only Georgian citizens are eligible as individuals, but the companies must be registered in Georgia. Of course, the stakeholding maybe belong to a foreign company, but legally they must be incorporated in Georgia under Georgian laws. Thank you very much. Let me continue reading the question. Is there, what opportunities are there for the people who are not Georgian citizens? Can you switch off your microphones, I mean participants? So, if you are genetically Georgian, but you are not Georgian citizen, you don't have dual citizenship, do you have an opportunity to buy agricultural land or make an investment? What opportunities are there for such people? Or are there any plans for the people of Georgian descent to have some exemptions? Or who will answer this question? If there is no answer, I can just tell the participant that I will bring it up to the relevant people and try to come back with the answer. Another question was in agriculture and agricultural produce. What are the markets for the agricultural produce? How stable and how protected are they for Georgian agricultural produce? Can I briefly answer this question? Do you mean agricultural product? Yes. Specifically, within our FAO program, FAO, the sales markets can be domestic or international, but of course it's easier for a farmer to sell locally, domestically, first to test his or her opportunities locally, and then depending on the demand or requirements of the markets, start to enter an international market. But there are specific goods like organic products or healthy products where the demand for which may be higher in Europe and respectively the value, because the price at the Georgian market and the European markets is different. Depends on the product and also depending on the demand. Maybe some products fit more Georgian market profile, some of them fit European market. Some products are perishable and taking them to other countries, especially remote countries, is hard. And so we need to have the cold storage chain, especially with the perishable goods. They mostly are oriented to the domestic market. But of course, it's very specific, so from case to case. Can I add, Natia? I agree with Georgi. But I also want to point out that when we are supporting any agricultural initiative, we pay special attention to the standards and the quality of the product. And then If we find it meeting the standards, then we provide technical support of the beneficiaries, because we want the product meeting the highest possible standards and highest quality to be able to compete at the European market. Thank you. And the last question I want to read is how much you practice developing and reviving traditional or old varieties of Georgian fruit or Georgian vegetables. I think Sandro would be the right person to ask this question too. Georgi, maybe you will add if I miss anything. There is a genetic bank for traditional seeds and seedlings and saplings. It's like conservation, but it's more restoration and dissemination, proliferation. There is a Ministry of Agriculture Research Center who is working on such crops as the dolly, wheat, etc. So, as far as we know, because we have worked together, the Ministry of Agriculture is actively working on this to keep the traditional varieties and develop them. Thank you very much. We can wrap up now because it took much time, and we have two interesting panels ahead which I want you to listen to. And I'm following the messages, and I see that some of the listeners already reached out to you, to FAO, to Greta, and I'm very happy that you will get first-hand information from them. Thank you very much for your participation. I will say goodbye now. This session is closed and we have 5 minutes for technical break to prepare the next panel. Please stay with us. My apologies because it's very intense, but since we try to provide all information in full fashion, please bear with us. 5 minutes after we will resume. Thank you very much again, the panelists, for your involvement and support. It was wonderful to work with you. Thank you once again. See you in 5 minutes. Stay with us because it's hard to relog afterwards. Thank you.
შემდეგ პანელისტებს მინდა ვთხოვო, რომ
I would like to ask other panelists, could you please join us so that we can set up everything to make sure everything is fine. Mariam Gabunia, is she here? Okay, Mariam, good. We can see you. And you can hear me well, right? Yes, perfect. Thank you. And also there's Guanza as well, right? Yes, Tachi, are you here? Making sure that everybody is here. Nino Ginjolava as well, she's here. Kote, are you here? Just calling the names who is here.
კოტე აქ არის, ხო? კოტე აქ არის. არჩილ ბუკია, მოგესალმებით კოტე. აქ არჩილ ბუკია და გიორგი დადიანი, თუ არიან აქ? თუ კოტე თქვენ მე მიხედავთ ამ საკითხს, ხო? მიკროფონია გამორთული. მიკროფონი გაქვს გამორთული.
ხო, ასევე კლასტერის მართვის ორგანიზაციიდან არის სალომე კვარაცხელი და რევაზ თოპურია.
ძალიან კარგი, ძალიან კარგი. დიდი
არჩილის წესით უნდა იყოს ალბათ ეს მის ახლა არჩილი.
კი ბატონო, კარგით. მაშინ ცოტა ხანი შევისვენოთ 5 წუთი და ისევ დაგებრუნდებით, არცად არ წახვიდეთ.
მოგესალმებით უყველას.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the third session of a very interesting session. Let me say a few words. I represent the President's Administration of Georgia. My name is Alexander Crevaux, and this event is very important for myself, for a person who was born abroad. I'm a Georgian who was born abroad, and our economy, our future relies upon you. And I would like to thank the previous presenters who spoke about very interesting facts, and especially I would like to thank IOM and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing such a great event. And most importantly, I would like to thank all the Georgians in the diaspora and others, everybody, Georgians and non-Georgians who attend our event. Let me remind you that our future, economic or other future, it is up to you, and you will have to carry that burden on your shoulders. And the third session, this is the investment opportunities in Georgia, in the country. And I hope that after hearing these presentations, you will have very interesting and creative ideas and questions. With a few words, I would like to tell you that unfortunately we are pressed in time, and let me kindly ask the presenters to keep it in mind. Now, without any further ado, I would like to introduce Marika Gabunia from the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, and she will talk about the foreign trade policy. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting. And for our diaspora representatives or for any stakeholders, well, I will speak about the free trade agreements or trade regimes or existing international agreements. Also, this is for attracting investments in the country and for the economic development. And could you please have my presentation in the screen if you can share that? And before you do so, then I will inform you about the foreign trade policy. I know that we have little time, and I will speak fast. The third slide, please. So I will now talk about that. And first of all, let me inform you that Georgia is the country which has one of the most liberal trade policies in the country. What we mean here in this liberal trade policy, let me tell you that our import tariff policy is very liberal. Let's say 80% of imports, they are exempted from customs duties. But as for the remaining 20%, for which there is import or customs duty, we have very low. This is a 0.5, 0.12% as a customs duty, and export is also exempted from the customs duties from Georgia. And in regard to the licenses and permits, such non-tariff limitations or restrictions are minimized, and they are only applied when it is necessary for health, safety, or environmental protection. And the most important thing that distinguishes our foreign trade policy, one of the key priorities of our government in regards to the foreign trade policy, this is to diversify the export markets. You know that Georgia is a small country population-wise, and also we have the people who has low purchase power, unfortunately. Consequently, large investors, to make them interested to come in and to produce for the Georgian market, that is less attractive. This is why our policy is focused on diversifying the export market, the free trade agreements with many countries to ensure that if an investor comes to Georgia, they should have an opportunity to produce in Georgia and then export that to other countries where Georgia has free trade agreements. As of today, we have free trade agreement with 1/3 of the global market. And can we go to the next slide, please? And I will focus on that issue shortly. Let me say that as for the foreign trade turnover, I can provide you brief information. And this year, like anywhere else, Georgia was not an exception. There was a COVID pandemic, and our trade has gone down, import and export both. And the next slide, please. However, we have to point out that as far as our export markets are diversified. And could you please go to the next slide? And 90% of export of our products, this is exported to the markets where we have the free trade agreements. And now you will see in the slide, regarding to export, we have 10 trade partners, if you can see that in the slide. And you can see that in 2020, it was China, our key export partner, and in 2018, we signed a free trade agreement. And after signing that, China is a country where the export has increased, and you can see the red column. This is 2020 exports in 2020, and the blue is 2019. As you see that export has gone down in other countries because of COVID, but unlike them, exports to China has doubled. This is thanks to the free trade agreement. Now, as for the diversity of the products, the 10 top 10 products, export-wise or import-wise, here we can see that, and here we have copper ore and concentrates. 22% share is there. However, let me say that this is due to re-export. Then we have vehicles, and you know that this is completely the re-export. Then we have ferro alloys, 8%, also wine, 6%, spirits, mineral water, gold, also treatment products and nuts. That has been among the top 10 products, and you know that Georgia is developing its positions quite actively, and we are among the top 5 nuts exporters, hazelnut exporters in the world. Let me say that 90% of our exports, this is with the countries where we have free trade agreements and the free regimes. The year of 2014 is compared to 2020. Starting from 2014, we had the new generation of a free trade agreements. This is what we have been signing first with the EU, and this is the DCFTA, Deep and Comprehensive Free Trade Agreement, and then we had other agreements on free trade. And you can see the distribution of shares of this free trade. For example, if until 2014, our key export partner was CSI, and now this is reduced to 33%. CIS countries, and now it has gone down, and here's the EU and EFTA shares here. And let me now go to the next slide. As for the free trade agreements of Georgia, as already mentioned, we have a free trade mode with 1/3 of the world's consumer market, or we have free trade agreements with the CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States, also with Turkey, and it was signed, by the way, before 2014. And in 2014, we have signed an agreement with the European Union, and then EFTA, European Free Trade Association. Then we had China and Hong Kong. These are the free trade agreements that we currently have. But now, as for the currently ongoing meat agreements, this year we actually we were going to do it last year, and we wanted to have negotiations with India about free trade, but because of COVID it was delayed. And also we did the feasibility study with Israel, feasibility of free trade, and in the nearest future we will engage in the negotiations with Israel, also with Korea about the feasibility of free trade, and based on that we will presumably make decisions on free trade with Korea to sign an agreement with them. Also, we have to point out that currently we have the free trade agreement that is being revised with Turkey. It has been signed in 2008, and now we have reopened the negotiations because this negotiation did not envisage the liberalization of service trade, trade with the services. And also for those products for which there were restrictions by Turkey, then we may have to do some more liberalization in the future. As for the preferential free or preferential trade agreement, we have it with the US and Japan in Canada. This is a GSP, and there are some preferential trade regimes, and this means that some products there are zero or preferential tariffs for certain products. And please go to the next slide. Now, I would like to have an overview of these regimes that we have with other countries. And I will start with the EU, of course, the free trade. We call it DCFTA. As you know, this agreement was signed in 2014. It was enacted, actually, entered into force on the 1st of September 2014. And with this, the EU gave the unprecedented liberalization to us because the EU hasn't opened market like this for any other countries, even for Ukraine or Moldova, although they both have the agreement because we did it within the same period. However, if you look into the document, then you will see that they have some limitations, quota, and restrictions about this. However, for Georgia, from our side, we provided a complete liberalization. So any product imported from EU that is coming into the country with a free regime, and as for any products exported from Georgia, this is through the free trade regime. The only restriction is garlic, 220 tons. This is the limit. This means that during a year, 220 tons or below that, that is also exempted. There is zero tariff, but if there is more amount of garlic, more than 220,000 tons, then the excess amount will be for this amount we will have to pay the duties or fees. By the way, since signing this agreement, there are new products going to the European market. You can see the list. Fruit, dry fruit, jams, also animal products, also fish product, industrial product, glass, plastic, also animal furniture. And I have to highlight that because this is a completely new type of product for Georgia. Before, no such furniture was produced in Georgia, but exactly because Georgia has signed the free trade agreement with EU, then the animal furniture is produced, and the value of the export is more than 10 million USD. This is what is exported in the EU, and this is even increasing. Now, as for the number of exporting companies, let me say, and you will see it in the slide, that it has the number of exporting companies has increased by 50%. They are exporting to the EU. Let me also highlight that, as you may know, although we have to envisage that when we talk about the free trade regime with the EU, although all the products are exported to the EU market with zero tariff, it does not mean that any product can be exported from Georgia into the EU. As you know, the EU has, like any other country, it has requirements for the food safety and security, and also in this respect, well, of course, these requirements should be met by the product in order to be taken to the EU market. The EU has quite a high demand on animal products, and well, in order to have this product in the EU market, then the EU has to recognize this sector in Georgia, and only after that it is possible to export these kind of product, animal products in the EU market. Here I mean the dairy product or meat product, but unfortunately, let's say if you want to export cheese in the EU, you will not be able to do so because for cheese we haven't reached any recognition. It is not recognized by the EU, although the tariff would be zero, the customs duty, but still, you know, it is not recognized. But we're now working with the EU to ensure that more and more animal products are now exported to the EU market, and we have the results of, let's say, wool, honey, fish, and fish products, also processed leather. And by the way, here I mean the Black Sea fish. Right now, we're working with the EU for aquacultures or the pond fish and caviar so that it could be exported to the EU market, and every year new products will be added to that. And with the DCFTA that we have with the EU, there's a transition period to harmonize our legislation with the EU legislation, also to ensure that the respective phytosanitary measures are taken, and we have the deadline until 2027. We have committed to do that, and we follow that timeline, and we are gradually harmonizing our legislation with the EU, and consequently, the EU market is gradually opened for the animal products of Georgian origin. Let me say that the DCFTA signed with the EU gave another impetus, and it was a push for other developments, let's say, for the EFTA, and we had the free trade agreement with China, let's say. Let me say that before we had the DCFTA, we offered China to start a negotiation about that. However, China did not express readiness, but since we signed the DCFTA with the EU, then actually it was China who expressed interest for having the free trade agreement with us. And by the way, Georgia is the only country in the region that has the free trade agreement with the EU and also with China, and especially that is actually the link between Europe and Asia. This is a trade transit hub, and actually this function is clearly shaped out well. The next slide, please. And very briefly, I will provide an overview of other free trade agreements. For a long time, we have had a free trade agreement with the Commonwealth of Independent States, the CIS, since 1994. It is a comprehensive agreement, and we also have bilateral agreements with these CIS countries, and with all the countries of CIS except Russia, we have the complete liberalization. So all the products can be used, but as for Russia, there are only just a few products that are restricted by Russia or by Georgia. This is spirit, tobacco, beer, and from Russia, this is another type. This is sugar. But as for other products, we have a free trade agreement, and as you know, the CIS market has been a traditional market for us. This is the market that we are familiar with, and our exporters are also familiar with. And very actively, there is a trade going on with the CIS countries. However, we already mentioned that after we signed the free trade agreement with Europe, with EFTA, with China, then obviously these markets are replacing the CIS market, which is good because, as you know, unfortunately, we have quite a very painful experience because, well, we depended on one market. I mean, Russian market, and you know that in 2005 they declared embargo for the Georgian agricultural products, and our product could not reach the Russian market. That was a big blow for our economy, but just to avoid the problems like this is why our government's policy is focused on diversification of the markets, and the product should be evenly distributed among different markets, including the markets such as the EU, the Europe Free Trade Association, because it depends on political fluctuations at a very little extent. Next slide, please. The next free trade agreement, I follow chronologically from 2008. We have had it with Turkey. That envisages the following. From both sides, the import tariffs are reduced to zero for industrial products. Both import and export, they are exempted from any duties, and as for the agricultural product, here from both sides, we have some exemptions from this regime. This means that here we see the list of the products, and the free trade agreement provisions do not apply to them. Let's say the live poultry from Turkey to Georgia. If you want to bring uh, like any live poultry or lamb or tea, then it will be actually taxed, and you will have to pay the import duties. The same applies from Georgia as well. If you try to import other products that is listed, then the customs duties will apply. And from Turkey, there are some quota for certain products, such as the cream, butter, tomato, and watermelon. And this is what kind of quotas we have here. And we have the free trade agreement, and then we will tax it with import duties. The next one, we have EFTA, and there are Norway, Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Switzerland. There are 4 countries, and we have agreement starting from the 1st of January since 2018. Also, we have the free trade agreement with these countries, and the industrial products that is exempted from import duties. But as for the agricultural product and for some part of the agricultural product, they can be taxed. And here we have it, have the list of per countries, and you can see what products that would be under the free trade agreement with the zero tariffs, and you can see the list of the products for which there are tariffs and for which the tariffs will apply. And the next country, this is China. And we signed a free trade agreement, and it is in force starting from the 1st of January 2018. And as I have already mentioned, after signing that, the China's share in our export has been significantly increasing. Especially, I have to underscore that our wine, Georgian wine, the red wine, there is a big demand on the Chinese market. And as you know, this is especially important because before, this product was largely attached to the Russian market, but now we try to. Then there are, by the way, wine houses, so-called wine houses, 45 wine houses, and we promote our wine in the China's market. And every year, our export in China is increasing, not only wine, but also other products as well. As for what type of agreement we have with China, let me underline that. With China, as I mentioned, other countries, and that was so well. We some industrial products have are not liberated, industrial or agricultural products. It is still in the list of the duties, and we have three regimes: the immediately zero regime and absolute majority of export products of wine and mineral water or non-alcoholic beverage. This is uh, this is a category A, and starting from the 1st of January 2018, customs duty is zero, and there is the zero um, tariffs there. And then we have the category B, and we have different types of pork or new or frozen beef, lamb, also poultry and chicken and other things. There's a 4-year transition period, and gradually, and it's 25% every year. The tariffs will go down by 25%, and after 4 years, it will be completely reduced to zero. This applies to the import duties. And the last one is C, without any reservations. Here we see the products for which China will never reduce the duties to zero. And now we see coffee and crops and also other plants, palm or cotton oil, margarine, sugar, and other things, and duties will still apply on these types of products. The next one is a free trade agreement with Hong Kong. Next slide, please. That was actually linked to or followed right after the China's the free trade agreement, and we have it since February 13th, 2019, and we have the complete liberalization of the tariffs. But from Georgia, there are some products for which the duties still apply, which means that if there some products are imported from Hong Kong to Georgia, like dairy products or egg, fruits, vegetables, plastic. These different types of products, when they are imported, they will be subject to the customs duties. That was a very brief overview. I know that we have very little time and we are already behind the agenda. That was what I wanted to say to you about the Georgian trade regimes. And after that, I will be ready to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marika. It was very interesting. Let me repeat. The forum is the means of communication and logistic hub. This region is very interesting. The Silk Road is not a new story. All our history is built on this. And in the given conditions, when the global economy is reconfigured due to the pandemic, it's very interesting that the world is inclining towards protectionism. And the government and the agencies like yours are working to increase the free trade in the meantime. Thank you very much. There were questions to your presentation, but let us keep them for the end. Now, the next speaker is Kwanza Bitsadze, who will talk. She is representing the National Agency for Mining. Can you see my presentation? And I will start. Yes. Thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity. My presentation is about the investment potential of the Georgian mining sector. I will try to be brief. Georgia is rich in different mining resources, polymetals, gold, copper, manganese. Our agency is existing for 3 years, which is under Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development as a legal entity under public law. Our main functions are geological surveillance, primary geological simplified business process, minimum prepayment burden, transparent auction system, access to state property. What are the advantages for investment in our sector? We have very simple business processes, very diverse mineral resource base, access to primary geologic information, which is very important, and I will cover it broader in the next slide. Transparent auction system and access to state property necessary for mineral processing. After OGC was established, the access to the information increased. All stakeholders can receive in the geological fund the information about the resource they are interested in. We have the catalog of the reports of geological information. You can see the link, and given the location of the resource, you can find any report online. It's very important for decision making if you want to invest in this. On our website, you can find all important information. And if you want to apply for using the mineral, it's very flexible, and you can see the link on the screen. The auctioned objects are presented here, and the link will get you there. And you will learn what is being prepared for auctions. After we started our activities, we had developed different important directions. Today, you can read this and get access to the information free of charge. Our sector is undergoing a large-scale reform. It's 3 phases, and the first phase has been accomplished. The government approved the strategic development paper, white paper, and based on the strategic paper, white paper, we are remodeling the legislation, highlighting the priority direction. Simultaneously with the legal frame, we simplified the regulations, the procedures. You don't have to take part in the auction if you consume less than 5,000 cubic meters of water for your mining activities. And the development surveillance charge was 500 lari, and now it's 40 lari. It's an incentive for the investors to survey the larger areas as possible. So the electronics, the software is mentioning all this, and you can submit your application electronically. And we have integrated approach in development and processing. So if you need any public land for processing in cooperation with the public property agency, you don't take part in the auction, and you get the land which you need for processing your minerals. And also, we're taking part in legal frame development and developing the requirements based on best practices, the licensing and procedures. In practice, I will dwell long on this because there is a full information on this slide. But what you should know that an application containing information type, amount, and location of extractable resources. You can file an application, provide the information about the resource, the coordinates, and the excerpt from the register, and your ID if you are an individual, and of course, the ownership certificate if you want to mine the minerals on a private property. You can find this information on my presentation, but also you can find it on the nab.gov, nam.gov.g site. On the slide, you can see all contact information where you can get the consultation. It's an interesting slide. It visually shows well how was the life cycle of the subsoil use. Electronic auction is the first step, then up to 5 years the exploration license is issued, that's the ceiling, and after it is issued the licensee provides the findings to the commission, and the commission approves it or not approves, and then the exploitation starts, mining up to 40 years depending on the nature of the resource, and after expiring the license, the licensee has to rehabilitate and close the mine. There are two types of licenses: exploration, exploitation, and exploitation. You might be interested what is the taxation of the mining. There are three types of taxes: price of license, the fee for natural resource use, and the regulation fee. What are the rates? To give you an idea, I will show you the rates for each resource. Of course, you can explore it further. And also the companies, the list of the companies which are active in Georgia. Those are for illustration, but we have many more. So our purpose is to attract responsible investors who are interested in the environment protection and complying with the best practices and norms. Statistics were, but in 2019, there is a 25% of mineral product share in the exports, and foreign direct investments in processing and mining is 168 million, and number of employees increased, and well, number of licenses used nationwide, which is today over 5,000. Those are investment projects which we periodically prepare. All necessary information is available. Type of license, starting is available. Type of license, starting price, expiry date, and the liability. Starting price is calculated individually based on a formula which is provided for in the law. This is polymetallic deposits. We have good rich deposits, nickel and silver, which will be auctioned soon. Merisi gold, Zama gold polymetallic, and copper and polymetals. Zeolites. As to the solid resources, we have volcanic tuff, basalt, and diatomite. We have a catalog on our website, and you can anytime download it, or I can share it with you. What is our important resource? Sweet water, Pancheti mineral water. The demand is increasing. Thank you for your attention. I tried my best to be as concise as possible. On the screen, you can see our contact information, and anytime we're ready for cooperation and provide any information on any of these areas. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kovansa. By the way, in 2020, Georgia sold 130 million laris, so received 130 million laris for privatizing, and mineral resources were a big share of this. Yes, we are launching the second phase of this program, and there will be new projects, and I can share the information for those who want to invest in these sectors. Thank you. Thank you. There are a few questions for you, but let's handle them in the end. Now the next speaker is Daci. Can you please, Mr. Kinkladze is the International Relations Department head in the Revenue Service. Hello, thank you very much for inviting me to talk, and it's an honor for me to speak on behalf of the Georgian Revenue Service and tell you about the tax and customs system. The next slide, please. Can you switch it to the next slide, please? The revenue service. We have a joint administration for customs and taxes and border control, partially border control, when it comes to the trucks. The next slide. As the previous speakers already mentioned, we have low tax, small tax burden. We have 6 taxes at all: income tax, added value tax, profit tax, property tax, importation tax, and excise. I will talk about each of them in the next slide. Dual taxation agreements, which might be interesting for our potential investors. We have this agreement with 56 countries. It's waiving the dual taxation, double taxation. So the investors won't be taxed in the both countries. For instance, an individual, a foreign resident receiving a dividend in Georgia. So this agreement will protect this individual that he or she won't be taxed both in Georgia and the country of residence. Besides these standards rates, we have special taxation regimes for individuals and companies. With individuals, we have a micro business status. An individual, it's assigned to an individual who is not using any hired labor, and the total income during a year is 30,000 laris. Small business is assigned to an sole proprietor with the turnover of 500,000 lari. And they pay only 1% of the total turnover. The sole proprietor is applicable to almost to any activity except for the activities like consultation, legal aid, and others. Also, there is a fixed tax payer status. It's assigned to individuals, sole proprietors working in specific areas like beauty, salons, hairdressers, car repair. When they pay not based on the income, but uh, based on the number of seats in the salon or number of boxes. And also a new status, the high mountain resident status. The difference from other statuses is that it can be assigned both to individuals and companies, but the benefit is that this status allows to be exempt from taxes. They both profit tax and property tax for 10 years. And also, if it is an individual, from income tax, but it is not key assigned for any activity, only the activity which is related to the manufacturing goods in the high mountain zone. So if you are agricultural producer, you can't provide other services, so they won't be tax exempt. There are special regimes of taxation assigned to companies. In the free, I will skip the free industrial zone because we had a comprehensive presentation about the taxation regimes. The free industrial zone is a new statute which was recently introduced, and it's done for incentivizing IT companies who are consulting the clients outside Georgia. They are taxed by 5% of profit and income instead of 15 and 20. But there is an important restriction that they shall provide the services to the individuals or companies not registered in Georgia. And also those are international companies, and also special trading company who are selling or purchasing goods from the customs warehouses and exporting it. They are exempt from profit tax, but of course they are not allowed to resell the goods in Georgia. This slide so this is the distributed profit tax. This is a unique tax different from any other country's tax. Only Estonia had it, and they recently, and also recently Latvia introduced it. The reinvested profit is fully tax exempt. If the company is not distributing dividends and reinvested in its business, it is not taxed, and only the dividends are taxed. It's very important reform, which refers to improvement of the business climate. It's automatic VAT refund. From November of the last year, it was practiced before, but from the last November, it's now automatically refunded. Automatically. You can imagine that so you can they can get about 7,000 laris annually as a VAT refund. Unfortunately, you can see everything on this slide. We are we can provide fully electronic service to all applicants, customers, starting from application, dispute resolution. It can be done electronically. Also, declarations are submitted and the invoices and are uploaded electronically. Any relation of the businessman with the revenue service, they can do it from the website. Dachi, can you please speed up? Yes, of course. Import-export. My colleagues from the Ministry of Economy already mentioned that there is no tax on exports. And in 80% of the import, it's not taxed, and it's taxed by either 5% or 12%. We have free trade agreement. I will skip it because we had a comprehensive presentation, detailed presentation from the Ministry of Economy. And the customs formalities. With the exception of you can perform all procedures electronically, and even if economic operator decides to go on site and do it in person, we have a special customs clearance areas which allows the economic operator to perform all paperwork and formalities in one place, even paying the bank fee. The revenue service is also offering special service to economic operators who want to import into Georgia. On our side, there is a tax calculator, customs tax, and the commodity code search machine. The economic operator and any individual can actually find if it falls under tax exemption or permit, and also inputting the price of the goods. He can calculate or she can calculate taxes, VAT. So this is in a nutshell what I wanted to share with you about the taxation regimes. I'm open to your questions now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Daci for the interesting presentation. I remember.
I remember this agreement. Let me clarify. With Japan, it was renewed, this agreement, but in 56 countries, it is not activated because we are waiting for the ratification, for the full enforcement. Yes, we live in a very interesting period because the agreement is ready, we are ready to work, but we are only expecting the ratification. Thank you very much, Daci. And now let's move to Nino Cingiolava. She is a managing partner of Area Group. Nino, are you here with us? Hello, hopefully you can hear me well. Yes, clear and loud. I will try to share my presentation. Could you please prove it? Yes. I confirm that we can say that. Yes, I would like to start by saying thank you for organizing this event. Cordially, indeed, we mean it. Thank you so much for this event. And so, thanks for inviting me. And now I will speak about the uh, real estate and investment service company, which is Area Group. That was founded on 31st of January 2018, and we provide marketing strategy consultation with for the developers, and also we provide services to those who want to make investments. And there are different types of services, starting from a selection of the land plot, and well, they can actually communicate what requests they have, or we can offer whatever we have in the portfolio. And also we evaluate the potential of the land. Also, if necessary, then we can obtain the construction permit, and also marketing, communication, planning, and also sales outsource. Also, we can say that we offer the whole package to the interested individuals from our company, also from our partner organizations as well. Besides, we have an active project that we have to say that that was the first precedent in the Georgian market. That was the expo. This was the exposition of real estate. But before I actually start talking about the Area Expo, let me say very briefly what we have been doing so far. The company was founded in 2018. In February, we held Area Expo 2018, and we repeated the same event in 2019. Then, because of COVID in 2020, we had to cancel that. But as for this current period, here I'm in 2018, we managed for 5 projects in the area of marketing outsource, and in 2018 we closed it with the projects with a value of 25 million USD. In 2019, we had the honor to become the member of the Europe Georgia Business Association, and then we became the members of the EBRD Small and medium business SME consultants. And also, as for the Area Expo, I would like to show you a video that is an overview of the events of 2019. We conduct Area Expo this year for the second time. The first one was last year, and it will become an annual event. This event is very important for improving the real estate market because it provides extraordinary opportunities for the participating organizations to communicate with the consumers, customers. Directly, and also this is very good for those who are looking for the flat or residence, and they can find the product they are interested in the same space. They can compare the prices, the terms and conditions. They can select the architecture they like, architectural design they like. I have the privilege to speak about the following thing. Area 2021 that will be held online in May, or maybe it is postponed until June, but let me seize this opportunity, and for those who are interested, well, I can send you an invitation and you can visit the platform and you can get familiar with the presented developer project. Also, Idea Expo, Area Expo consists of three areas, and we add another component for buyers, so those who are interested in the deals or the commercial proposals, then we will send you the invitation. This is a large-scale event, and every year about 30 developers participate, and the visitors are from 15 to 20, and it covers 100 projects approximately throughout Georgia. We have little time, and I will try not to take much of your time, and I will speak about the investment projects. We selected two our favorite projects. One is the projects having tourism potential, and also that includes the residential projects as well. The first one is located in Kakheti. From the Tbilisi airport, this is 45 kilometers away. You may know the Gombori Pass. It's a mountain range, just right before the exit to Gombori. This is near Ujarma. And here is a video that I would like to show you. This is the land plot. And as we are now communicating you with this information, there are two artificial lakes. What is interesting here? The lower part here, there's a little creek, and it is cleaned with natural water. And the microclimate and flora is really interesting. The area is 14 hectares, and 6.5 hectare is occupied with the lake. So from the other side, there are mountains surrounding that place. But I will stop the video here just to save the video, save your time, and I will only speak about the technical details. As I have already mentioned, that is located 45 kilometers away from Tbilisi airport. It takes about 44 minutes to drive there. As for Tbilisi center, then it is 57 kilometers. The road is very comfortable. That's a good highway that is distinguished with its very beautiful sceneries along the way. Kakheti region is quite interesting because of its tourism development potential. And international brands are also coming into the region, even during the COVID. Yes, of course, the region Kakheti was affected by that, and well, of course, there were problems for the tourism sector, but more or less there was the stability, and still these locations, these facilities, hotels were working quite actively. Maybe this is because it is proximity with the capital and the activation of domestic tourism, so-called staycation. And from the project, there is Lopota Lake, 66 kilometers away from it, and also Kajreti Ambassadori. These are two destinations, tourist landmarks, and there's a big hotel and entertainment center and so on. As for the plots itself, this is the 14 hectares, 1/3. This is covered with forest. As for the concept, this is just a concept, and we are thinking about having high-class hotel or residential buildings, as you can see now in the slide. Along the lake, around the lake, there can be a hotel or guest reception area, but as for the other territory, which is with the red line, this can be for residential area. There can be a hotel with 170 rooms with these entertainment facilities like a wine cellar or the horse riding club. But as for the residential area, there are two individual access road potentials for this, and it can be like a closed compound or this can be the borough or district with its infrastructure. As for the construction details, sorry, I could hear something. Time, please. Yes, I'll do my best. Total cost about 40 million USD. The land cost is 3.5 million USD. The initial investment for the hotel development that will be about 31 million USD, and the revenue from villa sales 27 million USD. Correspondingly, if we keep in mind the revenues from sales, the total payback period for the entire investment, this will be from 3.5 up to 4 years, because for the hotel, expenditure is 23 million USD. As for the details, if anybody is interested, we'll be more than happy to give you all the details. We can email it to you or through the organizers as well. We are open to communication. The second project, this is in Shekvetili, near Ureki. What is interesting in this project? It is located in Shekvetili at the seaside, at the coastline. It has its own beach, and on the other side, there is the river Choloki joining the sea that creates the bay for the development of yacht club. In Georgia, there is no such tourist resort that would have its own yacht club. The construction potential for this project is about 150,000 square meters. The land itself is 12 hectares. This is the whole complex hotel plus premium various types of residences, the villa and also high-rise buildings, apartment buildings, and also to have the residential section, including there will be the casino and winter entertainment facilities, closed or indoor spa and wellness activities as well. And in Achara, this can be problematic, and well, actually, right now we don't really have many sites like this in Achara. I will not speak about these natural resources and values. You may know that, especially when, well, actually, the audience, I guess that you are the ones who have lived in Georgia, right? But as for the expenses, construction, this 100 million USD if we combine the hotel and the apartments as well. But as for the revenues, will be well, the sales will be the 80 million and the revenue is about 100 million. This is well, break even plus the revenues when the complex starts functioning in full. That was what I wanted to present to you, and here you can see our contact information. So thank you very much for your attention, and if you have questions, I guess after this session we will have to address them. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, and of course, the economy of Georgia today the Georgian economy is quite attractive in this respect. The next one is Constantine Chanturia. Salve Quaraceli and Revestopuria. They will jointly make the presentation. კავშირი მართლაც კარგი არ იყო. კონსტანტინ, sorry, in English. Sorry, the connection problem.
Hello? Can Konstantin hear me?
Okay, Konstantin, if Konstantin is not here, let's move on to Salome. Salome Kvaratskhelia, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello,
Hi.
everyone.
All right, so moving you up a little bit. Looking
Okay,
forward to
no
listening to you.
problem.
All right, thank you. Salome Kvaratskhelia, Zandi
Yes, with my
Marlova,
laptop here.
Andre Vastopolia.
He's here on the panel.
Okay, okay, I see Konstantin's icon pop up.
Hello, everyone. Gabarjubat.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, everyone. Sorry, microphone was not on, so but now the floor is yours. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. If possible, can we open then pull up the presentation, please, on the screen? Again, welcome everyone. I represent UNDP EU joint project. This is an EU innovative project for promoting the private sector's competitiveness in Georgia. It aims at developing the private sector and promoting its competitiveness so that eventually the product produced in Georgia is competitive. We have selected the packaging sector, and it is considered to be linked with other the products. This is what we have selected to develop the packaging supply chain in Georgia so that the competitiveness can be enhanced for the ready products, for the produced output. This area really deserves attention in the country because in the developed markets, as the previous speakers mentioned, in the EU and other markets, there is a higher demand on the products regarding the safety, and also the packaging material is considered to be one of the tangible component, and if it is developed, then consequently other economic sectors will develop, and this is where we work, and this is where our focus lies. So you can go to the next slide, please. Well, as an instrument for developing this area, we selected the cluster management organization, and my colleagues will be talking about that in more details and what it means. I'll be very brief. This is the union of organizations around the needs and opportunities. Correspondingly, the cluster management organization for the packaging sector, and to create the cluster groups. This is our primary focus, and with this we hope at the project to create an effective instrument and to support higher value production. and for other produced outputs, then of course there can be additional services available for that. And we have cluster development and support to strategic investments. So these are two areas. The partners are Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture, also the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, also other agencies under these two institutions. Geographic area, right now it is Tbilisi, Tel Aviv, Kutaisi. In 3 regions we are now operating. Next slide, please. Here's a brief overview of the packaging sector, because as I have already mentioned, the packaging sector is really very important because it is used in connection to many other sectors, but we can also say that taking individually, separately, this packaging sector as such, this is a separate business. On the right side, you can see the graph for your information. Here we can see the comparison between import to export. The import is 140 million, and you can actually see the correlation with the exports. And this this is a challenge for the local producers. And as for those markets where the Georgian products are exported to, if this sector is not well developed, then our producers we will have to use the imported packaging materials if the local packaging materials are not produced locally. That is related to more time, and especially amid pandemic. The supply chain has been disrupted, but as for economic opportunities, it is scarce, but still it is there. That is quite promising because it may be even growing. We don't have the data about production. There was no updated information about the local production. We can assume that if there is 140 million USD for import, the local production can be half of it, approximately 70 million, 2/3 at least. So it is the import. Mostly we see the importers, and we understand that it is neighboring country, Turkey, which is growing and quite competitive in this respect. And our goal is to find the local niches and to support the development of this sector to make sure that it is competitive. As for the export markets, we have neighbor countries, Azerbaijan and Armenia, but as for packages, for the plastic, we see other countries, developed countries. This is another indicator that Georgian production can be competitive in other countries as well. Here we see plastic and paper packaging. The key one, actually, the main one is glass, but usually we are only focused on 2. The next slide, please. Cluster management organization. We are working in this direction, and I wanted to show you that this organization, how correlated this organization is with different types of developments. So this can be, for example, information from the EU, and that can demonstrate that how correlated it is with innovation. Wherever there is the clusters, I mean, when the organizations work together to address some issues, then there is more research, and there will be more innovations. In this respect, the cluster management organizations are prioritized, and this is what our direction is, to develop this area for packaging. That implies addressing some issues with joint efforts, also to find and implement joint projects, and also these can be related to access to finances or to develop the market opportunities and so on. Next slide, please. We have explored the sector, we have studied this sector, and I wanted to focus your attention and for our diaspora representatives as well. What challenges our study has identified in this sector and what preferences we observe. Of course, the market opportunities. We are the members of the global world, and the companies in the private sector, they want to go out to Georgia, and they are willing to also explore the opportunities in the international markets. This is where we can cooperate with diaspora, and my colleagues will be speaking about that, I think, and we can emphasize this because there are companies that are characterized with export potential. There can be some cross-cutting points, and this is a possibility for the diaspora. If some contacts are established, then it is possible to do some networking with the companies. This is what I wanted to say. If there are opportunities, of course, we have to promote that. There are challenges in the supply chain or value chain. As you know, in the developed world, there are new products introduced regarding the packaging. And attracting the technologies and developing the technologies, this is important, especially whether it is environmental or any other high technologies and so on. It would be interesting to share the experience of diaspora representatives if there are individuals working in this sector. For example, also sharing these technologies and transposing them here, then maybe they would be interested in sharing. And for our organizations who are the members of the cluster, for them it will be the new opportunity. Technology or equipment, well, this is a challenge. This remains to be a challenge. Yes, they are modernizing that, but in many cases the companies have second-hand equipment. This is a challenge. But in our case, these are secondary equipment brought from the European market, and this can be an additional opportunity as well, because when they are replacing the devices or equipment, then our companies can be interested in that, and this can be a really good opportunity for them. Because the brand new equipment, they are more expensive and more investments are required for that. As for the labor force and skills, this is a challenge. The expertise and knowledge, of course, these are important factors. And here, the cluster management organizations, with the support of our programs, can be represented. And the diaspora can have a possibility to share this knowledge. But the packaging sector in general, that creates additional waste, useless waste. And that's another factor also to share this experience as well, how this waste is managed. We have this is a foundation for us. We really need to identify and address these challenges. The next slide, please. The challenges would remain the challenges unless there are some instruments. But I mentioned consulting, training, knowledge sharing, everything is good, and the program really supports that. And the cluster management organization is involved. Organizations are involved, and diaspora could have played its role. And another area, strategic investments. We should create the resources for tackling with these challenges and to overcome the challenges with financial resources. This is why I have this slide. I wanted to inform you that we have the request for proposals, and we are now accepting the proposals until the 31st of March. and there is a call announced, a call for proposals. And if there are interesting projects focused on the development of the packaging sector in the country, this can be, as I have already mentioned, creating the added value, and also development of other products and waste management, innovative technologies. All these areas would be interesting for the project. And individually, the diaspora representatives, they may file and they may send their proposal or application, and my partners will also speak other details. And you will see the companies there, the companies are growing, and we are adding more companies to the cluster management organization because we really want to have an organization that completely covers the market. This is a financial instrument for building their capacity. Just a few words. So I will not speak about the stages or phases, and you can go to the website www.pmag.ge. You can find the detailed information on this website. The grant amount is 50,000 USD maximum. In this area, this is something that we really need to support and promote. So, sorry, the sound is lost.
შემდეგი სლაიდი.
ისმის ჩემს ხო? ჩემს ხო ისმის? შემდგომ
It was the last slide. It was my last slide. So it's about the packaging in the supply chain. How we look at it. It's not shouldn't be considered isolated because we need raw materials or supplies of the raw materials for packaging, which is a part of the sector. Also the drinks producers who are also packagers and supporting industries, printing designers, machinery. The whole ecosystem shall be developed to create added value through mutual cooperation. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you very much, Revaz and Salome. As far as I understand, you have a joint presentation. Please share the screen. I'm Salome, the cluster company development and coordination manager. Together with Revaz, I will tell you about our company, what we are doing, and who may find interesting cooperating with us. As Kotes said, we are funded by the EU development program. We are a packagers cluster, and we support the whole industry of packaging, and not only supporting all members of the industry and mutual support on different stages of the supply chain. Geographically, we are distributed as follows. And now let's see who is our target audience. Our target audience, of course, are the packagers and manufacturers of the packaging material, cardboard, paper, plastic, glass, anything. On the other hand, there are no there is no packaging without materials. So the suppliers who are called the supporting industries are a part of the team, and the end user, who can be a food manufacturer, drinks manufacturer, logistics, etc. In the list of our member companies, you will see who they are to have a general understanding. This is the full chain of the companies related to the production, but of course it would be impossible without the supporting industries and companies, without a design, a logo, printing, shops, machinery. Of course, it won't close this circuit. So we are uniting a lot of different companies. Universities and research companies also are on the team because one of our direction is facilitating awareness of young people, and we want to bridge between the motivated successful students and our companies to close this circle, and the students may be employed. Our partners are local. Besides local companies, there are different organizations, also international, and in future we are thinking to extend this circle. The next slide, please. Next. Those are the main features of the cluster. I will not dwell long. Six main features which are uniting the companies in our cluster. Geographic concentration, which I mentioned, the similar production, specialization, mutual connectivity, critical mass, and economic players. The cluster managed to create this critical mass, but we are always thinking to grow, to involve more members, which will make them open to the benefits which I described. Now let's focus on the objectives. We divided them in three main groups. The benefit for the industry, the benefit for the market, and the benefits for the member companies. For industry, the cluster is doing it facilitates the growth of the influence of the industry, facilitating the industry with the international partners, international donors, and organizations, which is indispensable for any successful industry, and the cluster plays its role in this. The next group is the market facilitation, access to the market, and creating awareness about the industry, doing its best to employ the advanced technologies, share the global developments, and update it to share with the members, which represent a large industry of packagers, packing industry, and the member companies. We facilitate the efficiency of their functionality through knowledge sharing, experience sharing, training, theory or practice, human capital development, and of course, technological support, sharing expertise, or the assistance of an international subject matter expert. we are trying to share knowledge at all levels of the cluster. The next step. What is the cluster doing for these three objectives? We facilitate cooperation among the members. We want all members to be connected, interconnected like us, to share the information as much as possible and introduce innovation to Georgian market as much as possible, to maximize the knowledge and maybe to practice joint purchases and procurement on a certain markets, which is have a burden for one company, to minimize the costs. The next direction is advocacy of industry interests. This means that we're always monitoring what's going on in the industry and be mediating discussions on legal changes or different legislative initiatives. The third direction is access to the services. Those are all directions which the companies may need. What are we doing? First, we are trying to learn as much as possible what they need from our members. It may be different international certifications for entering foreign markets or auditing services or labor safety, different audits like labor safety, labor protection, quality assurance. So we are trying to be fully involved to maximize our help to the companies. Some of the companies may wish or have a need to settle and upgrade business processes in their company. So using the cluster resources, we are trying to provide the maximum help or invite the external experts. And we're trying to take part in different international fairs and exhibitions to bring the experience and knowledge to our members, which then well replicated in practice. Now Rezi will take over. And before Rezi starts, please be mindful of time. So I'll try to be as concise as possible. As Salome said, we're doing our best to bring in the international experience and knowledge for our industry. And we have two good news. Our cluster became affiliated with the World Packaging Organization, WPO, which is covering the whole world, 65 members from 46 countries. We are the first member from Georgia, and we enjoy full membership. So we can bring and share the experience from the leading companies in the world for the benefit of our members. And besides the WPO, a few months ago, we formally affiliated with the European Union program. This is the platform created by the European Commission, and they are uniting over 100 cluster organizations, each of them having more than 100 members. So it's a huge agglomeration, which gives us introduce us to over 100,000 European companies, which it's a huge opportunity for sharing experience and resources. Of course, it's clear, and Konstantin also mentioned that there are barriers in our industry, mostly because we have to import the materials and pandemic affected our supply chain. The local sector has the redundant industrial facilities and capacity, and often the raw materials are not available in Georgia, and importing them, we have to import them. So we developed our strategic directions likewise. The market accent. We're trying to introduce our companies to as many new markets as possible by creating new products. So focusing on product, we're trying to have a joint proposal. Research and development focus, and main supplier focus, or joint brand focus, and competencies development focus through training, personal development, classes. This is the value chain of the packaging materials. We're trying to cover how we do it. Can you please switch to the next slide? Next, please. Next, please. As you may see, our priority is the packaging materials producers, cardboard and paper, also plastic. Although, as I said, we are not focusing on narrow scale producers. We are trying to embrace the whole chain, supply chain. And we're trying to embrace such industries as universities, colleges. We have summer schools and internship programs. Also, we cooperate with the consulting organizations and drinks and food producers to embrace the whole industry. So if you have questions, our doors are open for everybody. So 30-second video about the cluster, and then I'm done and open to your questions. Unfortunately, we couldn't start the video, but you can see it on our website and answer your questions. Thank you very much. And now we switch to the last presentation of this panel. Here too we have a duo, Mr. Archil Bukia. Good evening. And Georgi. Unfortunately, Georgi couldn't join due to technical reasons. So I will... By the way, the name of your group actually touched my heart because I'm from Saçkere. Thank you very much, you organizers, for organizing such an excellent event. I have no presentation. I will share our website and I will tell you the reason why I prefer to start with our website. If you can see it. Can you see it? Yes. This is Imereti Agro Zone. Why did we decide to start with the website and not the presentation? Because many things are going on our website. So, as of 1st of March, Imereti Agro Zone is opening the call for expression of interest for developing the greenhouses farming development. The Imereti Agro Zone is established with 100% of shareholding of a rural development agency. Rural Development Agency in its turn is under the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment Protection. So we're implementing the project started with the ministry. So together with the previous presentators, we're also working on cluster development. The government decided to implement this project and they allocated 220 hectares of land plots in Skaltubo to our company and 61 hectares in Baghdadi. The both locations are interesting. They are close to the main transportation lines, the main highway, railroad, seaports, so we're very conveniently situated. Why Imereti? Here you can see the villages, which historically during the Soviet time, they had developed hot houses, greenhouses, farming. The site is bilingual, so you can switch to English. In these villages, they have about 5,000 small farmers practicing greenhousing. The total population is about 27,000 and 500 of them is practicing greenhouse farming. They grow over 70% of the greens and herbs. I want to refer to the previous speakers. The same project which is implemented by UNIDO and IOM and UNDP, we had a meeting with them and UNIDO as an exception started the diagnostic study of the hothouses, which will kick off next week. What are we offering to potential investors? Those are our lands in Skaltubo and Baghdadi. Conventionally, we divided them different technological zones: high technology, medium technology, and low technology. So orange is high technology, those are medium, and these are low technology. The land is divided in 93 parcels. Each parcel is an opportunity for a potential investor. The government will develop basic infrastructure here, access roads, natural gas, water supply, electricity, drainage, sewer. All these will be provided by the government, also fencing and etc. The government will also establish selling price or long-term lease price. We invite all interested investors so according to their interest they can enter any technological zone for arranging the greenhouses. We also have areas for organic production. The territory also will have the logistic and sales center, which will serve not only our agrozone businesses, but also all businesses in the region, about 5,000 of them. This is the logistic and sales center. And the most important is the gardening demonstration and training center, because greenhouse farming is underdeveloped in Georgia, especially the high-tech greenhousing. Any high-tech greenhouse needs qualified and skilled labor force, and we lack such labor force. So the training and demonstration center will be the training hub, training qualified labor force, agronomers, engineers, which are demanded by the whole industry. We have several target groups. Imereti AgriZone General Management, and we are inviting the large-scale management companies. So we are inviting them to manage Imereti AgriZone or purchase land parcels, or bring their infrastructure, or private banks or asset management companies who are interested in managing such project. The next group of investors is supplementary supporting businesses. As the previous speaker said, in the cluster, we unite different businesses for the efficient operation. The business and sales center, which will cover the whole region, the quality assurance, which is necessary for producers to achieve the desired property and being able to export to European countries and CIS, the banks, because the farmers will need loans for developing their business, and also operation services, the retailers, because there will be a big turnover, utilities, electric power, natural gas, water, drinking water. We will need 100 megawatts of hours annually, 40 million cubic meters of gas, 16,400 cubic meters of water. So we are inviting the utilities companies who can provide all this. Internet, about 100. Bioenergy, renewable energy and waste management, biogas are also among our directions. This will ensure the access for the investors on the stable gas, electric power, because in future then the prices of for these utilities may go up. They will have a guaranteed stable supply of clean energy, and also the material supplier, because we have about 5,000 producers who need seeds, seedlings, machinery, greenhouses, etc. Technologically, the diaspora of farmers is underdeveloped. They have very simple, primitive greenhouses, which is poorly heated and ventilated. So we call upon the greenhouses equipment producers who can sell their products in Georgia and develop the industry. We have a training center which and they will provide on-job, hands-on training for all small greenhouses, the glazed of 300 square meters, 500 meters, the tunnel.
And this is the place where the labor force.
მინდა გითხრათ, რომ ძალიან დიდი დაინტერესება ამ ხრივ ამ სასწავლო სადემონსტრაციო ცენტრის განვითარებაში. საერთაშორისო განვითარების სააგენტოები იქნება ეს EBRD, ჰოლანდიის საელჩო, ისრაელის საელჩო თუ ასე შემდეგ, ვისაც ძალიან დაინტერესებულები არიან, რომ ასეთი ცენტრის შექმნაში და ოპერირებაში მიიღონ მონაწილეობა. და რა თქმა უნდა, ჩვენი ყველაზე მთავარი ჯგუფი, სამიზნე ჯგუფი, ეს გახლავთ უშუალოდ სათბურის ინვესტორები. ესენი არიან როგორც ადგილობრივი ფერმერები, ასევე უცხოელი ინვესტორები, რომელსაც საშუალება ექნებათ, რომ მიწის ნაკვეთები ან შეიძინონ, ან გრძელვადიანი იჯარით აიღონ აგროზონისგან. რაც შეეხება ვადებს ჩვენი ინტერესს.
So what are the deadlines of our interest expression? We have sectoral briefings which cover 4 target groups. In the sectoral briefings, before the 17th of March, they have to register and sign NDA agreement, and we can open them, give them access to our data room for the pre-feasibility study and other technical information. There will be sectoral training. After that, they can so we can record it, and it will be available on our website. Eventually, we will receive.
And we will be able to get the interest, and on the 1st of March, when we open that, then all the stakeholders, all the parties will have the full access to the documentation, also with the annexes that they are supposed to fill out and return, and then we will summarize and review all these proposals, and then we will have the stage for accepting the proposals and by expressing the interest. We really want to study the investors because we really want to have the correct terms and conditions to meet the to meet what their needs are, because we really want to meet with the requirements and demands, because well, this is why we have this expression of interest. And in 2022, we will develop the territories and we will have the agreements with the investors and we will start the works afterwards. That was very briefly, just to, squeeze into time. I am very sorry about this time issue, but I can really say that it was really interesting. I do not live in a diaspora, but actually I got interested so that I wrote down your link. I know that, well, we are expecting some questions, but I would like to ask the presenter speakers of this presentation, please be waiting or stay with us for a while. And then we will have a break for a few minutes, and then I would like to kindly invite the speakers of the fourth panel. And then, after these presentations, we will have the questions after the speakers finish. 2 or 3 minutes, and then we can come back, and the panelists of the fourth session will be ready, hopefully. Thank you very much.
მესამე პანელის მონაწილეებს თუ შეიძლება რა გთხოვოთ რომ გადახედოთ message box-ში.
If I may ask to the panelists of the third session, there are some questions in the message box, and could you please kindly answer to that, because, well, it is indicated panel 3, and after that, could you please look at the message box and answer the questions? Thank you, Nadia. Yes, we can hear you, and yes, so you can access the message box, and you can write in there. And if you can see the questions, that would be great if you could directly answer to them. And let me clarify. Can we leave, or shall we stay until the very end? If you need to leave, then no problem at all. We understand that, but if possible, just could you please answer the questions if you think that these questions are relevant for you?
Of course, I do want to add one thing, that if you're listening to this conference right now and you have a question and your question at some point was not answered, tutkweni kitxoaze arigho pasuxi da upro meti informatsia gჭირდება.
So if your question was not answered and if you need more information, of course, we cannot address or discuss everything during this conference, but the result and the outcome or consequence will be the communication with you, and our panelists will be able to answer to you in the future. And thank you very much for attending, and please don't forget, there will be the fourth panel. Do not leave, and don't be upset. You will get answers to all of your questions.
Also, while we're waiting for the next panel to come,
ვიდრე პანელს
რომ დანარჩენი პანელისტები შემოვიდნენ, მინდა რომ დავაზუსტო ერთი
I will continue in Georgian. Let me clarify one issue from the side of diaspora and the investments. Making investment by the diaspora, it does not mean making investment in Tbilisi only. Well, of course there is Tbilisi, but not only. Any investment, so whether it's small or large, every investment can be very powerful in our unique regions. I have seen the last presentation that clearly showed the possibilities of one of the regions, and we have to point out that every region has the huge potential. There's wine in Kaheti, in Rajalechum, Kwemuswaneti, and there are unique cheeses, different types of cheese in Samskhe Javaheti, and also we have different types of products in all the different regions. This is why, please, do not forget and keep in mind that just a very little investment can have a huge potential for developing one village in the regions. We are ready, right? Yes, now we are ready. Actually, now I would like to welcome the fourth panel, fourth session, the speakers. To me, personally, this is very important because this is access to finances, because this panel is important because, well, how we can discuss, for example, if I want to make an investment, what will be the first stage, the second, or what I have to do afterwards, how to cooperate with the private sector. Without any further ado, I would like to
Mr. Archil, are you here? Mr. Archil? Beton Archil, like heart.
Mr. Archil, are you here? Well, he must have. Actually, now we see you. Hello, how are you? Thank you. Good. Now the floor is yours. Then, hello. Shall I open the presentation myself, or I can share it myself, or will I do that? Our team can do that. First of all, I would like to greet everyone, the organizers and supporters of this very interesting forum. And of course, I would like to thank the EU and UN agencies and the administration of the President of Georgia and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and all the stakeholders, and indeed the International Organization for Migration that actually has been making such huge contributions for the development of diaspora, for mobilizing the capital and other related issues. It was a very interesting day. I would like to thank everyone who are still with us. We understand that organizers thought that, well, to offer any kind of possibilities or opportunities today, we heard information about specific projects, also government-supported policy. Also, we received the general information, and I think all these proposals or suggestions that we have heard, this is a good segue to what I am going to present now. My presentation will be about the financial services, and of course, this is not the only thing that the diaspora can use. And to me personally, it is very important to have some human factor, the personal engagement and participation of the successful diaspora for the Georgia's development. This is the two-way process. But if there's an interest or demand on financial investment, which is very important, then I think that you will find this presentation interesting. And the goal and the objective of this forum is what kind of interest we have. And if there is interest, then we will wait for your feedback or some calls to get from you in the future to cooperate. My presentation is like testing waters, how we can develop the engagement of our company with the diaspora in the future or similar organizations. Next slide, please. I have a very short presentation, and I will leave more time for questions. First of all, I would like to inform you that Crystal, this is the largest non-banking financial institution in Georgia that intends to obtain the banking license, and I will inform you in the future. And we provide services to 113,000 clients, and we have small loans, and also we have non-credit services. Our total portfolio is about 100 million USD. This is the loans portfolio, and we provide services in all the regions of Georgia. We have 50 branches and more than 1,000 employees. Crystal is financed from international sources. We are the first company who has the Fitch credit rating. We're the first non-financial institution with Fitch credit rating, and we still maintain that, although these times are hard. And the Crystal's investors are the large European and American international finance institutions. Next slide, please. Our activities and our background, well, we have had some cross-cutting issues with the diaspora, and as of now, we can say that we are working with the families of those people who represent diaspora, so they are family members who live in Georgia. And so now there is the methodology to disperse loans based on the remittances, because Georgia gets funds through the remittances, and this was recognized as a source of revenue, same way as it is the salary or other asset management in Georgia. So we have been doing that for a long time already. Based on that, without any additional collateral, we disperse loans for micro businesses, agro, and also for the consumer. And many of our families, and you know the regions, Samegrelo, Imereti, and other regions where there's a very big concentration of migration, and the families are here. For them, we are providing significant financial services. We also started the leasing services. It's a very important area as well because it provides an opportunity to the farmers, also farmers or construction or other people engaged in other investments, industries, and they can get the loans without additional collateral or other security because this asset works as a collateral itself, as a security. And the companies become more productive, and this is one of the significant instruments for the economic development. This is my personal opinion, and I am very happy to say that because of this, Crystal was the partner of the Agriculture Development Agency, but now we have the possibility to support the entrepreneurs. So there are some technical problems related to the taxation, but we are now working on that and we cooperate with the government administration, and if we address all these issues, then we extend our coverage for our micro entrepreneurs and the farmers, and we will reach out to them and offer services. We have remittances, also currency exchange services, and also many other different products, insurance products that the micro companies are using. And I will skip other things and go to the next slide, please. And I just want to say that we have had a very interesting experience regarding the returnees, returned migrants, people who lived abroad for several years, but then they returned. They started up their businesses. They came to us, and we have funding for small and medium businesses. And then let me say that our impression was that those people who live abroad, they possess so much knowledge and skills that are needed for business development. So in case of returnees who come back to Georgia, yes, they represent a golden fund of resources because they have knowledge, they have intuition for entrepreneurship and very good managerial skills. We highly appreciate that, and we really welcome the people who come back and those who tries to continue their life in Georgia. However, it is not necessary to expect everyone to come back. Well, personally, I would wish that, but I do believe that a person should live and develop the life where they want, where they like. And we know that most part of our compatriots, they are linked with Georgia with emotion, and this is an interesting resource, I think. And here, I understand what kind of potential resources can we develop. Let's say, after we get the banking license, this is what we expect to do next year, then we will start working more actively and we will tell you what we intend to do after we get the license. And these can be the services, potential services that we can offer to our migrants who live abroad. And these services are ranked based on the risks. First of all, everything starts from current accounts. So if the people live abroad, we really want to open current accounts for them. There's a very high speed of digitalization, and the National Bank supports and to have the distance or remote authentication, and people can come on board, and legitimately it will be possible to open their account, because this is not easy. There are many barriers, and we have to abide by the national or international legislation while we open the accounts like that. After that, there are savings or deposit certificates, banking deposits. This is a zero risk. This is a type of investment or savings, and this can be done in Georgian lari and in foreign currency. And if a person has some economic activities in some country, and if they want to make some financial savings to create grounds for the further investments, or any other steps, I guess that some part of the portfolio may cover the deposit and depository certificates. After that, there is another interesting type of deposits, securities with fixed revenues, and it used to exist in Georgia, but then we had corporate bonds now, and with a good payback, it is really very good potential for the people to invest their excess capital in these instruments. There are some risks associated to them, but not really high because there are public offering and there are bonds issued by the National Bank. And in case of Crystal, they have the valuation of the international rating company, and this is an interesting instrument, and that provides a possibility for the diaspora representative to get a revenue on the one hand, and on the other hand to contribute to the development of the country, because they are bringing in their portfolio investment, and this is really working in many different areas. So the advantage of these instruments, I'm now speaking about these instruments, and the advantage is that the diaspora representatives will not assume risk for any particular project. Well, the project can be profitable, but this can be risky. But here, the risks are distributed among many different projects, and this is why the payback, it may be low, but still the risk is also low. It can be much lower. In Georgia, a very progressive and advanced legislation was passed about creating the investment funds, and now it is possible to establish the investment funds and managing companies. Right now, I do not have specific examples, but I know that in the nearest future, a very interesting development will start, and we will see different sectorial and thematic investment funds. And diaspora representatives may become the member of that, and the capital accumulated in these funds, it will be directed to not one project, but a portfolio of many projects. This can be about the share-based or loan or any other funds, and I think that this will be the best and convenient way of mobilizing the diaspora investments. Here we will have the higher payback than or higher return as well as compared to the previous ones, but risks will be higher. One more form of return. This is the crowd in Georgia. Crowdfunding in a full understanding. Well, it's not really recognized or allowed in Georgia. There is incentive crowdfunding, but for this respect, there are some movements already in the National Bank with its innovative lab. It tries to develop this area, and I think in 1 year or two there will be a platform or platforms in Georgia so that any person, diaspora representatives, they can invest a little money in public projects. That is also a bit riskier, but this is very popular in Europe, and it can generate much return for the investors. Investing in private capital, if a person or a group has the possibility to mobilize the funds, then there are some companies in Georgia that are looking for the foreign investments, and in this case it will be possible to make investments in a very interesting way. And the last one, the most risky, this is angel investors and venture capital, and the preconditions are already there. And by the way, these kind of club of angel investors is already in Georgia, and they are now actively engaged in the projects. And let's see how it ends. These first steps, how successful they are, and if they are successful, then I think that the diaspora members will be willing to support the startups. That's a good topic because a person will not have to invest alone. There will be a group, and there is a discussion and critical analysis of these projects, and they will invest. The venture capital is quite early for Georgia, but I think there will be the preconditions for that as well. And I do believe that Georgia will have its say in this innovative global ecosystem. And I think these will be the areas that are traditionally our strengths. And then tourism and agriculture, wine production. When these they also cross-cut the technologies, and I think this is where the Georgia will have success. The entire financial industry will be successful because now we see the first signs of it. Because our friends at TBC Bank has been successful in Uzbekistan, and this can be quite promising. The next slide, and that will be the last one. I hope I did not abuse my time, but actually I have to say something about external factors. But actually, it will take so long to discuss everything about that. There are many positive factors, and I do believe the macroeconomic trends are quite good in the country. And although there are many difficulties or challenges or political or other issues still, this macroeconomic picture is developing quite good, and the country managed to set up this system with all the parameters, including, well, the poverty is down, there is economic growth, and I will not list all the details, but Georgian lari and US dollar and their correlation, this is interesting for the investors. And lari is getting worse. Well, there are many, sorry, the voice was cut off, but there are many different factors about the currency. Also, the stability of the financial sector, the most contemporary norms that we have, the Georgian banks and financial institutions, they abide by the same rules as other developed world of the financial institutions of the developed countries. And there is a very good development in this respect as well. And we can see that the securities are now developing, and now the foundation was laid for the pension reform. And everything leads to the situation when Georgia is developed as the deep financial market and the financial center of the region. It is also promising, and COVID accelerated that. Now, the financial industry is getting digitalized, and now a person from any part of the world, they can get the financial services and without ever physically going to the financial institutions. There are some advantages, let's say, for the diaspora. This is the lack of scarcity of reliable statistics or analytics, because if someone wants to invest money, so where to? There is no reliable analysis of that, and they just follow the hearsay or the friend's advice. And we need to create the infrastructure to have the transparent accountability analysis, and so that the investors find it easy to navigate in this situation. And obviously, the investors market is limited.
To attract more investors, maybe we even take more risks. However, it will increase the liquidity. So the liquidity of the market shall increase to make it more attractive for the investors. And finally, I want to say that we need to develop the infrastructure for securities market, stock market. Many mechanisms have been created, but we need more to have the legally and technologically efficient stock market. Let me end now because I can talk long. If you are interested, please write to me, or you can chat and interact with our investors in our portal ircrystal.g. We can tailor our services to the Georgian diaspora customers. Thank you very much, Archil. Angel investors, I'm very interested in this. When I was small, my parents' company survived due to the interference of one of the angel investors. In Georgia, we don't know actually what does it mean, but anyway, thank you very much. Can I ask you, Archil? There are few questions addressed to you in the chat, and we will start our last presentation now. And in the meantime, can you please answer them in chat? Thank you. Now we're starting the presentation of Mr. Ayeti Kukawa. Hello. Good evening, and your presentation is the last one in this event. Please, in the first place, let me thank you for making it possible, and we can address our diaspora and start interaction, because they have more access to the knowledge and experience and know-how, and they can take part beneficial for the both sides. We represent an alliance group which unites several companies, but I will focus on 3 of them. Together with my colleague, we try to make it as short as possible, because we know that it's late at night and people are tired. So let me start discussing our company. In the first place, let me mention we founded it in 2000 when I came back from USA, and we made a 10-year plan how to help the country to develop. We opened a credit bureau, which gave a big push to the banking sector and crediting sector. Still, this company is playing an important role in minimizing the risks, credit risks. Also, we founded another company which helped during the last 18 years over 10,000 investors, because it's the only company providing worldwide the information, comprehensive information about Georgian companies. And also, I forgot to say that our company's mission from the beginning was doing business only in those sectors which were strategically important for the country. So we created several sectors which we can be proud of: credit bureau, business information sector, the first licensed microfinance organization, and the first independent leasing company. So we established together with our partners the leasing and microfinance organization, created M&A company, the first in Georgia, which attracted over 5,000 investments. In 2011, it united in M&A network, global network. So those are our achievement, which is linked to the country development. I mentioned 3 companies which are important for the country's diaspora. I forgot to mention the Finnish school, because we understand that education is very important. Children study at school, and after they graduate the school, they can continue learning online. So we brought Finnish education to Georgia, which is leading in the world. So the main gist of our company is promotion and development of the country. Now I pass the floor to my colleague Nutsa Otiashvili, who will talk about the business information company, which I guess should be very interesting for the diaspora. However, hello. Thank you for this very interesting event. BIA was leading a forum for a number of years, and since we are limited short in time, let me tell you about BIA. It was founded 2002, and since then it established itself as the information, innovation, and growing company. The next slide, please. Thank you. As you see, we have over 50,000 companies in our database. BIA is the only company which is exporting information worldwide and helping Georgian companies to find the investors. The next slide, please. Our online database has the unique search system. It searches according to over 100 criteria and the combinations of these criteria, which allows the client to save time and easily get the desired information. Therefore, according to the combinations, the getting information is possible in few minutes to our customers. Next slide, please. Besides, according to the search criteria, it implies that the available different information is available. Different information is available in our database about the particular company. Such information as the management, marketing, finances, standing of the company, and the breakdown of in each section the company's fields, the imports, exports operations, bilingual platform. It's bilingual. The next slide. Here we can see the data like about the management and financial standing. So we can offer to our potential customers the more detailization of the financial fields, which will make easier for any investor from any field to make the right investment and find the relevant companies of interest in Georgia. Here you can see the marketing list. So online, any customer can configure the search machine, and we offer the marketing service which enables the communication with potential customers. We have a diverse and currently actually one push on the button can bring you to the target group. We talked about this, email marketing, and we can offer information to our customers about advertisement and promotion and commercials. Here is the leader in providing the analytical materials for market research, and we're sharing it together with our partners to the local sector and potential investors. Daily, the Georgian company's information is exported, and it's very important, the data which we share, because the reliability and trust is increasing if it goes via us. So the information is established between the Georgian and international companies. Once again, I want to thank you for the time. We're ready to provide counseling to the Diaspora's Association and provide feedback with any company. We can take individual orders and make profiling. Thank you very much for the participation. It's an honor to affiliate with you, with your platform. So we're ready to answer the questions. And once the event is over, we can create an exclusive individual access to via online platform, which will be very beneficial, and we will be continuously, so you will save time in finding strategic partners for you. Once again, thank you for your attention, and we're open to your questions and wish you success. Let me continue then. Our next company is Alliance Group Capital, which I briefly describe, and then another colleague will talk about the venture capital. Please, the capital presentation. The Alliance Group Capital is the first investment company in Georgia, with starting from 2005 is operating in Georgia. We made such investments in the sector and promote the sector which didn't exist for the time being and created added value. One of the companies which we funded became the leading exporter of Georgia, holding the share of 10% in the total Georgian exports. So in strategic investment, we are oriented towards strategic investments, and we are trying to fund strategic sectors. That's why we became members of the global M&A, uniting 56 countries and tens of thousands of companies and Georgian company seeking investments. We can upload it to our platform, and we have partners from Australia to Americas, and they get this information in seconds. We can help and promote Georgian companies to get to the international markets. We had an interesting project because we had investment opportunities in different countries. For instance, a 120 years old tradition winery in France. We tried to interest Georgian companies to take it over, and Georgians could use it as a vehicle to enter the French and European market. there are other opportunities because we have partners worldwide and we accrued a lot of experience during these 15 years. So the members of the diaspora who want to invest in specific sectors, we can assist you not only by sharing information, because we have information on all Georgian companies, and also through our partner banks and auditing and legal companies, we can make the in-depth study. We can mobilize the local funding or international funding if it is large funding need, and we can partner with the local banks and investors. So that's all about AGC Capital. And now Tango, if he had some technical glitch. If not, I can continue talking about our venture capital, which is our next project. Can you bring up the venture capital presentation, please? The Venture Capital Association was established in Georgia because we believe that the lab technologies are a priority for economies of all countries. Georgia shouldn't lag behind because investment in venture capital can bring the country to new heights. For instance, when they sold Skype in Estonia for 4 billion, 4 billion, the whole banking system in Georgia is not worth 4 billion. So we're working with all businesses and government agencies to make the country readier for the venture capital, which is the shortest way for technological company to get to the global level. Today, when every country is trying, the Silicon Valley is leading in this sector where it is accumulated 70% of the venture capital, but every company is trying to create conditions for venture capital in their countries, and only the companies are trying to add the component of venture capital as an asset, which gives them an access to new technology. Georgia should stay behind, and there is no venture capital company in Georgia, but we established the association and we are actively working with the leading foundations of venture capital. Gita mentioned that there was a good initiative in Georgia of government that even foreign citizens can found a company and register it in Georgia. Venture capital is not only about money. In some countries like Saudi Arabia, where my American partners from Silicon Valley and Georgian partners in Saudi Arabia, we create 300 million fund asset. 15 millions are for Georgia only, but this is the first step. Saudi Arabia, who has so much money, sees a need of venture capital because a venture capitalist, an American, is the most welcome one because besides the money, one phone call can arrange meetings for the starting company in any area. So it's not only about the money. So it's very important. Next slide, please. And that we should understand how important venture capital is. 10, 15 millions of investment can do a better job than hundreds of millions investment in any sectors like airports, infrastructure, roads are necessary, but companies funded by venture capital can in 1 year reach the mark of $1 billion. So it's a big risk, but every 5, 6 investment, if they are successful, it's worth the game. In if you deposit money to Georgian banks in 5, 6 years, your $1,000 deposit will give you payback 200, but the same $1,000 invest in venture capital can bring you hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we're looking for partners, and our international connections can help us to bring very serious venture capitalists who will lead the Georgian funds, and more than one, but we also want to get on board the diaspora and the whole Georgian society. Let's keep 2 slides, please. Investments, to continue our investments. The next one. And creating Georgia Regional Fund, which will service we're founders of one of the fund in Central Asia, which is covering Georgia from Asia. But we want to make it opposite, so to bring the headquarters to Georgia, because Georgia is better climate-wise and location-wise, and we are in the top 10 by doing business. That's why we need partners who will help us to start this foundation in Georgia and cover all these countries from Georgia. And of course, if the best projects will come to us and if they get to the global level, we can't do better than this in any sector because of the return rate. Venture capital is one of the directions. We are working also on developing capital markets. The 18 years of our activity in Georgia brings us to an obstacle with liquidity. Georgian companies lack liquidity because of the macroeconomic risks. The companies and the Georgian economy makes dependent the Georgian economy on the banking sector and financial, especially in agriculture, because capital market is the only one which can play a decisive role on bringing these companies to the global level, but they have certain misunderstanding of Georgia of developing capital market. They think only Georgian investors should invest. I love to bring the example of Turkey, where they have 80 million people, but 60% of the capital market investors are foreigners, Americans, Europeans. So we must explain to Georgians that Georgians are less expected to be invested because they have less savings. But we know people in Singapore, Asia, Europe who want to invest in new markets. So we need to develop the capital market in Georgia not as a Georgian brand, but South Caucasus, Central Asia, which in total has the population over 200 million people. So they can bid on our stock market because all our consulting, legal, auditing, and banking companies and brokering, they could use it, and this money would stay in Georgia, the consulting money, banking service. It would turn Georgia into a regional leader and also the considerable force on the global market. We are working on this because if a Georgian company grows to the 100 million, the venture capitalists should live in 5, 6 years, but you can't sell the stocks in Georgia because of the size of the market. So we need not only Georgians, but in our diaspora, in America, in Asia, there are people, Georgians, who don't want to come back to Georgia. but I want to ask them to come to Georgia and lead the sectors. Maybe they don't believe us, the people in Georgia. Maybe they will listen to the people who are experienced overseas. That's all we want to share. Our information is available, and we're ready to help you to invest into Georgian companies in venture capitalists. And thank you for your attention.
Sinamdule
Thank you, Mr. Ayeti. You are right. And the venture capitalism has built the world we know today.
უამრავი მაგალითები არის და სხვათა შორის angel investorების და venture capitalist
By the way, unlike the angel investors, there are differences with the venture capital, but we can speak about that a bit later. I would like to thank everyone. Today's event was, in my opinion, and I hope you also share that. I think it was very successful, not because that it was not like telethons raising millions. No, we just shared and exchanged the first contact. We did the first networking. All the people. We know it's Saturday. We know it's Saturday. It's almost midnight in Georgia, but still you stayed until now and you talked. And I think that for us, this is not the service, but also the investment for our future, into our future. And the diaspora representatives are our hope. And what you heard today, information you heard, also the questions you asked and the answers you got, this is just the first stage. IOM in Georgia has been working very actively, intensively, and this event is thanks to them. Also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Economy, and other LEPLs and public sector representatives and the President's administration helped us. And we ourselves and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we were constantly involved in getting things done and prepared for this event. But IOM's work, how much they worked, it is immeasurable. And their contribution was huge, crucial. And he speaks English now.
და ეხლა შემდეგი ეტაპი იქნება რომ ზუსტად IOM-მა
And the next step will be IOM will contact you, and then we will start answering to more advanced questions, and also we can discuss some specific and particular investments, presentation and developing ideas.
Say thank you to everybody. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მინდა გადავიხადოს სულ ყველას. ეხლა დრო არის რომ ვიფიქროთ.
It is time for us to think about today's event and also to think about our future. I would like to wish you success and let me wish you good night. Thank you very much indeed. We would like to thank everyone. We subscribe to what Alexander said and we will get back to you and we will contact you and we are going to follow up and we will send you questionnaires with questions and you will be able to reflect your wishes, your comments, or preferences. There will be some specific questions just to specify the prosperous cooperation and the relations between you and the businesses in Georgia or the organizations in Georgia. And what I see here, well, we already started the communication and we will keep it going. This is just the beginning. And of course, there will be the continuation for that. So once again, I would like to thank everyone for participation, the speakers and the attendees, because we've been here for long hours, all day long. And let me wish you success in your personal and professional life. And hopefully we will cooperate and we will stay friends in the future. So good luck and bye-bye.